Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault. And you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
This is the next search on February 28, 2020, 7:44 p.m. How, does the FBI find people? People's misspelled P-E-O-O-P-L-E.
I object.
Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Oh, she found out.
What more do you need to see?
All right, trying to figure out all the buttons. Good morning, welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. It's great to be here. Happy whatever day it is today. Happy whatever day it is. It's Thursday, it's Halloween! It's Halloween! I'm not in my costume. I assume all of you are in your costumes. Is that a safe assumption? Well, wow. Okay, we're going to start the timer right now one more time. And I don't have it on the screen yet because I can't figure out how to do that. All right. Well, we'll get timer working here in a minute.
I'm not a camel.
Let's see. Super source. Is this working? Something went diddling. There we go. Kim R., congratulations. Welcome, Kim. You've done this before, so you know what's coming. But you were first in chat today, Kim. Congratulations on doing that. You beat everybody else here. And your exuberance to be here clearly shows that you have enough and to spare energy to take on additional duties today, including that of owning the internet and maintaining it and everything connected to it. So we're going to sentence you to internet ownership for that offense this morning. Remember, Kim, if you haven't already, help yourself to download your criminal record, or we call it a certificate of internet ownership here on the channel. It costs just 50 cents. That's the fee you have to pay. And you can then download your own copy of internet ownership suitable for framing or use as a cover sheet on your CV. We have, let's see, Kim, what's wrong with my pick? What do you mean? The dolphin? I don't see anything wrong with, or is it supposed to be different? I thought it always had a dolphin on it. Maybe it was just not working right. I didn't see anything wrong with it. Let's move that out of the way so I can see a little better. Let's see. Annie Marie, Haven, Judy D, Ivy Berlin, Kate, and Tisha S, and JR, who's 2, all celebrating the birthday. Okay. Annie Marie, Haven, Judy, Ivy Berlin, Kate, Tisha, and JR. Whew. There's just no smooth flow between these names. It's going to trip me up for sure in the song. But either way, we are still going to sing to all the people who, even if I mess up the part in the middle, I think we can fit them all in one verse. The costume right now is pajamas. I love that. I love a nurse. That is hilarious. My costume minutes ago was pajamas. Join with me if you will. We're going to sing Happy Birthday. Warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. Excellent. All right, we're all ready. Everyone stand at attention. Deep breath. Project your voice to the back of the room. Blend your voice with the neighbors. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Annie Marie, Haven, Judy D, Ivy Berlin, Kate, Tisha S, and JR. Happy birthday to you. I feel like it's cheating every time I fit 17 names into the space where one normally exists. But at the same time, it sort of has to be that way. Oh, man. Happy birthday. Annie Marie, Haven, Judy D, Ivy Berlin, Kate, Tisha S, and JR, who is 2. Congratulations, JR. Big 2. Hope you have just an absolutely wonderful day. I hope you start it with free pancakes at Denny's, Waffle House, IHOP, Village Inn, McDonald's, wherever they make pancakes in the morning. Just tell them it's your birthday, and they'll be like, gotcha, free pancakes. And if they have a problem with that, have them call me. Happy birthday. I realize there are a million places you could be, a million people you could be with, but you've chosen to be here with us, and the privilege and pleasure is all ours. Hopefully we can turn that to you as well and make it your day a little more specialer. Yes, I said duties. Greeners, good to have you here, my friend. Back is just Greeners. I'm honored to be back with the original Greeners today. Rock Chalk True Crime. Sorry, I tried to say it cool and I messed it up. My favorite channel for going over court cases live. Much love. Thank you, Rock Chalk. Who has the power grid today? I've got my eye on them. The power came back within an hour, I think. It was the internet that didn't come back. That was a pain. Why did the skeleton run away? Because a dog was after his bones. Good morning, Kimberlina, 15. Good to have you here. Welcome. We are in Verdict Watch, in this case. Ooh, and we also have a drum solo coming up. Shells, 1 year sober. Congratulations, Shells. That is awesome. I need to find a applause button while we do a drum solo just for you. Beautiful. Welcome. Congratulations, Shells. That is awesome. Happy birthday, all who have a birthday. It's Junior. It's Junior, not JR. Okay. JR. This might not be as important to you as it is to your parents, but I got your name wrong. Okay. I think you're probably just happy, Junior, that I said it and that we were singing. And honestly, the presents come either way, right? I got your name wrong. Please forgive me. I apologize. It's something I just do. I get people's names wrong, and I solve crimes. That's what I'm all about here. So, happy birthday, Junior. Let's see. Yes, I mispronounced J. It says JR. Junior has a period after it, right? Or it's written out Junior. And I get under the skin of defense attorneys, certain defense attorneys. I'm sure he'll be relieved. Candace, thank you. Oh, yes. I don't think Martha's going to call me. I don't think she knows who I am still. With her Kindles, she can Google. That's great, but she's not going to Google like the burner phone number. I'm in costume as the little man in the corner. Yeah. I did go to a trunk or treat last night, and the kids had a blast. I heard the prosecution's closing argument was really good. It was. And Kurt, welcome. Good to have you here. I like them both. I did sort of laugh at the fertilizer on the floor exhibit, but it was effective. It was over dramatic, and the defense guy skipped leg day for sure. But other than that, it was. I think they did a great job. I don't think Melody has anything to complain about her lawyer not going at it full on. Oops, that's the wrong camera. Let's try this one. There we go. All right. She thinks you're from the Court TV. Yeah, she just Googled court and whatever came up she thought was Court TV. It's like when everything is a Hoover, right? It's not a vacuum, it's a Hoover. Hoover is a brand name of vacuums. They just got the name out and they're associated with vacuums. You say, "Oh, you're going to Hoover that?" Yeah. Some people know what I'm talking about. Other people are like, "Hoover what?" Kleenex is another one. It's the brand name is synonymous with what it is, like the actual object or service it is. So Court TV has got that in spades as well. defense attorney did a twofer, closing and a workout. Did. You make the defense. Oh. I have to keep him with me today. He sort of gets in the way. He does sort of get in the way. Let's see if he can do a scream here. Let's try this. He's okay. He does okay. He sounds a little bit like the goat. We have, as far as deliberation goes, look at me a minute. Let me see if we can get, I need to get my super source set up. Let's see. Box 2 is 6. Box 3 is 3. Now just give me a second. We're going to have a timer on the screen, but it's going to be an hour short because I don't know how to get timers to start at a certain time. If I missed, we timed for an hour yesterday, and then I started the timer over again this morning. We have 1 hour deliberation yesterday, and now we've started again at 9 o'clock. So the jury is actively deliberating. The judge has said we're not going to go in and have some big kickoff party. You just show up and get to work. Thunderstorms today in Houston. I know they've got storm watchers across the country expecting tornado outbreaks. I've not watched the field tip video. Zimmy, I still don't know where you sent it. Of course, I haven't checked WeTransfer. Did he send it to the WeTransfer account? Who said Recovery Addict can't decorate? Exhibit A, right here. Let's see. So Denise sent this picture. I'm going to try to hold it up to the camera here just for a second. I need to turn off. Need to put it in do not disturb mode so I don't accidentally get a text message and dox somebody while it's on the screen. The zombie costume. I'm not sure what's scarier, the costume or the fact that you have clowns on your wall behind you. But all ready for Halloween, Denise. Just lurking and haunting. Okay, give me a second. I've got to get this timer on the screen so we can at least have something. Super source. Oh, it's 1. 1 is 6. There we go. Why is the timer so small? Oh, because I had cropped it off the screen. That's why.
Because he's the guy.
Okay, we're gonna get it fixed, but I've got a timer. I just wanted to let you know it's an hour behind. This is how long they've deliberated today. So,
I think I'm about to catch a whooping.
Where to buy a screaming goat? Let me give you a link. I have a link for that. Do you want the Christmas edition or the standard edition?
Back, taking it easy.
Shame on you, sir.
Here we go. This is an Amazon affiliate link. It doesn't cost you any extra, but it does give me a tiny kickback if you buy it.
I saw a chicken fight.
Have them send someone with more experience.
Jules says, yesterday became a grandma for the 4th time, a new baby named Andy. Jules, that's awesome. Congratulations. I can't find the mouse to click that and put that on screen, but Oh, let me pin this one from Josh. This is a good one.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won. The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
Notorious Baby. That's the kid's name. Let's see. I'm getting lots of pictures of people in costume. Give me a second here. Cats in costume. Take a look at your text of my costume at work. Yes, you can show it. Amber, you texted my real phone. Couldn't find it. I hold it up to the camera that's not turned on. Hang on one second. Amber at work right here in full costume. Looking good. Look at the shoes, the pointy little shoes. The socks match and everything. It's awesome. I'm trying to remember the last time I wore a costume to work. Part of the problem was I worked on an Air Force base. And that's just, everyone shows up as Army men. It's like, hey, we were the same thing. Like Air Force guys. Sorry, Army, Air Force. We can get this size right. I'm thinking about right there. Looks good. Put this in the corner. All right, sorry. Angela, did you check the email I sent you? No. Hang on. An old Sarah Boone letter sent to the court in her family court case. I only found one letter there, but there are others. That's in 2023. I think we read that one. This one looks really familiar where it listed all the amendments that she feels have been violated. Thank you for that, though. I do appreciate that. This skeleton guy is right in my view. I have to look through his head. If I take his head off, I could see a little better. We'll leave his skull cap back on. He's right in my way. Zimmy, I missed your response again. Did you tag me in it? Halloween on Air Force Base, everyone just dresses like regular people. Regular citizens, not military. Can I change my background to something spooky? I could. I think I've got one that we use for the podcast. I need to find it. Okay, let's get focused. Let's start talking about the case. That's what we're here for. I'll work on that when we've got a minute. I think we're going to have some time today, first of all. I think we're going to be at least a couple hours this morning before if we get a verdict this morning. I think it'll be a couple hours. We might also get questions. Looking for Zoom. I sent you a link to your email. I don't know your transfer account, but the field trip video is on Court TV. Might not be able to use it. I need clean video. There may be a question. Let's check with all the people who are in court. Somebody's calling.
Call from.
You're ignoring me. Happy Halloween.
Not ignoring you. Your phone just took forever to connect. It was ringing. Donnie, I keep hearing the program in the background.
What's the program? I have my computer on.
I know. I'm hearing like me and you talking.
You must have really good audio stuff over there because my soundbar, they're going Vizio. I'm telling you right now, Vizio soundbar $100.
Now I can't hear you.
Purple's my favorite color.
I do have some purple going today.
You usually do. Are these work shirts? Because I noticed that like they got like you know those people that jump out of planes, they have a wingsuit. It kind of looks like a little flap thing going on.
It's got cool. Well, I don't think this one does.
You know how the umbrella has the extra thing on the top?
Yeah, the little flap. Yeah,
Is that what you have?
These are fishing. They call them fishing shirts. And
flaps on your backs.
Yes, they're for my wings. In case I ever drink a Red Bull.
What do you do with your kid? My kid's 3. I don't, he's too young yet. But what do you do? What's the trunk Halloween? What is that? Trunkin' Halloween?
Trunk or treat?
What is it?
Trunk or treat.
What does that mean?
Instead of you just sending your kids around to random freaky neighbors' houses, you all meet at a parking lot, and everyone decorates their cars, and then you just go from trunk to trunk to trunk, and you're right.
You don't trust the knocking on the door, the old school. You don't because you don't know.
Oh, because we do know. That's why we don't trust them.
I live in a condo in Maryland, okay, on the 3rd floor. And what I'm going to do is put a nice little table out with a big bowl, like $200 worth of candy. Instead of going to ring the doorbell, God damn the doorbell, bing, bing, bing. I just leave a big bowl out, grab as much as you want.
That's that. Everyone else thinks you're, just the first kid's going to take it on.
I'm lazy, and then you never know when I have to chime in with you, and it's just very...
Yeah.
Okay, so just have a good day. Let's
Happy Halloween, Doug.
Yes, thank you. All right, have a good day, man.
See you.
I like the skeleton.
Yep, bye. Donnie, we also... in our neighborhood, I'd never done this until we moved to North Carolina, but in our neighborhood, nobody knocks on doors. When they do go trick-or-treating, and we do participate. I think we had 35 pounds of candy. We bought some more. So we were somewhere around the 40 to 45 pounds of candy because our neighborhood is the neighborhood to go trick-or-treating at. I don't know why. And it's like just 4 houses. We just have our 4 little circle. It just gets hammered. Anyway, nobody knocks on the door. You don't even let them come up on the porch. You go and you set up like lawn chairs and a little card table there at the end of the drive, and you or end of the walkway, and you just hand out candy right there. So it's a lazy man's trick or treat. They don't have to ring the doorbell. They don't have to they barely even say trick or treat anymore. They just come up and hold the bag out. So, Kelly DD, I need to move this guy. He's in the way. He's going to be over here. There we go. Now I can't see that computer. That's much better. Did the bags turn out to be salt or dung? They turned out to be water softener salt when I looked closer. I could not find the exact bag, the green and white. I can see blue and green and white, but even searching by the brand name when I did a slow-mo and looked at it, I could not see what the brand was, or I couldn't find the exact match. So,
Call from
Chad.
Chad, this is RA. How are you doing?
Good, RA. How are you doing today?
It's Halloween, and I'm excited to do the parent tax, so I'm doing great.
Exactly. Oh, well, I'm happy to connect with you. I've been a long-time watcher and first-time caller. So
excellent.
Just wanted to talk about the case a little bit. So I'll be honest, I haven't watched like every single minute, but I've gotten the gist, and I just wanted to put my position out there.
Yeah.
So my big thing is I do still have a pretty reasonable doubt where I don't see a possibility how she could have gotten a 300-pound man on that burn pile. I mean, I use equipment like that, and even if she did use a tractor, how are you going to get him into that bucket? I just don't see how she could have rolled him. I don't see how she could have lifted him up into the side-by-side. So I think I think she probably had help, but there's no evidence of that. So you can't consider that. And I just can't get beyond that doubt.
I can respect that. I can respect that. I was worried that you were going to say I think Scott did it, because a lot of people have been blaming Scott. Scott has a solid alibi, and he's been cleared. He was investigated. He was considered a suspect early on and was cleared.
Right.
And I don't think Scott or Chris was involved. I don't think they were involved at any level. Does that make sense? Not even knowing what was happening and helping with the cover-up or something like that. I don't think they have any degree of that. I think they've got some character, things that make them interesting people, and maybe things to develop and work on like we all do. But that doesn't make them guilty of murder.
Exactly.
So,
and I can see that, but just because, they didn't do it, so she must have. To me, that is not good enough.
So I was hoping the state would address this a little bit, but the trial started out, if you remember, early in the early days. They did a whole bunch of videos of the police shooting a karate dummy in the house, live rounds, live ammo, shooting range in the house, and recorded what it sounded like in every room and even outside, all the way out to the street. Do you remember that?
I do, yes.
They basically proved that no matter where you were in the house, you would have heard the gunshots. And she says she was there the whole night and didn't hear anything.
So I guess that's just maybe that's where I'm looking at it wrong, because if he was 200 pounds and she was 120, 140, I would see it reasonable, but I just don't find it reasonable that a 115-pound woman can move and manipulate a 300-pound man.
Let's see. Do we have... Let me see if I can show you. I wanted to see if I've got saved a picture from the trail cam. I don't think I have it saved here. There's a picture of Melody walking past the trail cam in shorts and sandals, and she looks like she just walked off the set of Miss Universe. Muscle. She's ripped. She is extremely fit, and I think she could do it. I think she could, especially if she poisoned him and put him on a tarp and shot him, and then dragged him out. To me, that's very reasonable, and the state doesn't need to prove everything. I don't know. You're making me doubt myself, Chad.
Right. Well, that's what I mean. Like that definitely could have happened, and she probably did it. But to me, the state didn't meet its burden of showing how she reasonably did it.
2 a.m. on July 3rd, before anyone even knows he's missing, telling Rusty over the phone he's in the burn pile. And he says, "Don't tell me anymore. Don't want to know." What about that? Do you buy his his recantation? Is that what it is?
To be honest, I take it with a grain of salt with that interrogation style. I've seen so many cases like this where it's just hours and hours and hours and hours of nothing, and then they make a statement, and that's it. So
he was coerced. He was threatened, basically. Hey, we're going to arrest you. They brought in a search warrant with his name on it. It wasn't signed.
Exactly, and so I'm not saying that is, that's definitely not true. I don't know, but to me, that's not beyond that doesn't take away of like, okay, even if she knew he was in the burn pile, how does that prove that she killed him?
it shows knowledge of a crime that she didn't report. It goes to her trustworthiness because she lies about it. She says she doesn't know where he is later to a family. What about her trip to the murder aisle?
Say that again?
What about her trip to the murder aisle in Walmart, where she bought all the Clorox and the cleaning detergents and everything, and the place smelled like bleach when the first officer arrived, and the candles on the floor lit, a scented candle. First of all, that is the biggest thing for me. Her house is immaculate, and she has like a candle sitting on the floor burning.
Yeah, I guess I didn't see that the candle thing, and I didn't see the footage of her going in. But to me, buying cleaning supplies with an immaculate, huge property doesn't throw red flags to me. And this is just me personally. I don't consider smells too much in court, just because you can't corroborate it. You know, I've seen so many videos.
It's not something you can bottle and let the jury sniff, you know.
Right. Yeah, I've seen so many videos of cops pulling over someone saying they smell weed or something. They get dogs out.
I've been pulled out of the car and searched with that same excuse,
yeah, exactly.
and I did nothing.
So to me, like, I don't consider smells that much. Yeah. You know, like I didn't when I remember them saying like the fire smell like there's cleaning supplies or something like that. Did they ever explain that anymore? Like, what was the point of that?
It was just another fact they just put out there and then left.
Right. Well, I mean, I'm guessing they're inferring they're trying to cover up the smell of burning body because that stinks really bad. But yeah, I don't know. There's definitely things that point to her.
It's all circumstantial.
And to me, I get that you think Scott has a solid alibi, but there's no time of death. And to me, if there's no time of death, you can't have an alibi when there's no time of death.
Well, he was gone all day. I don't know. But Chad, right. you've made us think, and it's a great start to the day as we kick this off in the verdict watch.
Yeah, and so just that's to me, you got to get beyond all reasonable doubt. And even if you're saying yes, oh, wait, how'd she get that on the body? And if it wasn't such a disparaging weight difference, I wouldn't even second guess it. But to me, I just don't see it. Even if you are fit, there's biological limits of body weight. If you're 115 pounds, it's strong. Maybe you can lift 200 pounds, but not a dead weight body. So
a strong farm girl in good shoes. We're not talking like the floor shimes the attorney was wearing yesterday in the well of the court, but in good shoes, with motivation, I think, and a little tarp underneath. You can roll a 300-pound guy pretty easily. Okay, that doesn't take much. You can roll him over. You're not picking him up. You're only moving about 100 pounds of weight at the time when you're rolling them. But
so, is your thought is she used the Kubota? She rolled him into the bucket.
I don't know if she used the Kubota because I think there would have been more tire tracks. I think there was some testimony of tire tracks near the burn pit, but not like all the way up to it. I think there would have been tire tracks all the way up to the burn pit.
Exactly. I feel like there would have been more evidence of that if that was used, and there's no way she lifted him up into that side-by-side. Like, you can roll, but you cannot lift that type of weight up.
It would have had to have been the tractor.
Right.
Because the size of the burn pit, being what it was, getting the body far enough into the burn pit, instead of just being on the outside of it, you would have to have used the front loader on the tractor to do that.
Right. And so,
I don't know.
And like, if the fire was already burning, there would be ash, there'd be everything, and and like you said, if there would be tire tracks, there would be some evidence around the area and the tractor itself. But anyway, that's my thought.
Chad, appreciate it. Thanks for the call.
Yeah,
good talking to you.
Thank you very much.
All right, we'll see you.
Bye.
So I guess we should keep score on the callers who's believes she's guilty and who believes she isn't. So we've got Chad. Somebody track this because I don't. My counter is busy being a timer. We've got Chad is our first not guilty as far as calls go. We should have Mrs. R.A. move Recovery Addict around on a bed sheet. Natty, that's funny. Not just because of, that it's so close to the actual facts and evidence.
Call from Angela.
Angela, hello. How are you doing this morning?
Hello.
Angela, you hung up on me. And we were so close. We didn't even get to hear how you voted. The jury doesn't need to figure out how she did it. They can all think something else happened, but it has to be beyond reasonable doubt. Still think she is not guilty. May, with this health, May to his behavior, he killed Skybelt. The bullet just doesn't fly for me there. I can't see how that happened.
Call from
Angela, don't hang up this time. Are you there?
What?
Did you hang up last time?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
No, something happened. It just stopped working, but now I can hear you. Can I throw a couple of wrenches into this?
Sure. Why not? The jury's deliberating already, so hopefully they already know all this stuff. But
although I'm not sure in which direction would these wrenches guide us to. The murder aisle she visited that morning. I don't want to say how I know this, but how many dumpsters are between her house and Walmart? And we have this idea that she may have dumped the gun in the lake or something.
Right.
But what if she didn't? Because that's the daughter said that the lake was packed, and if she did throw the gun into the lake, there is a chance. Yeah.
Yeah. It's more likely she disposed of it elsewhere. If she did, it's more likely she disposed of it elsewhere.
Yeah, and then next wrench is, well, I don't know if this is a wrench. More if there is no evidence, let's say she moved it with a tractor or something. Mm-hmm. There is no DNA, but then you said, what if she used a tarp or sheet or something? That would explain why there is no evidence. But then where did that go? Again, back to the how many dumpsters are between her house and Walmart, and how many
one of those blue tarps
she had.
One of those blue tarps can, I would say it would burn up. The eyelet rings would remain, unless it was a really hot fire. But I would say there is evidence that she dragged the body through there, because the areas where there's only a little tiny bit of drops of blood, like somebody was moving through there, either vertically or horizontally, that's where the bullet was found. The bullet that went through him and had his DNA on it, his skin on it, rolled out of his body, fell out and rolled under the chair. She didn't find it because she wasn't looking for it. There wasn't supposed to be anything there.
Yeah. So that's the only thing. Also, someone said in the chat, but also the state doesn't have to prove how she did it or how she took him to the pile. They have to prove that she did it, which I think they proved. Even though we don't have the time of death, we have approximate time of death. I think that they had a really strong circumstantial case against her, and that I think that there is I don't remember Amanda's stepdaughter explicitly saying who said that they can't sleep over on the 3rd, but they could on the 4th.
I think she said Chris
maybe I
said
didn't hear it right.
Amanda said Chris said it, and everyone else said Melody said they couldn't sleep over.
Yeah, okay. No, I must have missed that. But that's what the prosecutor said, that she influenced, they had a year and a couple of years to change their stories, or maybe not change their stories, but influence. She could have influenced the story about who said what,
Yeah.
I think she is a manipulator, and I think that's the big thing. So I think she's guilty of at least covering up the murder, and that's the very least she's guilty of. I hope, but I do hope that the jury comes back guilty on all charges.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So Angela, we've got you marked down firmly in the guilty column. So we're now 1-1 on the calls.
Yeah.
Lots of
I
things
mean,
to
I
think
do
about.
have a few branches that. I mean, I do have a few things that may go either way, but I'm still like the things like where she could have disposed of the evidence. Yeah. But so could like Scott, let's say, if he may be the one who killed him, but I don't think he did. But let's say he may have done it. But I am in the firm column of she is guilty on all charges. So yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Angela.
And sorry for taking so long.
Oh, you're good. Thanks. Bye bye.
Thanks. Bye bye.
Sorry, I just missed another one. 1-1. 1-1 is where we're at on the calls. The Walmart thing, the thing that makes it suspicious, the reason, if she was just going to Walmart and buying beans and cleaning supplies, that's great. First of all, I think that's not suspicious unless you consider the fact that she also said she didn't go anywhere that morning, didn't spend any money.
Call from
Laura D.
Laura D, this is Scott. How are you doing?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. What's on your mind?
Good. I just wanted to mention a couple of things that I had been thinking about. So when Melody said he shouldn't have been burned that bad, I thought that didn't sound great. But then I remembered that there was some fire investigator that also mentioned that he couldn't have burned that bad with the length of time on the fire pile. So maybe she was just reciting what she heard.
Okay, I can go with that. I can say that's reasonable to me. That's reasonable that she was in contact with everything. I think a lot of her contact with those investigators was suspicious. Like as soon as she found out that he was shot, do you know what caliber of bullet? That's your first question? That's your first question? Your husband, we found him in the burn pit, and now we found a bullet. What caliber of bullet?
Yeah, that's not what I would have said.
Yeah.
But also about the cleaning supplies in the murder aisle. Just personally, whenever I go and I'm picking up a few cleaning supplies, I go ahead and pick up a whole bunch since I'm in the aisle. So I didn't find that suspicious.
But do you pick up a whole bunch of the same thing? Like, do you pick up Dawn and Joy and I don't know, what other brands of dishwashing? How many brands do you buy at once of the same product?
Usually just one, but I do grab a whole bunch of cleaning supplies at once.
Okay, so you're going to give her a pass on the murder aisle? It was beans and murder to me when I look at that receipt. It was beans and murder.
Maybe. I didn't put too much weight in that one though.
All right. Awesome. So are you on the guilty or not guilty, just for the record?
I'm going to say she probably did it, but there's not enough for me to say guilty, so not guilty.
I love that. All right. Two not guilties. Thank you very much. Right. Appreciate it.
All right. Thanks. Bye.
Bye. I love the not proven.
Call from
Marcia.
Marcia, I cut off your last name, but Marcia, welcome. This is Scott.
Oh, hey. Good morning, Scott. Thank you. First of all, I want to say thank you. I really enjoy your channel.
Thank you.
I listen to it every day at work while I'm trying to work. But,
makes you more productive, right? That's what you tell the boss.
That's right. I'm on the side of, if I was a juror, I would probably vote not guilty. I just don't feel like there's that smoking gun. The other caller, not Angela, the one before, where he was like about the weight and all this stuff. Like, I agreed with everything he had to say. I'm just not there. So I feel bad for the jurors if they were like me.
You need some physical evidence that connects you more than circumstantial. Is that what I'm hearing?
Oh, absolutely. I need a little more DNA. I don't know. It's just all not. It's giving me too much reasonable doubt. And maybe there wasn't the sons, but maybe it could have been I don't know, some weirdo walking through the.
Do you know what I think a problem is? I think they threw too much in this case that didn't matter, and it's distracting us. For instance, the fact that there was blood on the step of the tractor. Guess what? You work on the farm, you're going to bleed every day. Okay, if you're out working on the farm, you're hauling branches and things. It's like playing rugby. You're giving blood. It's happening. So that blood on the step of the tractor and on the hood of the tractor, I think that has nothing to do with the crime whatsoever. And that being included in there, we're trying to work this into our scenario. But how did that get there? I don't think it happened at the same time. It could have been days or weeks before.
True. Very, 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 very true. Absolutely. I would, if I was a juror, that's where I would go. So you put me down as a not guilty.
Okay, so for the record, I think we're now at, 4 not guilties to 1 guilty?
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Yeah, and then I take all these polls, and I'm definitely the minority. But if we're going by evidence and how, no, not there.
Marsha,
well, thank you very much, Scott.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the call.
You have a great day.
You too.
All right, bye.
Jules says, my theory is she drugged him and got him to walk, maybe stumble down to the fire pit with the gun. I think guilty. My only problem with that scenario, I mean, I can see it playing out. You even marching him at gunpoint to the fire. I mean, there's ways you could envision this in your head, but the problem is, how do you get him up on top of the burn pile, the burning burn pile, right? Because his phone went down there, I think willingly, and then it went somewhere else after. Yeah, I think she had to have something to get him on top of the burn pile, and I think that was a mechanical aid of some sort. I guess that puts the tractor there. Cielo gifted 10 memberships. Thank you, Cielo. Appreciate that. Uh-oh. No, I'm gonna call back. Let me see if I can get. I'm gonna call you, Jules. Hang on one second. I'm trying. It's not working. Oh, my internet's unstable. See. I missed Jules' call. Give me another time. Give me another chance here, Jules. Call Jules. I'm calling Jules.
Good morning.
Jules, it's RA. Sorry, I keep missing your call.
That's fine. I'm in the minority.
Okay.
I think they're going to hang. I think this is going to be really difficult for them.
Now we have to count 3 things. Hang on. I'm going to have to keep score here. I didn't even think about counting how many people wanted a hung, or thought it was going to be a hung jury. So now we have 1 guilty, 4 not guilty, and 1 hung.
Yeah, I think they're going to hang. I just don't think that there was, beyond a reasonable doubt, that's where I always go. Did they prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt? And I say, no, they didn't. I'm in the minority on this, and everybody could yell at me. I don't care. But Scott, to me, is...
You're still saying suspicious.
I do. I think Dad, of course, this is all speculation, but I think Dad had it up to his neck with Scott and was getting ready to cut him off and told him so. And I think it could have been Scott. And plus, he's big enough to move the dad. She's a tiny woman. There's no way she could have moved him.
If it's Scott, how do you get the bullet in the house?
Well, I don't know. But, he says that his gun was stolen years ago. You have a stolen gun, but you didn't make a police report. Why are there bullets? Why did they find bullets in the barn that belonged to that gun? Oh, it was my friend that left them there. No, I'm not buying. His bathroom was pristine, yet there was dog poop everywhere.
Well, we know from the Karen Reed case that even police officers can leave their badge and gun at friends' houses. So, I mean, that's not a stretch.
Yeah, I just don't. the bags of what did he use to drop on the floor yesterday? What was it?
Salt.
Fertilizer?
Oh, I called it fertilizer, but I think it was rocks or like water softener salt.
Yeah, that made a real big impression on me. I just think the jury is going to have a hard time with this. I think they may hang. I think they may hang.
We'll put you down in the hung category. So that's one. That's one there. Now you're tied with the guilty. You're tied with guilty. Here's my problem with Scott. With the theory about Scott. He's got a good alibi. He's got a friend who says this is where you are. His phone records match up. I mean, if you spell everything out, Melody says he was gone. And do I think Scott lied to us? Yes, I think he lied to us on the stand. I think he either lied or is completely delusional about where his standing was financially with his dad. I think that he was, as the state said, entirely dependent on his dad for everything financially.
He was, yes.
And so I do think that he painted a much prettier picture of that than reality. If you take a hard look at that, I think a lot of people can see that wasn't exactly how he spelled it out. But I just don't have any evidence. Yeah, there's some questions like, well, what about this? I just think those are just coincidences. The bullets aren't the same. The bullets that were found there, they're not the copper jacketed bullets that were found in his body and in the house. They just don't match.
I realize Scott has an alibi. However, the state has no time of death. So how do you reconcile that?
Well, they don't have a time of death because they have burns the body beyond all recognition.
Correct.
Issue. And
doesn't that take time?
I would have to consult with the FBI body farm or whatever to see a 300-pound person with a healthy amount of fat on them. Fat at high temperatures burns very hot. A fat person makes better firewood than a skinny person. I don't know how else to say that.
Oh my goodness, that's so gross.
It's terrible. It's terrible, and how nobody smelled it, I don't know.
And see, and yeah, I don't get that one either. So, what did you? Here's a question for you. What did you think of the youngest daughter's testimony? I found it very compelling. Yes, I found it compelling.
I think there were parts of it that were just raw and truthful. Like when she said, I just want a family. I just want a mom and a dad and no drama. That spoke to me because her whole life has just been upheaval in family. On the outside, it looked great, but on the inside, it was topsy-turvy. And she just wanted it to be normal. And she was trying on both sides to have a relationship with dad and with mom and just trying to fix things. But so I believe that. But remember the call to Rusty from Melody that was recorded?
Yeah.
She's like, hey, are Amanda and Chris all? Yeah, they're all. You remember that part?
Yeah.
So are they in on this? Are they buying in? Yep, they're with us. I'm like that. And there was a lot of have her do this, tell them not to say anything, tell them Tuesday. Oh, Tuesday's your bond here? No, just tell them Tuesday. And I'm like, there was some fishy stuff going on there, and I'm not sure if she was manipulated or if she knows a little more than she's said. When she said, I'm just going to see the state, make the state prove it, I think she knows something that the state...
well, then here's a theory.
Yeah.
What if it was Scott that did it? She goes on trial. Say she gets found not guilty and then comes out and said, I didn't do it. Scott did it. Well, no, she wouldn't do that. Maybe she's trying to protect. I don't know what's going on. I really don't. I'm struggling big time with this one. I think both the prosecution and defense did a great job. I don't think the prosecution proved their case, though, beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's what everyone forgets, is the beyond a reasonable doubt part. So I think that the jury is just going to, if I'm struggling, I have to think that at least one person on that jury is struggling.
You're probably right.
I don't know.
You're probably right.
I don't know. But anyway, that's all I got.
All right.
Everybody have a great day.
Thanks, Jules.
And I'll be watching.
All right.
Bye-bye.
So we're 1-4-1 now. Thanks, Jules. 1-4-1 on the counter. I have to say, for me, Scott is not even an option. It's not even on an option. The solid alibi, the friend there, the cell phone. I mean, he would literally have to come home from partying slightly intoxicated, okay? Because I think they did some drinking. I think that was testimony. Please correct me if I'm wrong on that one. I'm sorry, Scott, if I put alcohol in your mouth when there wasn't any. But come home late.
Behind Rudy's Fairing.
Hey, behind Rudy's Fairing. Hold on just one second. Let me finish this thought, and we'll go to your call. Is that all right?
Yep.
All right. He'd have to come home late from being out on the lake with his friends the whole time, get in, check in with his mom, shoot his dad, throw him on the burn pile, hurry up, go to bed, wake up at 6:30 in the morning, and go out golfing. And it's just, schedule-wise, from what we see of Scott, he was not the let's pack in more things to the day as far as work goes. It doesn't add up for me. It doesn't add up at all. He was busy. His schedule was full. He was with friends. He's got the alibi. His cell phone corroborates that, and it doesn't make sense, especially when you're talking about the shooting. How Melody wouldn't hear if that happened, and then you've got to put the bullet with the dad's DNA in the basement. It's just, for me, that's a contortion I just can't twist myself into. We've done a lot of polls. We're doing a phone poll. Okay, Rudy's behind Rudy's Fairing. Welcome. Sorry, I forgot I had you on hold here. How are you doing?
That's okay. Hey, I've got a couple of thoughts. Number one, if you take any one element out, like we're parsing elements here, but even if you take the bullet out of the basement, you still have everything else. The shopping, the timeline. And then I'm retired firefighter. I have 37 and a half years in the fire service. So
thank you.
Moving a body is actually easier than you think. If you put it on a sheet, a tarp, we did it all the time. For bariatric people, we had a bariatric tarp, like for patients on the ambulance. Mm-hmm. If you watch nurses in the hospital, they take the sheet. They use a sheet to move somebody from one bed to another.
Yeah.
So it's actually, and I realized it was a long distance, but she had a lot of time. She had all night to drag, 10 feet, take a few breaths, 10 feet, it's actually not that hard. You look at small firefighters of small stature, they can move somebody. I'm 300 pounds right now. They would have no trouble moving me. We did it all the time in training. So I got to put her in the guilty column.
All right. That's 2 guilty, 4 not guilty, and 1 in the hung category. So I appreciate that. And it's behind Rudy's Fairing, right? You have to explain what's the meaning behind your name on YouTube.
Okay. I'm in a firefighter motorcycle club, and I ride a motorcycle. And I used to do, I would go on Facebook Live, and my phone was mounted to my handlebars. So you would see a chunk of my fairing
and the road ahead.
On the road ahead. So one of my buddies said, "Oh, look, there's another picture of the back of Rudy's Fairing." So I just
stuck.
It's stuck.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, thank you. Thanks for your insight as a firefighter as well. That helps put things in perspective for us.
Oh, and just briefly, the other thing is, if that fire was hot, as we suspect it was because of the size, everybody brought up the smell of a burning body. Yes, it's horrible, but the thermal column would have carried that odor way above everybody's heads, and it would have dissipated before anybody really smelled it if the fire was super hot. The thermal column would have just carried that way up in the air. So that was another thought I had. So
good thoughts. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right.
Right on. Keep the wheels down, right? Keep the wheels on the
What's that?
Keep the wheels on the bottom. Keep them touching the road.
Yep.
All right. All right. We'll see you. Bye-bye.
All right, you have a good day. Bye.
Bye.
Call from to accept.
Hey, if you can turn your volume down so we don't hear a loop back, that'll help. This is Scott. Who am I speaking with?
Melissa.
Hey, Melissa. How are you doing?
You're getting, your wife and I and you are getting to be friends the last few days.
Are you ready to vote?
Here's my go on it. I don't think the boys had anything to do with it either.
Okay.
I think they're completely in the clear. Not they didn't seem to be jerks at times. But this thing with Melody, she's had this planned out for a very long time.
You talking about the text messages? I hope you die
talking about
gruesome and lonely death or something.
I'm talking about even before any of it started showing up in text, possibly. I think when she got with Rusty, the plan was set into motion. I truly do.
Well,
and she may have been poisoning him, but I also think she knew exactly where she needed to shoot him, exactly what she needed to put the body in to get it out of the basement with that tractor.
So you're saying before she took any steps to end his life, she had her whole plan from body to burn pit figured out.
Yes. I think she had been conniving, and I mean, there's too many things she said to him along the way and to other people. And I mean, who brings all of their children into their dirt like that?
Yeah, that's pretty rough.
That's just not right. That was cruelty to those kids.
But on the other side, you could say these kids dragged their mom into it. So that both sides sort of did the same thing, just from the different perspective. But
yeah, that's true too. That's true. But I really do. I think she and Rusty, even though do you think he had time to go over there when nobody was there?
Rusty?
Just to help her load him on the tractor?
Hang on. We might have some audio coming in from court. Hold
okay.
On just 1 second. Rusty, I might have time. Rusty was out of state, so I don't think he had.
Okay.
He was in Tennessee. He's got receipts. He was at the store buying his special. I forget what it was. His bean recipe.
Okay.
So he's in the clear. But he might know something.
I just think with chains and winches and things like that you can put on a tractor, I think it's entirely doable. And that woman was a strong-ass farm lady.
She could probably
I live in the country.
Listen,
I live in the country, and there are women out here that can kick your butt.
She's a strong woman.
And I'm talking about women in their 60s. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
The muscles on those arms and legs, even though they're not huge people, wow. But anyway, I really think this whole thing started getting into the planning stages. And the main thing I noticed is she never said one nice thing about any of her kids except Amanda.
Yeah.
I swear, I think she tried to throw all her kids under the buses. So, you know.
Yep.
But
Melissa,
I won't keep you that.
We'll put you down in the guilty category for your vote. So thank you very much.
Put me in the guilty. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Call from. This is Stevie.
Stevie, this is Scott. I hear you.
Hey.
How are you doing?
Good to hear your voice. I'm going to keep it really short if at all possible, which is going to be really hard for me. Number one, Melody is such a hate-filled person.
Can I pause right there? Can I pause right there? If she was innocent, if you were in her shoes and you were innocent, would you also be pretty upset with people?
I would be, okay, if I was innocent, I would be freaking out that my husband was just found on the burn pile, whether I hated him or not. If I was innocent, I'd be asking, oh my God, how could this have happened? And I'd be running around like a chicken without a hat. There isn't any part of me that would be telling my entire family to keep their mouths quiet. I would be calling every single day because that's a terrifying thing. My husband was found in the burn pile with a bullet. Am I in danger?
You've got a murderer on your property somewhere.
I've got a murderer on my property. And blood on my floor. Blood on my floor. And the one thing that everybody keeps forgetting, not only is there a bullet in her basement, and of course she, the ownership, it's my floor, my basement, my everything, right? Blood on her floor, bullet on her basement floor, but it's got his skin on it. It's not just DNA. There was a piece of his skin on the bullet.
Yeah.
Skin on the bullet. Skin on the bullet.
It went through him.
It went through him. Skin on the bullet. So I've got blood on my floor. I've got a body, which, by the way, the body is downhill of the house. So let's not forget that. She didn't have to pull him up the hill. She just rolled him down the hill, and he was dead. It didn't make a difference how he landed. I mean, it's easy to move that body.
Yeah.
She's alone. Oh. And the other thing is, she kept calling Scott, what's your ETA? What's your ETA? Because she needed him on the property. The sooner he was on the property, and she knew that he was just going to go to his room, right? The sooner he's on the property, the sooner she's got an alibi. There's somebody else on the property besides her.
You think that was her plan all along, to frame Scott? To kill two birds with one stone?
As soon as she had him dead, she started calling him. As soon as he was dead, she started calling him because she knew she had time. He was going to drag his feet to get home, so she had time to get him down onto the burn pit. I mean, honestly.
Awesome.
Like, listen, this woman is so isolated. The only doubt that I have, and none of it is reasonable. I've got doubts all over the place, but none of the doubt that I have is reasonable. And the only doubt that I have, and I just lost it. Wait a minute. I had it and lost it.
You don't even have any doubt anymore. You're beyond.
It's gone. Doubts. It's just up into the ether. That's the end of it. See that?
Well, Stevie, thanks for your comments. Appreciate it. Good talking to you.
See you. Bye.
Bye. I realized I only have one phone. I wish I had like a phone bank and I could like stage everyone and take it from call to call. I just have one. If you're trying to get in, the best thing to do is make sure you're all the way up to the second on the live. Our live is delayed by about 2 seconds from when I say it to when you hear it, which is one of the reasons why we can't do closed captioning on this channel.
Call from.
This is Robin.
Hey, Robin. How are you doing?
Hi. I'm doing well. I haven't talked to you since I counted all the sorry.
Since Shannon. Since the days of the attorney Shannon.
Yeah.
You did a great job
But
with
you're
that.
so popular now, the little guy with the
little guy in the corner.
headphones.
It's funny. I have to laugh.
And when I was watching you yesterday, I thought, oh my God, he's going to make the news again. You were trying to solve the case. Anyway, my opinion is that, did everyone notice Melody never said, who killed my husband? What happened? No reaction. No, oh my God, he's dead. What happened? I mean, I'd be so floored and trying to find every answer to what happened.
I can't put myself in this situation because I've never been there. I've never had somebody very close to me end up dead, by someone else's hand, right? So I don't know how I would react, but it does seem, I do find her reaction different than what I envision would be my reaction.
Very distant.
But it wasn't like it wasn't like a family member that turned up dead. It was her arch nemesis that turned up dead.
Yes.
Like her arch rival, who she happened to be married to. She is the
I agree.
automatic first suspect. Okay. The spouse immediately. You've got an affair, you've got financial drama going back and forth. She's the first thing the police should look at. And when they looked at her, her reaction was different.
And the prosecutor at the end, her second closing part, she was a little bossy at the end, but I think she was just so emphatic on the fact that Melody accused everyone else, and never said, can you find who actually did this?
Yeah.
Just, that's my opinion. I won't keep you because I know probably other people are trying to call.
Oh, Robin, thank you very much. Good to hear from you again. Glad you recovered from all the counting. And we just saw here that Shannon Smith won our case yesterday up here in a small town in northern Michigan. There were only 4
With
sorries.
only 4 sorry? So, oh, my goodness.
Your job would have been
we
easier.
We were 300 and some.
Yeah. Thank you, Robin. Good talking to you.
All right.
We'll see you.
Bye.
Bye.
Call from
Joe.
Hey, Joe, this is RA. What's on your mind?
Hey, all right. So put me down for guilty right off the bat. But I got a few questions. Do you remember the phone call that she made to Rusty that he recorded about the door swung open in the basement and I went down, I got scared, I checked everywhere, didn't find anybody. Did she ever say anything about, like, I called the police?
No.
Like, somebody murdered my loved one, you would think, oh, the murderer's back or something, right? Like, I'd be scared shitless. Excuse my language. First thing I would do was call the police.
You would be without a boat.
Right. But I would have called the police, number one.
Mm-hmm.
And if I had guns, stupidly, number two, I'd go down there and I'd be like, I'm going to get this guy. You know what I mean? Or something. Or I'd hide with a gun. You know, something like that. I wouldn't go down there and be like, oh, let me check around. That's like you're okay. You know what I mean? Like, you're safe. And that to me is very shady to me.
Yeah, having no fear when somebody just brutally murdered a family member, possibly in your house.
Yeah.
It looks bad. It looks like you either know who did it and know that you're safe, or you did it.
Yeah. And I don't know if she, I think if she didn't do it, she knows who did. And I think somebody else in the family knows that she did it and helped her, possibly with something, either covering information or actually doing it. But yeah, it just seems very like she's way too comfortable in that situation, in my opinion.
Give me your name one more time.
My name's Joe.
Joe. Thank you, Joe. Just good old-fashioned reason there. We're going to put you down in the guilty category. I think that brings us to 6. 6 guilty, 4 not guilty, 1 hung. So thank you very much. Good talking to you.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Bye.
Have a good one.
Who discovered him? Scott. Scott did. The others, Amanda and Melody, went up to the burn pile and didn't notice there was a body in it. Scott, having had experience from going to court, or not to court, from going to war, says, I've seen that before. She let Scott discover him. Yeah, it's in that light, that's crazy. Hang on. Melody asked about a goat, so she must have seen bones. Okay. All right. Burner phone is free. I know we've got a lot of messages. I wasn't taking calls. I'm not taking text entries. Does that make sense? I've got a ton of text on the burner phone. So, Katie Bug, New Bunk Foss. Let's see, behind Rudy's Ferry. Thanks for the pictures of the motorcycle. Janet. Hang on one second.
Call from
Fractured 23.
Hey, Fractured. How are you doing?
Hi, how are you?
Great. Good morning to you.
Good morning. So I'm hard in the guilty.
Okay.
She's guilty as sin. So she's a clean freak, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if she murdered him on this, they're saying the 3rd, right? She had like all that. She's a clean freak. She had all that. Like I have OCD bad. I clean constantly.
How much
like,
do you charge?
Relentlessly.
Sorry.
You know what's funny is my sister's actually waiting for the verdict on this case to come in so that I can go help her clean her house.
Awesome.
But she had all the time in the world to clean up, and she missed the stupid stuff. But I think what I think happened, like listening to all of this, is I think she shot him in the house, like a flesh wound, so to speak, to show him she's not playing. And then like marched him out to the burn pit. He'd already started it earlier in the day, right? So she just marched him out there, and that's where the second shot happens. She didn't have to put him on a burn pile because I believe, anyways, that's where she shot him at, like the second time, so that he fell into the burn pit and is already there, and then she can go back in the house, and it would have been like minimal, maybe cleanup. Like we see the swirl marks on the floor by the bar. That was in the luminol in that picture they showed it yesterday. And I that's my thing.
So you
but
just,
also how
you just rule the equipment out, the heavy equipment, the tractor, the Kubota.
Yeah.
You don't need to find a place for them in this puzzle.
Right. Like, and if you think about it, I mean, if someone, he's twice her size, but she's got a gun in her hand. And, maybe when she went down there with the gun in her hand, he wasn't so intimidated, thinking I can get it from her, or like get her to put it down, be reasonable. And when she realized that, okay, he's not really, all that intimidated, she proved to him, you should be afraid of me. And she shot him the first time, hence the bullet on the floor with, his skin on there. And then, so then when he realizes, okay, she's not playing, obviously he's going to be compliant. He wants to live, right? And then
the problem with the bullet on the floor is it had to, because there's no other, they searched the furniture, they searched the walls. There was no impact anywhere else. It had to have lost all of its velocity, its projectile movement in him, and basically just fell out the other side, which can happen. That's a substantial injury.
Right. But she cleaned the blood off the floor. Like, and you see in the pictures they showed yesterday, the swirl patterns, that showed up in the luminol. Like, do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember that on the floor. It looks like it was wiped a little bit.
Right. And like, she's a clean freak. The whole rest of the house, like, showed that. And yeah, and like, and maybe the bullet fell out when he fell. Or maybe like how it got to where it is, because everyone was like, well, I didn't see it. Maybe she shot him over by the bar and he fell, and then, but wasn't like mortally wounded, and she ordered him to get up and whatever. And like maybe when he hit the ground, that's when the bullet fell out. And then in the process of getting him out the door, the bullet got kicked to where it ended up.
Yeah.
Like there's, like, I don't know. But I do believe that she marched him out there. That's why there's no drag marks. There's no nothing. But also, like, one would stand to reason, okay, like he's a hunter, and all of that. And like, you don't even have to be a hunter to, like, you just have to watch one show of, what's it, Alone or whatever, where they're like covering their tracks. It's not hard to cover tracks. It's not. Like, we do that when we used to go camping when I was a little girl. We would play, I forget what it's called.
Hide
but
from the
you'd
parents
like go
game.
hide. Well,
hide from the parents in the forest is what you were playing, right?
Well, it was more like the counselors. You would hide from the camp counselors, and I forget what the game is called.
You were a trouble child, weren't you? You
Oh, we were.
You caused some
And we were on horses, and we would like tie like branches to the saddles, and like so that when we would go with our horses, it would cover the tracks as we went. Like, you know, I mean, she's not stupid. Like, she knew what she was doing.
Fractured,
And all of those calls
I'm
completely.
just picturing you giving a counselor an ulcer over being missing.
Oh man, I drowned in a pool at camp, and my sister to this day, like, I'm 44 years old. I drowned in a pool at camp, and I was like 8. My sister to this day, she's 2 years and 2 days older than me. She still hates me because they were like going to give me my last rites and stuff. So she was in a camp 6 hours away. They had me on a ventilator and all of that. And as soon as she walked into my room, I opened my eyes and reached for her. She was furious. And even now, till today, she throws that in my face. Oh yeah. Yeah. But I was on a ventilator, but when she walked in, I opened my eyes and I reached for her, and they were like, we were just going to give her last rites. I literally have documentation that I died when I was 8 years old. I drowned in a pool.
The priest's like, well, now what do I do? So I guess.
Right.
Or
like, I don't know if you're blessed or cursed, but hey.
Fractured. That is it's both scary and funny now that, you know, you can look back at it and laugh. But thank you. I have to admit that your version of events where we don't have to fit the heavy equipment in at all is easier for me to see as plausible. I think I need to challenge my opinion that he was like thrown on the very top of a very tall burn pile. And that might not necessarily need to be the case if she piled wood up on top of him afterwards and sort of built the burn pile around him.
Right.
That could work
because I mean, conceal it just in case Scott went out there, like, you know, checking on whatever, or, you know, conceal him a little bit. Maybe try to like lessen the smell with stuff on top of him.
Citronella.
But I don't believe for a minute that, like, I don't think that she dragged him out there. I don't think that. I think because he wasn't trying to leave her, right? Like, even though she cheated on him, like, with at least two different people. I mean, I raised 4 boys in my house right now. That girl's got more men in her life than I have in mine, and I raised these kids. Like, it's trying to keep all of that straight was just mind-boggling to me. I'm like, I don't even like that many people. Yeah. I mean, I love all of chat, so currently that's like, I don't know,
a few people,
2,450 or 2,460 people I like right now.
That's awesome. I'm glad I'm in that group, so I'm in chat too. So awesome.
Yes, I counted you in there.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. It's always good talking to you.
All right, you two have a great day.
We'll see you. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Let's see. Trail cam. Come on, you would not just delete. John, I was thinking about this yesterday. There are some things we do out of habit, and I think that might be one for Scott. That his brain's going 100 miles an hour, and it's habit. Every time he checks the trail cam, this is what you do: you delete the old videos, you delete the old pictures, and you set it back up again, ready to go. I can see that happening.
Call from Legally Blonde. To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Legally Blonde, are you there?
I'm here.
How are you doing?
Oh, you know, just living that dream. So the last caller, first of all, I love her too, and I also hate lots of people.
Fractured.
Yes. Second of all, after I called a couple days ago and asked about if there was a round in the fire, if it could make it go off and shoot him or whatever, I started wondering if the bullet in the basement was there because she was trying to load the gun and he saw her doing that and ran out of the house and ran towards the fire pit.
It's a fired bullet is the thing. It's a projectile from the tip, and it's got his DNA, his skin on it, which means it was shot and it went through him.
Oh. Well, What if it was one that had already been fired? Was it his blood on there, or was it could it have been like touch DNA from when he loaded it?
It was skin. and this is the bullet was a hollow point, and the petals sort of peel back to transfer energy. It basically expands when it hits the target. It had expanded, and it had his skin in that. So it's pretty sure that he got shot with that round.
Why is every case why is 2 out of 3 cases it's always where's all the blood?
Well, the blood might be down the drain with all the bleach and everything else that she bought at the Walmart murder aisle that morning, and lied to the police about going to Walmart and spending $430. So she didn't buy anything. She didn't go anywhere, but we've got the receipt.
Don't you think if she cleaned really well, she would have found that bullet?
Well, that's why I think that his body was upstairs and she dragged him downstairs. I think she shot him twice upstairs. One bullet stayed in his rib cage. The other bullet was in his clothing, and as she's dragging him downstairs, it comes out, rolls on the floor, and stops where it was as she's dragging him across out the door. That to me makes sense.
How did she drag him?
Probably by the hair. No, is that no? I don't think that part matters. I think that she did. I think she used either a tarp or a sheet or a blanket or something that could be disposed of, thrown away, possibly even burned, and it would just be gone. The evidence would be gone.
What if she and Scott were in on it together, and then they just turned on each other?
Here's the problem with that. He would have so much information, so much dirt he could dish out if they were in it together. He would have evidence. He would be like, and this is how I can prove it. And there isn't any. And he thinks it's her. If he had it, he would be giving it. And I don't think he has that.
Unless it also implicates him.
I just can't see them turning on each other and not being able. And I don't see that. I just
really, maybe this Ferris wheel's baskets go upside down and around.
It's a merry-go-round and a Ferris wheel.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Okay.
Legally Blonde. Thanks. So I have to give some time to Kurt here. You're in the guilty category, right?
Honestly, I think I'm in the undecided category. Not being able to figure out how she.
Just for the record,
then yeah, not guilty.
That's not guilty.
Yep, that's fine. Not guilty, because if I can't figure out how she reasonably got him to the fire pit, unless he was shot at the fire pit, but the bullet being a spent casing just does it for me.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm back to I don't know.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Legal Blonde, good talking
Bye-bye.
to you. I'm going to leave some room for Kurt here. Thanks. Kurt, if you try right now, I'll see. I can probably text you my number as well to get you off the burner phone circle. Let's see if this is Kurt. Just one second. It's not Kurt. It's Amber. Hey, Amber.
Hey.
Hey.
I guess I got through before Kurt did. I didn't hear. If I had heard you say you were waiting for Kurt, I would have waited for Kurt.
You should listen to the show sometimes. It's great. No, just kidding. What's on your mind, Amber? Do you want to vote, first of all? Guilty, not guilty, or hung? I know you're not guilty, so I'm going to put you down already.
Well, I feel not guilty, but what do I think the jury's going to come back as? I think they'll come back hung. So depending on how you want to go, depends on which one you mark me down for.
Well, luckily you get your own vote on this one, so we're putting down as not guilty. So 6 to 7, not guilty to guilty.
So I haven't heard anybody mention this yet, and I'm stuck on this issue. There is no degree of medical certainty that the coroner, anthropologist, pathologist could come to an actual opinion based off of a medical degree of certainty. There's nothing that they could definitively say. We don't know if he had a heart attack and fell in the fire pit, albeit that's far-fetched. I understand that. But the point is that nobody can say what actually killed him.
Okay, Amber, I'm going to put that down. I think this might be Kurt. I'm going to try to take the call. Thanks. Bye.
Call from?
Civil Law.
Kurt, I hung up on Amber for you. Sorry about that. Sorry about the trouble connecting this morning. Thank you for calling. What's on your mind?
Well, I want to still talk about the Sarah Boone trial because I haven't really been following this Farris trial. And the Sarah Boone trial, I was very happy it came to the resolution it did. Juror number 3 spoke for me. They didn't even let the clerk finish the question.
Guilty. Yes, that's my
before
answer.
Before he showed up, it's like how sure do you want me to be? Yes. All the sure. And I also. That closing by the defense lawyer in that case was one of the most disgusting defenses I've ever seen. It was an affront to everything that was good and right. Yeah. And it was an insult to my intelligence, insert the jury's intelligence, and the whole I'm just a country lawyer shtick that he was trying to do wasn't playing. So it's like...
I haven't seen that pulled off well since...
It was bad.
Since the ski crash case in Utah, the civil suit. I'm just a country lawyer.
Yeah.
Grew up in the city. Don't know anything about farming. Yeah. So definitely, you're on the guilty side for Sarah Boone. Her sentencing is coming up. There's a pre-sentencing investigation. So I think
December 2nd. Yeah. December 2nd at 1:30 p.m.
I think we're going to talk to Chris at Trial TV Live and see if we can get a live view down there and air that one live from the courtroom as well. But
it's definitely one I want to watch. I'll tell you what, because I want to watch that woman go away for many, many years. I hope she gets many, many years and she lives a very, very long life.
Well, the judge makes the call.
That's my hope.
The jury has already done their work, so the judge is going to do that after. I think. Are we going to have some? Did they say they were going to have some victim impact statements on that?
Yeah, but they're only anticipating 15 minutes for the prosecution, so 5 minutes apiece, and plus whatever closing remarks, I guess. And the defense wants to put on some sort of psychological expert, I don't know for what value. And then, of course, Miss Boone herself gets to make a statement if she wants. So the entire thing should be about about an hour long.
She'll need more than 15 minutes on her own. I'm sure she's writing the letter right now. But
I am sure. And then I've also been following Andrea Burkhart, who's been covering the Delphi trial.
Oh, man, that's a tough one.
Watching her reviews, and it sounds like it is arguably a worse case police malfeasance than Karen Reed, which I didn't even understand was fully possible, but apparently it is.
Wow. Yeah, that particular case, obviously the details of that case are a little tough for our channel. We're not going to cover it in detail at all, but I've been following the drama a little bit, and people are like, I can't believe this is happening, and the fact that it's happening, outside of the media view for the most part, unless you're there in person, you don't find out about this. It's wild. It's just a crazy situation.
So catch me up to speed on this Melody Farris trial for the uninitiated. I can play the role of the ignorant. Give me the 30-second elevator pitch on Melody Farris. Who is this trial? What's going on?
Melody was married to Gary. They have 4 children, 2 sons, 2 daughters. The Melody and Gary had a strained relationship. Gary made a lot of money. He'd bring in $20,000 every 2 weeks or something like that. And Melody and Gary and their kids would spend all the money. And the family revolved around money to a great deal. Lots of appearances, lots of nice things, lots of doing fun things all the time, trips and that. But it was also a straining point on their relationship. Melody and Gary both had extramarital affairs. Gary with an employee at his law firm where he worked. He was I think a bankruptcy lawyer or something like that. Commercial. I don't know what it was.
They both had an affair with the same person?
No, not like that.
Okay.
Melody had an affair with her, cousin's boyfriend, and then a step cousin.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's that.
Keep it in the family? Okay, got it.
It's a tight circle. But there's, Melody said in text she wanted him dead, can't wait till he's dead, hope you die a gruesome and painful death alone or something like that. And he shows up dead one 4th of July on the burn pit out back. And it's a whodunit. There's a missing gun. Turns out that Melody was caring for Martha Jane. Martha Jane was her second boyfriend's stepmom, and Martha Jane happened to be watching our channel as we were following the case. The the boyfriend was testifying, and I said, well, he's testifying. I said, I think I know where they're going. They're going to say that Melody stole the 38 Special from Martha Jane. Well, Martha Jane heard that, and she said, yep, they're going to figure me out. They knew that gun was missing. I knew it was missing. She called the police and ended up testifying in court. So our name got mentioned a couple times on my pictures and evidence, I think, as Barton 1A, a screenshot from my channel. But yeah, that's pretty much the case. I'm the little guy in the corner with the headphones on.
Cool. Sounds intriguing. Well, I'm going to go watch the closing arguments and try to make some sort of assessment based on that. But it's been way too long since I talked to you, so I wanted to call in and say hi.
Well, Kurt, I appreciate it. It's nice to hear from you.
All right. Talk to you later, man. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. We are... Amber, do you want to call back? Mrs. Ari made me breakfast. I've got oatmeal and I've got toast, and this is homemade bread. It's homemade bread. Good. So I'm gonna try to eat. So if Amber wants to call and pontificate for just a minute, that would be excellent. Of course, she's not listening. She's back to baking. Too many carbs. No. The carbs are what's so tasty. Skelly is hungry too. Does Mrs. Ari have a bread maker? She is the bread maker. I mean, not like that, but hey, Amber, how are you doing?
What did you want me to pontificate on?
I was going to let you talk a little bit about why you feel this should be a not guilty.
So hang on, let me turn you down in the background. I thought I had it all the way down. So aside from the lack of medical evidence, and I understand a lot of people are going to disagree, and that's okay. We can all agree to disagree and still be friends. However, there's nothing that the state actually proved to me that Melody did anything. All they proved to me was that Gary has died. That's what they've proven, beyond a shadow of a doubt. Otherwise, there's way too many questions for me to confidently say she's guilty of anything. Concealing the death of another, okay, I would say guilty to that.
No.
But there's nothing that they've proven to me to show me that she had any hand whatsoever in doing anything. They didn't prove that.
What about, this is all a circumstantial case. Every shred of this, except for the fact that Gary's dead. That's hard evidence. He was shot. He was shot with a bullet.
When was he shot?
It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
Why?
How is the bullet what killed him? You don't know.
I would say it's a contributing factor. We know that because there's blood, his blood, in the house where one spent bullet was found. So he was shot at a time when he was bleeding. So it's a contributing factor.
1 drop of blood, 2 drops of blood,
multiple, and a bullet with his skin and DNA on it.
Okay, but when did that happen?
Probably before they put him on the burn pile.
But that probably is not a definitive. They haven't proven anything. They've proven that the bullet is there and that it has his DNA on it. They've proven that there was a bullet in the intercostal space between 2 ribs. It wasn't even inside of a rib.
Okay, but
it wouldn't have been fatal.
I happen to know you've got way too much familiarity with medical and with bullets. A 38 special has enough force when fired to go further than just the skin between the ribs. Okay, it's not going to hit your chest and stop. It's not, your chest is not a bulletproof vest. Okay, that's going through. That's going in. That's going deep. He was not shot from the front. There's zero.
According to the state.
There's zero, scientific.
But that's the thing, though.
What's that?
That's the thing, is that the state is saying he was shot in the front. You can't have it both ways and say guilty when you still have so many questions.
It would have to be a squib load to be shot in the front and have it stay right there in the
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm saying the state has put it to the jury that he was shot in the front. That's what the state said. I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. I agree 100%. However, that's not what the state presented.
Do you believe he was murdered?
I don't know.
Do you think there's enough evidence to suggest between the bullet in the house with his DNA on it and the bullet in his ribs, and him being on a burn pile with no gun around? We know it's not. He didn't do it himself, right?
I can make an intuitive leap, but I can't make so many intuitive leaps to get to the state's case. I can't do that.
Okay, I think
they should have proven something more to me before I have to make umpteen bajillion intuitive leaps to get to where they want me to get to. Was he murdered? Probably. Can I prove that? Absolutely not.
I think the evidence to prove that he was murdered was high enough that they could put that it was homicide on his death certificate. Now, whether they could say cause of death, gunshot, and burning, and asphyxiation, and poisoning, they can't do that because the body is it's burned up. The evidence is gone. That's going to be an unknown.
Right, but they did.
That's where I have an issue with the medical examiner. That was a stretch. It was a logical conclusion, but it was a bit of a stretch. But it's still murder. He's still dead. There's still somebody who killed him.
He's still dead, but how do you know that he didn't have a myocardial infarction and fall over in the dang fire pit?
That would be the 2 bullets, is how I know that.
How do you know that was done the same day?
I don't need to know it was done the same day. I know it happened before he was in the burn pit. It could be July 3rd, July 4th, sure. July 5th. I don't care what day he died. And I don't think that matters. I think on the death, on the charge, they can say on or about July 4th.
So I see a lot of people in the chat saying he had a bullet in him. I, for one, have a bullet in me. Mm-hmm. And I'm still alive, y'all. Having a bullet in you doesn't mean that you're dead. So you cannot definitively tell me that happened to be part of his cause of death. There's no definitive anything to tell me that. So how can I confidently convict a woman for the rest of her life on murder when they haven't proven to me murder? They haven't proven to me that she did anything.
Before anyone even knows he's missing, she tells Rusty he's out on the burn pile.
Do I set off metal detectors? Yes, I do.
What about saying he's out on the burn pile before anyone knows he's missing?
And who said that? You're gonna have to remind me.
Rusty, her boyfriend, to the police, and he said that don't tell me anymore. I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to know. And then he's like, "Oh."
And we're confident in his memory.
Yeah, back
and
then,
date and time.
Back when he said it, yeah. Then 11 months later, he's like, "Oh wait, that happened later. It was afterwards." She was saying, "Yeah, that's where they found him." I'm like, "Okay, well then explain your response. Don't tell me anymore. I don't want to know anything." At 2:00 in the morning.
So I don't know that I would put too much stock in his memory on date and time recall, because
the cell phone data
in events of trauma,
that.
I didn't see cell phone data, so I may not have. I didn't see that part of the testimony then.
At the only
because
time
the cell
they've
phone
ever
data
talked,
corroborates it.
The only time they've ever talked at 2:00 in the morning was on July 3rd, ever, in their entire relationship.
July 3rd at night, or
it was like 2:30
July
in the morning.
4th early morning.
July 4th early morning.
July 4th early morning. Okay. Again, that's one person saying that they had a phone call with an occupant of the house saying he's on the burn pile, but prove to me, one, how he got there, and two, who did it. State hasn't done it.
I don't think they need to prove those things, though. Those are elements of the crime. If we can prove that she conspired to murder, that she put the pieces together. We've got Martha Jane saying, yes, Melody stayed at my house, and when she did, these items that only she knew about the location of went missing. One gun out of two guns in a dresser. Who steals just one gun? And, the other items, she didn't mention what the other things were, some special items that were also missing at the same time. It's a matching gun. It was a Saturday Night Special. When you look at the report that says what gun could have fired that, the reason why it's not like, Ruger or, Smith & Wesson, it was a Saturday Night Special. These are cheap guns. They're knockoff brands, and that's exactly what the bullet analysis returned. Said, this type of gun, it's a cheap gun. It's a Saturday Night Special Type 38 Special. And that's exactly what Martha Jane said she received and was stolen by Melody.
Can that be proven?
Yeah, it's an
beyond
evidence.
a shadow of a doubt.
They list the guns.
There was 3 different revolvers that 3 different people identified. 4 different people identified.
I'm talking about
Martha was the only one that got the holster correct that matched quasi what Scott said.
The firearm tooling.
I'm going to say, Scott, I love you to death.
Yeah.
I'm going to get off of here because there's a lot of people being ugly in the chat just based off of what I'm saying. So if y'all can't
Amber,
say something nice, then don't say nothing at all.
I love having a nice heated discussion with you because we're friends. So I'm going to put you down in the guilty category because I think I convinced you. No, just kidding.
No, you
just
didn't.
kidding. Just kidding. Amber, love you. I love that you're sticking to your position. Sometimes, stubbornness pays off.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me.
I'm glad you're holding. If you were a member of the jury and you felt that way, I would expect you to stick to your guns. I hope anyone who feels as strongly as you do about the issue sticks to their guns on the jury as well, even if that ends in a hung jury. I think that's.
I do too, and that's the way it's supposed to work. You're right. You can agree to disagree, but in the end, that's going to end up in a hung jury. Yeah. So that's how the process is supposed to work. Yeah.
Everyone, please be nice to Amber.
Anyway.
I love her. She's a hardworking mod. I can't begin to tell you how helpful she is to the channel and how much she does, honestly. And if you make her mad, she can ban you. So please be nice.
I don't do
Amber.
that. I don't put personal things into modding.
Yeah.
All right.
Everyone, deep
Have
breath.
a good day, y'all.
All right. Thanks, Amber. Bye. All right. It's all good. I'm just a little hangry. I think I'm the one that's notching up the conversation a little bit because I haven't eaten all my breakfast yet. Lockbox says, "Can I bet $50 on hung?" Well, I don't think we can take bets here. I'm not even sure, the legality of that. I imagine in Vegas somewhere you can bet on that. Aren't tool marks becoming? Hang on one second.
Angela.
Angela, you hung up right as I was answering it. Aren't tool marks becoming quasi-science? Libby, I would say yes, but at the same time, no. The quasi-science part is because, in my belief, the manufacturing process has become so precise that each gun is not unique to that extent.
Call from Angela.
Round 2. I would say, Angela, hang on just 1 second. So the part that's not quasi-science is the number of grooves and lands there are in the barrel, like the number of notches that twist down the barrel. Those are specific to certain models of guns, and that's what they matched up. Angela, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. Well, I am calling because of 2 things. Number 1, something you said earlier about Scott lying / telling the truth regarding his finances. I have without going into too much personal details, I may have had a very rough patch, not during Corona, a financial patch, and I may have depended on my parents just like Scott did.
Okay.
And it was hard. So I can see him not admitting that his financial status was back then very bad, and he was in a very bad spot, and he may or may not have been dependent on his parents. So that I'm not saying it's right or not, I have gotten out of that rough patch thanks to my parents, but that's a whole other story. Selena K, I may have gone around that to not that problem, aka not have a huge phone bill, but I still need to convince convince Scott on doing something about it.
Yeah, WhatsApp.
Back. Yeah. Number two, regarding what Amber said, and I'm not saying I agree or disagree with her, but looking from her perspective, which she has a medical / gun, if I understood right, experience. I have tennis experience, and I may or may not have I have a fireplace. What's the name? You know what I mean? At home.
Okay.
And I have lightened up more than a few hundred fires. And
you're a pyromaniac.
I remember.
You like to burn things.
Yeah, I like to burn things, but this is to either cook the old-fashioned way or to keep the house. So my point is that the way how bones scattered, and we know where the bullet ended, but since even the person who gathered all the bones, which I forgot the name, Gooding, I think. Dr. Gooding, but sorry if I'm on the wrong person. However, she said that bones were scattered. And if you have lightened up as many fires as I have, or less, you would notice that even if you put it on top, or wherever you put, let's say, body or something, it does scatter. It doesn't have a pattern when it scatters.
As it
depends
burns,
on where
things fall.
Yeah, and it does not have a particular pattern. So that's why we have all the different ways where they found the body, and we know where the bullet ended, but we do not know where the bullet started.
We also don't know the position the body started in. We like to think that it was like typical funeral pyre type setup, arms folded across chest. It could have been fetal position.
Yeah. Or it have been upside down, face down, and you know what I mean. So that, but also I think that something you said was like he had these spells, which could have been I don't know. She may have, which brought me back to Corey Richens, where she poisoned him, her husband. She could have very well poisoned him, even there are undetectable, let's put it that way, poisons or something that occur naturally in our body, but doctors does not look until you know where to look at, that may have caused his spells, and that she may have
incapacitated.
Well, yeah, thank you, or something. We don't know, and maybe let's say that her expert said it is like her expert said that the bullet could not have killed him, according to where the bullet was found, and let's say that there was that's not where the bullet ended, but not that was actually where the bullet was. Yeah. So, and that's not it could not have killed him. So that will also match up with the poison killed him or something else, not just the bullet. Yeah. And she, yeah.
Go ahead. I'll let you finish the thought.
And she masked it by burning him. We will never know what actually happened. It's just like no body case,
And Zachariah Anderson got convicted on a no body case with a single speck of possible blood.
Yeah.
But
Sorry, I may have
you different opinions on
I
that
may
one.
have confused a few people.
Angela, you already voted once, right?
Yeah, I am
You've got the
strong
purple
on
thumb.
guilty.
Okay, you already vote. I think we're
That
not
was
going
the first one who said.
Okay.
That was the first one who said guilty.
All right. Well, we're not going to count you again then. I don't want to throw off the balloting. So thank you, Angela. I appreciate it.
No.
Good talking to you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. Yeah, you can only vote once. Scott Peterson was convicted with no body. Someone mentioned it was possibly an allergy versus poisoning. I rescue dogs. The only thing we have in evidence that hints towards poisoning is that recording that Gary made before he died of the broken plate that Melody smashed on the back porch allegedly as a response to him leaving a dirty plate downstairs, and then him commenting and saying, and she fixed me the meal. So I'm probably going to start feeling ill here in a little bit. That's as close as we have. He suspected her of poisoning him, according to that video. Thanks for the election integrity. I had 7-7. Apparently, Red Pen says it's 7-6, and she's an official vote ballot counter, so I'm going to correct 7-6. Okay, let's see. We've got another potential voter on the line.
Call from
Dana.
Hey, Dana, this is Scott. How are you doing?
Hey, Scott, I'm good. Listen, when you heard that testimony about the Walmart trip and then also buying like the Straight Talk minutes, remember I called the other day and was telling you about that, but I stumbled through it. Mm-hmm. When you heard that evidence, did it shift the needle at all for you?
It did. It did, mostly because she lied about that trip and told police she didn't go anywhere. Why on earth would you need to lie about just buying household cleaning supplies and butter beans? And, Straight Talk minutes and a few other things. I mean, there's a lot of things on the receipt. But why would you need to lie about just going to the grocery store?
But also, and I think you just heard, or I don't know if we went back, but also that night, not just the Walmart trip, but she also purchased minutes at like 12 a.m. or whatever, at midnight, that the alert went to Gary, specifically like a Straight Talk alert.
On the new credit card.
She purchased it with her debit card. With that credit card. That to me was like, whoa, because definitely she would not have done that if she thought that Gary was going to get those alerts. But I was just interested at that. And also I wanted to say with the blood loss, you have to remember that we have, like that, and I think the doctor, even that the defense brought in, like we have cavities inside of our body. It's not unheard of, especially depending on where, if she would have shot him like in his lung. Like I have heard many stories. My whole family is like military and like first responder, but I've heard stories about people. I've had stories about, my uncle told me a story one time where like when he first was doing like volunteer firefighter work or whatever, where two boys out in South Louisiana, where I'm from, were playing with, they got a hold of like one of their parents' guns. Anyways, and the gun went off and shot this kid. And he said it literally just looked like a bug bite outside of this kid's chest, but he bled he died, but he bled like inside of his
internal bleeding
lung cavity. There was zero. He said there was no external bleeding. There was not, like, he's like, it was the craziest thing. Like he said, it was as one of his like first calls. So it's not, like I think I think it's just like our normal visual. We're like, it's just going to be this, bloodbath. Like she didn't stab him, or it wasn't like that. And if you remember, there was a call with her and Rusty, and she said something to Rusty. I'm so glad that you cleaned up a lot of that audio, because when you were doing the Boone trial, I was going back on like breaks and listening, and I struggled so much with their audio. You're the best. You are a magician. It's
I can do some of it live, but if I ever get around to doing like post editing work, I can clean it up to make it sound like they're just sitting in the room next to you. It's crazy what technology can do, but
I just can't even believe how good you are with like on the fly, like doing stuff. It's phenomenal to me. But she said something to Rusty, because Rusty was questioning her about I don't know about Scott. Anyways, they were having these conversations, and it's so hard for me because I don't know like when she knew she was being recorded and not. So a lot of times I'm like, I don't know what they're saying. I don't know, just to make it look like they're not in on something. But she said something about, she said to Rusty, she said, Scott told me one time that if you, because I think Rusty asked her, well, wouldn't you have heard it if Scott did something? And she said, well, he told me a long time ago that if you put the muzzle of a gun like right up to a goat's head or whatever, she was talking about an animal, about killing an animal, and she said that Scott said there wouldn't be any sound. Like she was telling Rusty this to try and like, and she said, is that true to Rusty? She's like, is that true? And he's like, I don't know, I have no idea. But my thought of that is just that depending on where she was when she shot him, or where, if it was in his rib, she may have just shot him in his foot and injured him upstairs. And then, you know, he stumbled, which wouldn't have been a lot of blood. And then he stumbled downstairs and then she shot him again. Who knows? But the lack of like tons of blood in the house doesn't cause me as much concern. And seeing the location of the burn pile from the house, it's not that much of a distance. And it's down a hill. I mean, it's not like it would be that difficult for her to maneuver that.
So I'm going to go ahead and put you in the guilty category.
Yes, definitely in the guilty category. Yes. And I just wanted to bring up the fact of like, there are times where we, you know, a person can die from a gunshot wound. It can be a fatal gunshot wound, and there's not, you know, blood everywhere. That is possible.
Yeah.
Just to throw something else out there.
It's there. I'm trying.
Thanks for everything you do.
I'm trying to see if I counted you already earlier in the call. I'll have to have red pen give me the vote count right now. I thought it's 8-6, 8-6-1 is what we got. Maybe it's 9-6-1 now. Not sure. We have right now.
I respect everybody's opinions on it. I definitely do. There's a lot, but I just don't think that the state has to. You know, I think we would be a lot less safer of a society if the only way the states could get convictions. They definitely have a heavy burden. Is that, you know, if they have a video of somebody, or like there's a gun in their hand, or like it's like if criminals, you know, can get rid of it. I mean, she had days to get rid of evidence before people like really started looking.
Think of the early United States where we didn't even have photographs. Okay. I think we had trials, we had convictions, we had death sentences carried out where it was basically almost all hearsay evidence.
Which is kind of crazy, especially knowing what we know about eyewitness stuff.
We've come a long way since
it's
then.
like, yeah, for sure. But I mean, with all that, and even now, it's like people are like, nope, I just haven't seen it. I have to see it. There has to be like DNA. It's like that isn't. There can be like the preponderance of evidence, and when things start to stack up, I mean, there aren't that many. If you take everything into account, the way she reacted, her phone calls, it's like if you overanalyze every little piece and just go like, well, what about this? Well, then I can see where. But that isn't the duty of the state. Isn't to you know, have, you know, Colonel Mustard in the library with it. It's like you don't have to do that. I think that they and I feel really bad, and it makes me sad, which I know this is what we do in all the trials, but those kids, like all of them, even if Amanda, if she wasn't, like those boys, that's their father. And people are, and all over, not even just in this, I mean, in every chat, like saying like, you know, Scott's a murderer, like what a loser, living on. I mean, if you see the video that was posted of like the jury view, that farm is huge. Yeah. That would be a big undertaking. Like if Scott wasn't doing the work that was out there, and the only proof that we have that, you know, Scott didn't do his job is based on like his Amanda talking, you know, crap about him. Yeah. Otherwise, all of his friends have said he loved those animals. And then you have the guy afterwards who I believe Melody sent to try and get Scott in trouble. I think Melody after the fact wanted
animals that were
and said, and then ended up, he's the one that called. And I thought when they talked about animal control getting called earlier, I was like, oh, like I wonder if a neighbor. No,
he's the piano
Melody's
man, right?
Like,
wasn't he the piano man?
Exactly. Yes. So it's like some of that made me kind of a little bit question that, but I think it makes me sad because at the end of the day, like I got to stop saying like at the end of the day that
I've been
is their
counting
father,
and to
see.
No, just kidding.
I know. I heard it the other day when I was on the phone with you, and I cringed so badly, and I don't want to do that. But I just think that they lost their dad, and to see all over social media them being accused of being murderers, and the dad saying how people saying like he didn't want to take care of his sons. To me, I saw that he wanted to do things for his family. I didn't really see him. The only time he said anything about getting a job to Scott was whenever he was, I feel like, was going to end the relationship with Melody, because he got those pictures of Rusty and Melody. And so he said, you might need to start looking for a job, because maybe he was thinking he was going to sell the property. But other than that, we don't really have testimony of him being angry. It was only Melody that's how I feel. So it just makes me sad, because I feel...
Do you want to cast an official ballot here?
Guilty, and I will get off the phone. Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you, no problem.
Guilty all day long. Have a great day. Bye.
All right. Trying to get some other things lined up here just for a second, but it's taking a bit. Show me that screen there. Sorry, hang on. My brain's busy. Just give me a minute. Looking at Judge Manning's court. She's got a trial going on, which is pretty interesting. She doesn't like us very much, but all right. Where did Cedric Simpson go? Judge Fleischer's up. Judge Boyd is up. Judge Cedric Simpson. I thought he was live, but I can't find him. Somebody said he was live and spicy, but he must have pulled it down.
Call
already.
from Holly Mack.
Holly Mack, thanks for calling back. I know you tried earlier and had some trouble with the voicemail, apparently.
Hi.
You ready to vote?
Sure. Guilty as sin.
It's its own category. Guilty as sin.
That's my vote. Yeah, I made a new one just for me. I can't get past the telling Rusty that he was on the burn pile. I can't get past Martha Jane. I'll never get past Martha Jane. That woman was torn apart to, make that telephone call. Like, you could tell her heart was broken. And I won't get past, what else? Just the lies. Like, there was no point to a lot of the lies that things she lied about. So, to me...
I would say there's no point unless she was guilty. Like, why would you lie about going to Walmart?
Right. And she lied about all the things that would push away the evidence against her. Like, that's what she lied about, everything. Like, she had an answer for everything. Like, no. To me, she's shady, sneaky. I don't like her. I think she's mean-hearted. I think those children probably, grew. Like, to me, here's what I think. I think if they were going to kill anybody, they would have killed her, because she wouldn't have given them any money. So what was the point of killing Daddy? He was the bread and butter. Like, why would you kill him? She was the one that was trying to stop them getting the money. So why not just kill her?
She was the more obvious target.
Yes, exactly. If this was not guilty, I'm going to be really disappointed. But I mean, you take it, because that's what it is. But I wouldn't. I'm guilty, but I wouldn't be surprised at a hung jury. But in my mind, guilty.
So, Holly Mack, you've probably told me this before, but I can detect a tiny bit of an accent in your voice. Where's that from?
You think so, do you?
Yes.
I live on Cape Breton Island in Nova Scotia, Canada.
All right, there it is.
There it is. Now you know the rest of the story.
Well, welcome to you and all the other Canadians that are in chat. We've got a lot of you here.
I'm going on my 1 year.
Yeah,
I think
you're orange.
I'm up there. I'm here for the long haul.
Yep. Well, wonderful. Thank you. We'll put you down.
First call.
Yep, the first call. We'll put this down as a guilty, and it's an easy call too. Now that you know how easy it is, you can call again anytime. So.
Well, it wasn't that easy, but I made it. So thank you and thank you so much for everything that you do. I love you guys. I love Mrs. R.A. The chat is great. I even have my husband, who doesn't really, get involved with this stuff that much, come and sit down and watch with me sometimes, because he says, like, the sound is great. He can't stand it when, I'm listening to something and the volume is really bad. He says, how can you stand that? And then when I get on your channel, he's like, well, how come his isn't like that? So then I have to go on the bragging spree. Like,
well, thank you. I appreciate you involving the family there. Holly Mack, thank you so much.
You're very welcome, and thank you again.
Yeah, we'll see you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Call from
Arizona Love.
Arizona Love, this is R.A. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. Can you hold on for just 1 second while I explain to Corn Pope my name, and then we'll take your call here?
Absolutely.
Is that all right? Okay. Corn Pope, I liked metal detecting. I loved metal detecting. I built my channel when I thought people wanted to watch me metal detect. They didn't. I kept the name and started live streaming court. I do have my own personal experience with addiction with computer games, electronic gaming, and we kept the name, and we support everyone who's on their path to recovery here. So that's the short of it. Probably the shortest I've ever told that story. But Corn Pope, thank you for the question. Now, Arizona Love, what's on your mind?
I just wanted to vote.
Okay.
And I think it's guilty as sin. I'm the second guilty as sin.
2 guilties of sin, 8 guilties. Just kidding. I'm going to put it with the guilty category.
Okay.
Yep. But was there a single moment in the trial where you heard evidence is like, yep, that does it for me? Or was it just the summation of everything overall?
I think through the whole trial, there was no emotion. There was no emotion with the kids. I mean, that was their father. No matter how much she hated him, how could you do that? It's hard to fathom that.
I've tried to separate my feelings about the case from my feelings about her reactions, and it's difficult because she has shown emotion at weird times to me. Like, she's like, now she's crying, but she wasn't before. And I'm trying to separate, because I can't put myself in her shoes, and I don't know what's in her head. It's definitely different. But for me, I think there's enough circumstantial evidence outside of just her reaction or lack of reaction to say that there's guilt there. But.
Well, I'm pretty much talking about before she was arrested.
Mm-hmm.
There was just finger pointing.
Well, the whole family just had secrets, and it was rotten on the inside, and had an image on the outside of everything was going great.
Yeah, I don't know. My first reaction would be to comfort my children. It just seems odd.
Yeah, I hear you. Arizona Love, thank you. We'll put you down in the guilty category. Appreciate
as
your
sin.
Call. Guilty as sin. Thank you very much. We'll see you.
Bye.
Bye. Let's see. I think you should change it to Trial Addict. You would sell a lot of merch. The name started Recovery Addict because I was addicted to recovering artifacts from the ground. I love metal detecting. I love finding history that's been lost to time. That to me is amazing. I mean, by history, I'm talking about garbage, the buttons off a shirt, or a dropped penny, or the parasol slide, or things like that. I love that stuff.
Call from.
Bye.
Rebecca, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great. How are you?
Doing well.
Buttercup says hello.
Give Buttercup extra Halloween candy. No, don't give it Buttercup any Halloween candy. That's probably not good for dogs.
She gets begging strips. She loves those. Yeah. She and I both agree that she's guilty.
Ooh. Well, this is probably not going to make me popular, but all dogs go to heaven, but they don't get to vote, unfortunately. So we're just going to count it one time.
Well, we discussed it, and we think that we're all trying to overthink this, and
we're just not using our common sense. And I agree with you that, somehow she shot him upstairs. Doesn't matter. She could have rolled him down the stairs, pushed him, drug him with a sheet, anything. But somehow that happened. And the bullet was lost in the living room, and she didn't realize it. And she could have rolled him down the hill to the burn pile. She could have even gotten him in the RTV. There's any number of scenarios. He could have been sitting in the RTV with her. She could have poisoned him, and he got in the RTV. And then she shoots him when she dumps him out of the RTV into the burn pile. He would be high enough.
I don't know.
He would be high enough in the RTV to actually land in the burn pile.
That lands so far in the realm of speculation that we could make it scenarios all day long that could reasonably fit. There just isn't a lot of evidence to say where it is, but I'm with you on the guilty. I do think she's guilty on this one.
The main thing that got it for me was when she made the comment about the body wasn't supposed to burn that much, and that she told Rusty that he was in the burn pile.
Yeah.
Those are the two main things that convinced me. And she's throwing Scott under the bus, and he has airtight alibi, and her attorneys are so convinced that he's the one. And I think they're just using that as a distraction, as to create doubt, that it could have been him or somebody else. And I just don't believe that. I think it was all her. And like Chad is saying, the kids don't have a motive to kill him. They were getting everything they wanted from him. She's the one that threw the fit about the money and the kids.
Yeah.
Right?
She was definitely upset about the money the kids were getting from Gary, and not happy that he kept providing and they kept asking. But man, $4.15 million in life insurance.
Yeah, that's nothing to sneeze at, right?
It's motive. It's definitely motive.
Definitely.
Yeah. Well, Rebecca, thank you very much.
Motive.
Appreciate the call. We've got you down for the guilty.
Okay, thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
You have a great day.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
I have a question. Maybe somebody who's familiar with life insurance situations like this where crime's involved. If it was murder, does life insurance pay out, but just not to the person who did it? Does the money pay out either way? I'm trying to pose my skeleton here for a second. Hang on. There we go. He's going to put his hands on his hips. How does that look? There we go. He's going to stand here and think. No, only to the beneficiary. So I'm asking this for this reason, as we've now passed 3 hours and 15 minutes of deliberation. If Melody is guilty...
Larissa?
Marisa? This is Scott. Are you there?
Yes. Hello.
Hello. How are you doing?
Good. Thank you so much for taking my call. And yes, so I'm just voting for guilty.
Okay. Number 13. Lucky 13 is what we're going to call it.
So why sorry, my first language is French, so if I mess up English, I apologize. So the reason why I'm voting for guilty is just, for me, the more they accuse Scott, the more she looks guilty for me.
Because he's got the alibi?
Yeah, he has an alibi, and why are you accusing someone instead of looking for who actually killed your husband? Like, why are you throwing everyone under the bus and just being the sand? So I'm just I can't pass that. And I just came from France and I saw that you were doing the case, and I was so happy because I can understand your English clearly. So thank you so much for that. So I'm just voting for guilty.
That's funny because I don't think you can understand my French. I can say bonjour, je m'appelle Scott. And
bonjour Scott,
mon
nom
petit
c'est
chouchou. That's all I can say.
See, you can speak. Thank you so much for trying.
Oui, oui. Je parle français, la langue de l'amour. So, yeah. Thank you.
So I vote for guilty.
All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate the call. Love the French accent. The
Thank
language
you,
is beautiful
sir.
as well.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Bye.
bye. Beautiful English, beautiful French. I love it. French is the only language I took in school. I vote guilty because R.A. speaks English so well. Yes, that's a great reason. No, I don't think that's what she said. But
Call from
Melissa.
Melissa, is first time calling today? Which Melissa is this? Okay, have you already voted? Show me your thumb. Is it purple? We're dyeing everyone's thumb purple when they vote. So
It's definitely guilty.
okay, yeah. So I think you already voted, but go ahead. What's on your
I
mind?
already voted today, yes. I want you to read bedtime stories so I can use Audible with your voice at night. Is that a first request?
Believe it or not, it's not. But that is incredibly difficult because the copyright on books is tight.
This is true. This is true.
Unless I have a deal with the publisher or the author, it's almost impossible.
Maybe you need to do a deep crime novel.
I might have to write the book myself, and then I could do it. But.
No. Here's another couple things I wanted to say. I worked in the medical profession for 35 years. Myself and one other person moved a 600-pound woman from Gurney to Gurney alone.
Wow. Your audio in the background is confusing everyone because we're hearing an echo.
Oh, okay.
Back.
It must be. Okay. It's because of my iPad.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, it can easily be done. And another thing about the fire, burning and smoldering and stuff like that, the body has layers and layers and layers, and this is a big, big guy. And the fat actually adds an accelerant to the fire as it drips off. And it continues to burn hotter and hotter with the fat.
It becomes
that
a
is
grease
dripping
fire,
off.
which is, if you've ever seen a grease fire, it becomes a grease fire.
And there is fat outside, inside, all around your organs. There's so much fat in a body that people wouldn't believe. And he was no little guy. He was, what they say, 300. I mean, that's a big guy. He's going to burn a long time. And the only reason she said to Scott was, did you throw a goat in there? She wanted him to see the bones first and say something.
Yeah,
she did not want...
That's just the next level of
exactly
terribleness.
I mean, she knew it was there, but she wanted Scott to see it first. And of course Scott freaks out. Get those girls out of here. I'm calling the police. Yeah. How did they want him to act?
Melissa,
it's just all too much.
Good point. We've got another voter calling in. Thank you very much.
All righty.
Talk to you later.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
Call from
Master Ayden.
Master Ayden, I was wondering if you would call. Master Ayden, are you there?
Yes. Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. What's on your mind?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. I'm on the hung side. I did leave a voicemail. My scenario is kind of what the lady was alluding to. If they were both in on it, the more they would tell on each other, then they would more likely tell on themselves. And I think throughout the trial, they're trying to give hints and clues to say, no, she did it, no, he did it, and this is what he would have done, or this is why he would have done it, without trying to tell on each other. Now, with the insurance money that you alluded to, let's say Melanie was supposed to get the insurance money if her husband died, But if she goes to jail, would that money go to Scott instead?
That's what I think. I think the insurance pays out because the person died, right? But
Right.
you can't be the beneficiary and the murderer.
Right.
That's
right.
where
So
it would skip her.
Right. Right. So if they were both kind of in on it, and it was more of a game of chess between the two of them, well, they caught you first, Mom. I was out. I have my alibi, but I knew you were going to do this. You called me over. I put Dad in the burn pile, as you wanted me to, but you got caught. So if you tell on me, that's going to get you in trouble. So it's more of a, do you think that could be even more of that scenario? The more you try and implicate me, it's going to implicate you as well.
That complicates the scenario so badly that I'm like 0% on board on that. Like 0%.
I can understand that.
Such a complicated situation with the dynamics of being on the same side and then switching, and not. It's a huge jump for me that I can't make.
But would money change your perspective on that? 4-point-something million?
It wouldn't change the facts.
That's true. So, you're right on that. Also, I made another reference in your voicemail. If she's guilty in this,
all right,
it'll be an epic moment if she stood up and said, "And I would have got away with it if it wasn't for that little man in the corner."
It might make people who are on the fence feel a little bit better if she admitted, or if he admitted, if somebody came forward and said, "Look, I've got to come clean," like Martha Jane did.
Right.
Oh
yeah.
So
he helped me. Yeah.
Master Ayden, we've got you down for hung. That's the second hung vote. So we've got 13, 6, and 2. Guilty, not guilty, and hung. Thank you for the fan. Oh my goodness, your lifesaver.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks. We'll see you, Master Ayden. Bye.
Bye.
Hang on. The fan delivery was awesome.
Call from
Debbie Cook.
Hey, Debbie, this is Scott. Oh, sorry.
To accept, press 1.
I do that every time. Hey, Debbie, this is Scott. How are you doing?
Hey, Scott. My cousin is an insurance broker.
Yes.
And I just texted her.
Okay.
She says, I asked her, if you murder somebody, does insurance pay out?
Thanks for not Googling this, Debbie. don't Google that. I didn't want to do that. I don't know on my search history, but if this ever gets read in court, it'll be funny. What was the answer?
She said it depends on the policy, that policies have clauses and they're all different. And she said, for example, with suicide, they have like a 2-year clause. It won't pay out if the suicide happens within 2 years of the policy being taken out. And so she said some have clauses like that for murder.
Right.
So it depends on the individual policy what the clause is. So there's not like one answer for the whole thing.
And it's
then she asked me if I was planning to murder someone, and I said
no, I'm
but
asking
I am
for a
asking
friend.
For a friend. So if someone comes knocking on your door, I'm sorry.
Yes, Debbie. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry you're now implicated. You might be on the no-fly list now. I'm just saying. But I appreciate you asking the question for somebody who knew. For the self-harm situation.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm sorry. I didn't.
You're good. It's not a problem. The insurance companies are trying to avoid the situation where somebody thinks that everything would be better if they weren't there, and it would also be financially better, and that was like a loophole that would say, okay, well, I can do this. It means there's a cooling off period, a 2-year cooling off period where hopefully they can see that doesn't solve the problem. It actually makes more problems for people, and and hurts a lot of people around you. So, but thank you for explaining that. I love that you have a friend close enough that you can say, hey, hypothetically, if I were to kill someone and be the beneficiary, could I still collect? That is just awesome, Debbie. Thanks for doing that.
Okay, and I'm guilty.
Oh, guilty.
I vote guilty. I'm not guilty. I vote guilty.
I recorded that one as well. So, Debbie, thank you very much. We'll see you.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Debbie, that's awesome.
Call from
Tammy.
Hello, Tammy. Oh, I just lost you. Just barely. Tammy, I was trying to take the call and it disconnected right as we connected. Debbie's on all the lists. Yeah, just for the record, they don't believe that, I was asking for a friend thing when you do that. Let's see. So the insurance has to sue her to get it back, or the family. I think what happens is it passes to the next person. She's just eliminated from being able to receive it. Because this is like a form of insurance fraud, isn't it? But, man, I have more questions. Should I call my agent live on the phone and talk it over with her? To those who say Scott did it, how can they even say that? Melody has not been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Then for Scott, you haven't even proven it beyond speculation. Yeah, I agree. Scott is in the free and clear as far as I'm concerned. The police at one time suspected him. I can see why they suspected him, but they investigated and said there's nothing there. There's nothing there. He checks out.
Call from
Helena Handbasket.
Helena Handbasket, how are you doing?
I'm good, Scott. I'm in the office, so I can't really talk very well. Can you hear me if I whisper?
I can turn your volume up a little bit, but I'll be quiet.
Well, I've got my earbuds in, so nobody else can hear you but me.
Okay. You don't want to put me on speaker? Just kidding.
No, you might be one of those friends that is not a good idea to put on speakerphone.
All right. I'm not trustworthy. You can't trust me with your speakerphone. What are your thoughts on the case?
So I have a theory. Melody didn't drag him out of the house.
Okay.
Remember when she was that text message she sent where she says, "Well, I'm quite the shot."
Mm-hmm. So you thought it was a long-range shot?
Well, maybe not too long, but long enough to where the projectile did not exit the body. So she was either somewhere around the burn pile, but just out of sight to where Gary couldn't see her. And she waited for the perfect moment to shoot him in the back and him to fall face first in the burn pile.
So how do we get the bullet and the blood in the house then?
Well, Scott was down there watching TV and eating and stuff when he would eat in the house.
Mm-hmm.
What if he picked the bullet up after shooting one of the goats and it fell out of his pocket?
The bullet had Gary's DNA and skin on it.
Well,
that's the hard thing. For me, that means he had to have been shot in the house. And that matches up with his blood on the stairs. Or his blood spots 1 and 2 that we saw with the little markers. 1 and 2 were his. The others were not tested. But I guess it would be reasonable to assume they were the same blood because it's a blood trail.
Well, what if she shot him from the top of the stairs and he couldn't figure out what happened and he thought he just scratched himself? What if it was more of like a flesh wound?
'Tis but a flesh wound.
Like in the side of the arm.
Bite your kneecaps. Interesting. I don't think
she shot down into the basement and it was a flesh wound. And she's like, dang it, I couldn't do it that time. So then she waited.
I think you would know. First of all, a 38 Special is a loud round. It's like a cannon going off. I've shot some.
Yeah.
They're a lot of fun. A 38 snub nose is not incredibly accurate. The gun itself, and being a Saturday Night Special, it's not a precision firearm. I would not trust a shot with that for more than about, I'd say 30 to 50 feet is, Scott's a big, or Gary was a big target. But I wouldn't want to do a long range shot with a 38 snub nose. So are you in the guilty?
It didn't have to be. I am hung right now because I don't think she's capable of it. I think she's capable of pulling a trigger, yeah, but I don't think she's capable of getting on top of a burn pile. Plus, I have a problem with that. They're saying this happened in 24 hours. How can a 350-pound man, over 6'5" tall, burn to that degree in 24 hours? When there was another case that happened in Georgia, in Osceola, Georgia, Tara Grinstead, She was 125 pounds and like, I don't know, 5 something. It took them 3 days to burn her with accelerants.
That's crazy. Was she? What was her weight? Did you mention that?
She was like 115, 125 pounds.
So the difference is the fat, and a grease fire, which is what you get when fat burns. Burns hot. It also burns black, like black smoke. There would be billowing black smoke.
Yeah.
Not like, oh, somebody's lit the burn pile. This would be like, oh my goodness, someone's tractor's on fire.
Yeah. Well, that would explain the temperature of it and stuff. But I can also agree with, I don't remember if it was you or somebody else that said they put him on the pile and then piled more wood on top of him.
Yeah.
I can believe that.
Yeah. All right, we'll put you down for hung. We've got it up to 3 hung, 6 not guilty, and 14 guilty right now. Thank you very much for your vote and for the call. Appreciate it.
Okay, bye.
We'll see you. Bye. Okay, I'm see. Got a lot of votes that I can't accept
Call from
on text message.
Kathy.
Kathy, hello. How are you doing?
Hey, how are you? Long time no talk.
It's been a little bit, but it's good to hear your voice again.
Yeah.
Are you ready to vote, or do you want to have an explanation first?
Well, both.
Okay.
I know how she did it.
Oh.
And somebody's probably already said it, but I think she pointed the gun at him and fired, hit him not to kill him, and then walked his butt down to the burn pile at gunpoint and shot him there.
It is incredibly heartless and brutal. But
so is she.
But it does match up with the text message that she described how she wanted him to die.
That's what I think. And so I think she's guilty as sin like the others.
Okay, so one more in the guilty of sin category. Puts it up to 15 on the guilty count. But
Tom doesn't think that she did it. Or at least that she didn't do it alone.
Man, where's the evidence there was somebody else? Everybody who could have been involved, who we think might have been involved, had a solid alibi. Out of state, with friends, 20 minutes away with friends on the lake or wherever. I can't see who would have helped.
I can't either, and that's why I think she shot him to show him she was serious. That's how the bullet ended up in the wall.
Yeah. And
the blood, and walked his butt, or drove, whatever, but walked his butt down to that burn pile at gunpoint.
Wow. Well, Kathy, we've got you down in the guilty category, and we've heard why, so appreciate that. Thank you very much. It was good to hear from you.
Good to hear from you, too. Bye.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. If you're trying to get through, the best thing to do is make sure you're live on the feed, like you're up to the second, and then just time it when we say bye and call right after. That's the best bet. You might be behind a few minutes.
Call from Tammy F.
Ooh.
To accept.
Tammy, this is Scott. How are you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
Great. You ready to vote, or do you want to explain first?
Yeah, I think she's guilty, and I just wanted to say, so many people are hung up on like the her being 100 pounds and everything. We have a farm and we own a tractor, and we do everything with that tractor. We just recently hooked boulders on, like, we would wrap a chain around it in such a fashion that whenever it's hoisted up, it won't fall out of the chain.
Right.
And you don't have to put it in the bucket. You can hoist it up and drive it wherever you need to and lift that bucket up as high as you need to and place it on whatever you need to place it on. So I just wanted to say that it was driving me crazy seeing all the comments and people saying that she's not big enough to move this man around. All you got to do is hook a chain around his neck and around his leg or waist or something and hoist him up.
Yeah,
as
and
gross
with
as
the
that
body,
sounds,
with
but
the
yeah.
body being destroyed beyond recognition, any injury that caused wouldn't matter.
Right. And the chain wouldn't be, burned as you place him into the fire. But she could have even used straps and then this, placed him and just dumped the straps in there with him even. So anyway, but yeah, I'm a guilty for sure.
All right, Tammy, we got you down for guilty. Thank you very much. Appreciate
All right.
it. Yep.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye. Blackbird Squeaks is on the phone. Blackbird Squeaks, how are you doing?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I think she's guilty,
Okay.
and I think she lured him down to the burn pile with a trail of Mountain Dews. That's all I have to say. You can let me go and let someone else.
I'm going to let you go on that one. Blackbird Squeaks, we got your vote. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Trail of Mountain Dew. Oh, my goodness. You guys are terrible. All right. Let's see. I have just over 100 unread messages on the phone, so I know people are trying to vote. As far as phone calls, which is all I've been tracking here, we're 17 guilty, 6 not guilty, 3 hung.
Call from Ann Conroy.
And this is Scott. I saw you left a message. I saw you tried to call in before. I think you said you know how this happens. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think so. I think I just finally figured it out. Can I vote too?
Yes. Do you want to vote first, then explain, or explain and then vote?
No, I'll vote.
Okay.
She is guilty.
All right. Gotcha.
I think what happened was she had to get him to the burn pile, but she couldn't drag him. Nobody could. She shot him in the house. They were having a fight in the basement. She shot him there. That accounts for that bullet that's in the house. Didn't harm him really, but it was enough to get his DNA on there. He gets upset. The fight escalates. He probably calls her a bum, bum, bum. She runs outside to get away from him, but at the same time, she's thinking, let me get him over to the burn pile. She runs in that direction. He follows her out there. They're close to the pile. She shoots him there. And that's how he gets and falls in, because then that was the fatal shot.
Okay. Let me poise some things that aren't necessarily evidence, but have been hinted at. His cell phone was out there. Meaning that when he was lighting the burn pit, he probably had his phone with him. Mm-hmm. He lived on the phone. Emails, text messages, calls, constantly. Would he not have called someone if he was shot first once in the house? Would he not have made a call?
Well, maybe not. Maybe if it wasn't that serious a wound. They were in the heat of an argument. She just shot him. I'm sure he was a little bit stunned by that. She ran out. He's, probably calling her expletives. How could you do that to me? Blah, blah, blah. And he didn't have time to think about picking up the phone and calling somebody. He didn't think he was.
We need a full reenactment, but your version of possible how it went down does account for the bullet in the house, which I think is important. You have to do that, and it also gets him out to the burn pit, which is part of the hurdle a lot of people are having. Seeing how it's possible. Now, I'm guessing that all of us are wrong, and that nobody has come up with the right situation yet. But we'll see.
But I think mine's pretty plausible.
There you go. And I appreciate it. Thanks for sharing. Thanks for voting. 18 guilty, 6 not guilty, 3 hung so far. So
thanks. Love you, channel. Great talking to you.
Appreciate it. Bye. All right. I have to admit, the marched him out to the burn pile at gunpoint scenario, I can see how that would be feasible in light of some of the text messages.
Call from.
Not guilty.
Donnie, I've got you.
I'm sorry. I know. I'm on my third one. Just wanted to see if I can get through it. I'm low in it right now because you're about to complain. Yeah, not guilty. Absolutely. 100%. Right. She didn't do it. She has a butter face. Everything's nice. Butter face.
Bye, Donnie. That was a quick vote. You have a pumpkin? Is this? You want to stab a pumpkin? You want to stab this pumpkin? Oh, carve it. Oh, it looked like you were stabbing it to death. It's already dead. Already dead. We'll do that this afternoon. Is that all right? After the verdict. Fingers crossed.
Call from Michelle Salter.
Michelle, but not that Michelle. Oh, Michelle. I lost you, Michelle. Call back. Call back. Let's see. Is this it? Michelle, where are you at? I lost the phone. Is disappearing. Here we go.
Call from Trish.
Hey, Trish. This is Scott. How are you doing?
Hey, good. I'm just a lurker. I just wanted to put in my guilty vote.
You're not a lurker anymore. Now you're a caller.
No,
you can say,
unfortunately.
I was on the show.
True.
Well, thank you. Were you, let me ask this. I'm not going to ask you what piece of evidence it was, but did you switch your opinion during this trial?
No.
Just from the beginning? Awesome. All right. Trish, it counts either way, so appreciate it. We're up to 19 on the guilty category.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Have a good day.
Thanks for calling.
Bye.
For every phone call I'm receiving, I'm getting about 6 voicemails. So I need to do a better job here.
Call from Disability Consulting. To accept, press 1.
Not
to
a
send
sponsor.
a voicemail, press 2.
Hey, somebody just got ousted a little bit. We have a consultant on the phone. How are you doing? Hello?
Call from Disability Consulting.
Hello, this is Scott.
Hi, Scott. This is Kelly.
Hey, Kelly, how are you doing?
Fantastic.
Are you ready to vote, or do you want to talk about why you're voting that way?
Just voting.
Okay.
Guilty.
Guilty. That's the 20th vote for guilty. All right.
Thank you,
Appreciate it.
RA, for
Thank
all
you.
you do.
Appreciate you. Bye. Hang on. Let's try this one. Hey, Amber. How are you doing?
Good. I totally cheated.
You did.
I just want. I totally cheated. I just need to make sure Birdie B gets directly to somebody to help him or her. So if you watch out for your email, pretty please.
Okay. Is it a YouTube issue?
It's the membership issue. If it doesn't come to you, we're trying to get them on DMs in Facebook or whatever. So
okay,
just keep an eye on your email for me so I can try and help.
Well,
with this.
I check it once a month whether I get email or not. So
I know. Birdie B, if I see you're here, just make sure that you send either an email or send a message to the Facebook group, and I'll get you some help.
It takes a little bit for me, but I'll go through the list of memberships one by one and see if your account's there. Usually it is there. Sometimes it's like a different account, like you're logged into a different account or something. And anyway, we'll get it sorted out. Amber, thank you very much for that. Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Yep.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Amber doing mod work there.
Call from
Nemo.
Nemo? As in Finding Nemo? Hello?
Oh, no, Mellow.
Mellow. Okay, I heard Nemo. Mellow, how are you doing?
So I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Okay, so I have two things. They made it out like Gary was super unhealthy, but in those pictures, he really didn't look, he just looked like a big guy. Like, he didn't look like this obese, like, he obviously was overweight, and smoking and drinking a lot of Mountain Dew isn't good, but they made it out like he was just, like, so unhealthy, just fat and, like, lazy and all that stuff. But again, in that, like, surveillance or whatever camera in their house, he really didn't look that big.
Well, he was. I would say there's evidence to support that he was not the epitome of health. Obviously, the smoking, the Mountain Dew is not good. Anywhere he went on the farm, he drove. He didn't walk. So his step counter was probably single digits most days. Say that jokingly, but yeah, he was a big guy, but I think he was still strong. I mean,
yeah. The other thing is I find it kind of odd that the defense attorney, because I know attorneys, and usually they don't get as frustrated. Like he said, he stormed out because he was so mad he couldn't solve the case. Usually that's when, not usually when, but it seems like that's when either your client is guilty or I guess your client is frustrating. But I found it odd that he said that, because if it was Scott and they were so convinced it's Scott, wouldn't it have been this obvious, easy answer?
Yeah, maybe so. Did you vote already? Did we get your vote down?
No.
What?
I'm guilty.
Guilty. Okay, 21. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate the call and,
Yep.
and good thoughts. We'll see you.
Okay,
Bye.
From
Lisa.
Hey, Lisa, if you can turn your volume down in the background, that would help us a little bit. Are you there?
I'm here.
All right. All righty. Are you ready to vote, or do you have an explanation as well? It's like when you plead guilty, but you have a reason. It's like guilty with a reason.
Guilty.
Okay.
Guilty.
All right. We're going to count that one time, even though there's lots of check
okay.
marks. Thank you.
All right.
Appreciate it,
Thanks.
Lisa.
Bye.
Bye. All right. In that time, I think I got 6 text messages. Everyone's saying, I've tried calling, but it went to voicemail. It does. If I'm on the phone with somebody, it goes to voicemail. Or else it beeps. So.
Call from
Catherine.
Hey, Catherine. This is R.A. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I think she's not guilty.
Ooh, not guilty. That brings
I
us up
believe
to
that she's not guilty. I think Rusty knew somebody that took him out.
Ooh.
I don't think she had anything to do with it.
A
He's
third-party
salesman.
culprit. Is that what you're saying?
Yep, he travels all over. He knows lots and lots of people. I think that him and somebody else.
His life of selling tractors across the Midwest.
Yes, exactly.
Put him in touch with a hitman.
Exactly. I think she didn't do it.
All right, we'll put it in the not guilty category. Thank you very much. Appreciate the vote.
Okay, bye.
All right, bye. I'm going to try to read a couple of the text messages. Well, if the phone would stop ringing, because I can't do that both.
Call from Jedia to accept.
Katia, how are you doing?
Hello. I just wanted to call and say hello. Vote, hunk, explanation.
Yes.
I don't think they proved it. They proved, like someone said, that Gary died. Everyone wanted the money from Gary, and they were money hungry, but I don't think they proved it. That's so either that or not guilty. So
I'm
either
going
hung
to
or
put
not.
you in the not guilty category because it sounds like that's where you personally stand. I understand you think that's going to come back as hung, but we'll put it not guilty for that if that's all right.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And if it is hunk again, I don't think the state is going to try to try. I think it's going to be a David Swift case all over again.
One and done and no retry.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
So I don't think they're gonna. But I'm always wrong. So here we go again.
Yep. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
No worries. I'll speak to you later.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. The timer does not include the hour from yesterday. So we're at 3 hours and 50 minutes.
To accept, press.
Hey, this is R.A. Who's on the phone?
Oh, hey, I got through. It's D-Nice.
Hey, D-Nice. Are you ready to
I
vote?
have an idea.
Yeah, go ahead.
He's definitely guilty. My thought is, what if she poisoned him or like over medicated him so he was unconscious, and then she brought him down there?
Okay.
That way there'd be no blood or anything.
I'm with you, but I think that happened first, and then she shot him.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean
All
like
that-
a different
all
way?
that in the house, and then took him out.
Yeah, that's my thought too. That's the only thing that makes sense.
For me, that's the only thing that makes sense with the bullet being where it was, and her not finding it on the cleanup. She would have found it if he was shot down there. I think the bullet
Right.
fell out of the clothing as she was moving the body down the stairs and out the back.
Yep, I think so too. I don't know. Either way, she's very suspicious.
Sounds good, Denise. Appreciate it. We got your vote.
Thank you.
Yep. Bye.
Call from
Get me to go.
Get me to go? Hello?
Yes. Oh,
How are you doing?
wonderful in yourself.
I'm doing well. Are you ready to vote?
I have a theory, but it contradicts my vote.
Oh, I love it. I love it. You're conflicted.
So, with everyone speculating that she walked him over to the burn pile, I think it's highly possible that they may have had a scuffle where she snatched his phone and he's trying to get his phone, and she lured him to the burn pile where she then shot him again.
Oh. One more
My
thing
vote
we'll
is
never know.
haunted.
Yeah. What would make that more believable for me, or make that something that I would say I can see that happening, is if we ever got the evidence of when that phone went out to dinner. If we could see that it was just Melody that went there. That's my suspicion, that Melody took his phone out to dinner to make it look like he went somewhere. But
oh yes.
Interesting. All right. So you vote what? What's your official vote?
I vote hung jury, but I think she's guilty.
Okay, so we'll do 4 for hung. I think I've got 22 guilty, 9 not guilty, and 4 hung. Of course, Red Pen can correct me, or someone else is keeping track. But thank you. I appreciate the explanation. And
It's the show.
I can see why you voted hung, for sure. We'll see you.
Not enough evidence to support that he's guilty, but all of us can theorize what may have happened.
Yes, we like to call that speculation. So
yes, I speculate.
Right, thank you. We'll see you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Take care.
Good stuff. Let's pause the phone calls for just a minute, if we can do that. Of course, someone's trying to call right now and they don't know that, but I'm going to look at the text messages really quickly and see if we can add up some votes. Nope.
Call from
Paula Mack.
Paula Mack, how are you doing?
Thanks, God, I'm great.
Good.
How are you today?
It's Halloween, and I've told you before, I'm super excited about taxing my kids Halloween candy, mostly for the Snickers. So, what's weird is we bought tons of really good candy, and when you do Halloween and we buy all the candy, maybe this is mean of us, but we always start with the candy we don't like first. That's what we give away. So the Tootsie Rolls, the Tootsie Pops, the Now and Laters, those candies, which I'm not a big fan of, those are the first ones to go. And then as the night wears on, we end up getting to more of the stuff. Is like, I was hoping we wouldn't open that bag tonight. I was hoping I got to eat it myself. At the very end, we're giving out the Kit Kats and the Twixes and the Snickers and everything else. So the trick, if you come to my house, be the last person.
Oh, be the last. Do you tax that candy as you hand it out?
I don't. We only tax the stuff that comes in. It's an income tax, not an export tax.
I miss trick-or-treaters. We don't get them anymore.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's the bad part about living at the lake out in the country. Nobody comes to visit. But, okay.
Maybe I could live stream from my front porch for trick-or-treat. You guys could watch all my trick-or-treaters.
Oh, that'd be fun. Yeah. That would be fun. Okay, I'm conflicted on this one. I truly feel she's guilty, but I think the jury's going to come back hung. I don't think there's some... I think she's guilty. I really feel she did it. And I don't think the jury's going to be able to go with that the state proved enough. So I think they'll come back hung.
That puts you as the fifth hung vote.
Yeah, she's evil.
Well, I'll accept that as your opinion on that. We're gonna see if she did this. I mean, when they say deprived and malignant heart, that's not far from the from the truth. If she's guilty, so.
I mean, if she has sat there for 3 weeks now with very little emotion at all. I mean, she had some tears when Amanda was on the stand, but I agree with the others that there's not motive enough for the kids to have done it. She has so much motive, so much there. The kids would be killing their cash cow.
Yeah, at first I felt the other way. I felt that the kids would be like killing the golden goose to get the egg, but that's the whole reason the story exists, is because that's people have that tendency. But
right.
I don't think, and I know Chris and Scott might not like me saying this, but I don't think they had the wherewithal to plan something. They weren't the go-getters. They weren't the go-doers. They sort of, life happened to them. They didn't take it by the horns, if you get what I mean.
And Gary willingly supported them and gave them cash. I mean, if they were to do in with Daddy, that financial support, they might have get the big bump up front with the life insurance, but that's only going to go so long. If Daddy's still alive and around for a long time, that continuing support and continuing inflow of money for them. Never ending, but once Dad's gone, that money was gone. Or will be.
All right.
So I still
thank you very much. Hung vote it is.
Good talk.
Likewise. Thanks for calling. We'll see you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
From
Burner Mum.
Hey, this is RA. I missed the name. Who am I speaking with?
Burner Mum.
Burnham. How are you doing?
Yeah. Good, thanks. How are you?
I'm doing well. Are you
Oh,
ready
good.
to vote on this one today?
I am. I vote guilty. And I think she shot him at the fire pit while he was stoking the fire.
And just body falls in, one and done, off to the lake, right?
Off to the lake.
All right.
And I'm on verdict watch and labor watch for one of my dogs.
Oh, that sounds like fun. Congratulations in advance.
Well, thank you. Hope all goes well, and I hope all the ghosts and goblins have been here before the event happens.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Burnham. Appreciate the vote and the call.
Thanks. Have a good day.
We'll see
Bye.
you. Bye. I think it was the state who said Occam's razor. The simplest answer is probably the right answer. I'm going to turn the phone on Do Not Disturb for just a minute, and I'm going to go through some of the votes. I need someone to track these for me and then tell me at the end. Is that all right? Can we do that? Do we have a volunteer? We're going to add these. So right now we have 23 guilty, 9 not guilty, and 5 hung. We're going to, the red pen says okay. Okay, so first one, not guilty, 0 evidence that Gary was ever shot in the past. So that would mean that the bullet had to be connected to his death. And she is the one that hated Gary, wanted to move on with her life and away from him. Oh, sorry, that was a guilty. Sorry, I said not guilty. But that was the first one. Phyllis in Texas, my vote, guilty, guilty, guilty on all planets, the sun, the moon, and the stars. We have one for hung jury. Thank you. They're not coming up with names. Big Mike says guilty as sin, and he thinks that Rusty is in on it because when they say all, they mean all in, and when they say forward, I think they mean moving forward. Forget about what they've done, and I think there was a third person that was hired, possibly with the $50,000. Mary Kay comes in with guilty. We've got this is in my opinion says guilty. Let's see. We've got another, just a generic guilty vote. They were arguing in the house. She shot him. He ran out of the house to get away. She went outside and shot him as he did running by the burn pit. She did say she was a good shot. That's another guilty. Melissa Webb, guilty for Melody. Guilty as sin on that one. Sherry M. in Oklahoma says, vote is guilty. Thank you for all you do. I love your channel, Little Man in the Corner. Thank you, Sherry M. We've got a, this is just a picture. Don't say my name and number. Okay, I won't. Went to court. Let me read this first. Hang on. Wow. Went to court yesterday for closing arguments. During lunch, I went across from the courthouse to a deli. Melody got in line immediately behind me at the deli. And we have a picture. Melody getting lunch. That was not a vote. We've got Kelly from Kelly Work, guilty. Another one, guilty. This is from Katie Bug. I tried calling in, but the portal didn't work. This is Janet. Janet says hung jury. Okay. I think that's oh, let's see. My wine. Let's see. Melody telling family to not talk before arrest. Melanie yelled at Gary not to walk away from the fire, so it was already burning. Okay, there's a guilty from my wine. We have another guilty. And another guilty. I think she grazed him in the house, Trump style, thus the small amounts of blood inside. Then she shot him next to the fire and he fell in. The problem with the grazing option is that the bullet did not strike anything else in the house, that it just dropped there. It has to lose a lot of velocity there. I think she shot him in the house and held him at gunpoint, forced him to the fire and shot and killed him there. That explains the bullet in the house. I think it's hung, though, because there's still a reasonable doubt. Okay, I'm going to put you down as a guilty, but even though you feel that it will be hung. And then another one, we've got a not guilty, no evidence. Okay, let's turn the phone back on. We've caught up on some of the texts that have come in. Oh, we have
Call from
Christine.
Christine. I thought you were
To accept.
Christine. I thought you were a scam call. I thought you were a scam call.
No,
Sorry.
did you really?
The area code comes in as one that's normally used from a scam caller. But how are you doing, Christine?
Oh,
Are you ready to vote?
I'm doing that. Actually, called the wrong number first when I called. Am I on right now?
You are. So you called some random person and said she's guilty. Lock her up. And they're like, ma'am, this is a
First
Wendy's.
of all, I've been watching you for a while, and this is the first time I've called. And I wanted to say Happy Halloween. And I wanted to say, I think what you were doing with the houses after the hurricane was incredible. And I commend you very much for that.
Well, thank you. I was just paying back something that got paid to us already. So this was not anything amazing on my part by any means.
I think it's fantastic. If I could do it, I absolutely would. And go for it. I'm right behind you. If you need any kind of donations or anything like that, please let us know, okay?
I would say find an organization that is that you support what they're doing or how they're doing it, and send it that way. We don't need any for us personally for what we're doing. We honestly we're good that way. It was not a big deal for us to do what we did. It's just down the road for overnight. So thank you though.
Well, God bless you for doing it.
All right.
Anyway.
All right. You ready to vote?
I'm straight on. I'm going with not guilty.
Okay, that's our 10th not guilty.
And it's been weighing heavy on me. I think she was there.
Okay.
I think she told somebody to do it. I think it was either her son or her boyfriend at Rusty. I know people like that. I know I grew up on a large farm. And, she might have helped carrying the body or doing whatever they had to get it to the burn pile. But I don't think she actually did it. I think she had somebody else pull the trigger.
So if she did, the way the law works, the getaway driver is just as guilty as the gunman.
Oh, yeah, they need to go after it. Who do you lean towards? Because I'm telling you, that one son, them having, lunch every single day, texting back and forth, they had a lot going on there that a lot of people don't know about. And that whole family, I'm telling you, they're all...
They lived a little differently than most of us. They really did.
I told my mom the other day, what? My mom's getting older, and I told her the other day, I said, geez, Mom, if we fought from the farm like that, I said, they'd probably find you in the burn pile. I said, who does this? It's all about the money. It's all about the money.
All right.
And, but I do. I think I can picture it in my head that her standing there and giving orders and having it done for her to help him get it out and cover it up, clean up, everything like that.
So
she was
she's
right
like
there
the
doing
southern
that.
version of a mafia boss. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, she's the matriarch of the family. Obviously. No, she runs the strings every which way, and they're all vying for her attention. All of them are dying for their parents' attention.
Yeah.
And what is she living with the youngest daughter? Is it?
Now she is.
And she hates the brother. And what a soap opera.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that is my opinion.
Lots of speculation. We've got you down as a not guilty. But do you want to change that? You're good with not guilty?
I guess you're talking actually the verdict's going to come in. Yes, I think they're going to find her guilty because she had part in it. She was a contributor, definitely.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate the call.
You have a wonderful day. And like I said, happy Halloween to everybody out there.
Thank you. We'll see you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Call from Heather Reed.
Heather, this is Scott. How are you doing?
Hello, I'm good. How are you?
Great. Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween. All right. So the thing that's catching me is the bullet. You know, they have an expensive bullet or whatever, but they didn't find that brand.
Or you mean expensive like the cost, or how they expand in the expansive? Like
Yeah, it wasn't it expensive, an expensive bullet or whatever?
It was a Hornady.
The one with the red.
The red tip, the Hornady brand.
Yeah, and they didn't find that in Melody's house. They didn't find that in Scott's drawer. That was a different brand. And Martha Jane had a different brand. So who used that expensive bullet in the apparently cheap gun? You know, like, where'd the bullet come from? Like, that's my question.
We don't know. Don't know.
Like, if they found a receipt, like, or whatever, I would be guilty. But this is like a not guilty, because that one question, it's like who it could have just been some rando then.
Let's see. I'm checking. Sorry. Pause for a second. I want to see. They're having a lunch break.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
I don't know. Okay. All right. So we've got you down. I think you voted, right? You said.
Yeah, not guilty.
Not guilty. So 10 not guilty, 41. I think 42 is what we had. 42, 10, and 9.
Oh, is it really 42 calls? I spaced out, I guess.
Yeah.
I haven't been listening.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll put you down.
Yes.
We'll see you.
All right. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
I think it's telling. When in our speculation we have to include facts not in evidence. Right? If we have to add the little green man and the alien spaceship to make this story make sense. What is that? What's that about our story? What does that tell us here?
Call from
Allie B from Tennessee.
Allie B from Tennessee. It's great to hear from you again. How are you doing?
Hi, I'm great. How are you?
Doing just great. How's school and everything else?
Well, I haven't gotten there yet, but I'm looking into it.
All right. I hope it goes
we're
well.
Figuring it out.
Good.
It will. I'm excited. Okay. I am a guilty.
Okay.
And I know there's a lot of people trying to call in, so I'm not going to keep going, but I think she's very manipulative, and I do not like how she's treated her children, and she definitely killed that man. So, R.I.P. Gary.
There we go. Allie B, thank you very much. Got you in the guilty category. Appreciate you.
All right, awesome.
Talk to you again.
Bye.
Bye. Allie B one day is going to be like Dr. G, and we're calling it here. She likes that sort of stuff. Let's see.
Call from
Mr. G.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Hey, Krista, how are you doing? Hello? Krista, can you hear me?
Yes. Hey. I'm going to make this quick. I'm going to make it quick because I know there are people calling in. My vote is guilty.
All right.
And I honestly think the state did not prove it, but I'm still going to go guilty.
Wow. Hang on. Let me back that up. The state did not prove it, but you still think she's guilty.
Yes.
How do you mentally?
I think it's
that's like
tough.
mental gymnastics here for me here.
I'm going my personal opinion. I truly think she is guilty. So that's my vote. Yeah. But I'm not so sure that it might not be a hung, but I'm still going guilty.
All right. This sounds good. Thank you very much.
Okay.
We'll see you.
Thank you. Bye. Okay. Bye-bye.
Call from
Babs.
Hey, Babs. This is R.A. How are you doing?
I'm good.
Are you ready to vote today?
Yes, I have oxygen again. I can breathe deeply.
Yeah, I was briefly without power, and that was bad for me. But I don't have an oxygen machine, so I feel for you.
There really needs to be a better plan, especially when you can't pick up the tanks.
Yeah.
Because I would have had to go to my car to get a tank out, and that's not possible either. So it was frightening for a little bit, but God's good. I'm voting guilty. Her only redeeming quality is that her grandchildren like her. I don't see how she went through life being so unhappy. She's just such an unhappy person that murder's not beyond her.
I don't think I would, in her defense, in Melody's defense, we're only seeing her after she was charged with murdering her husband. And if she's not guilty, I can understand why somebody would be very unhappy about being charged with being a murderer of your spouse.
I'll give you that.
Even if the relationship had soured, which we believe it had. But she had friends. She had a lot of friends. She had people she'd go out walking with. She probably had what looks like a pretty normal life from the outside prior to this.
But nobody recollected her being happy. We have her picture at her daughter's wedding, and there's no smile.
She was smiling when she was dancing with Rusty.
Okay. I just thought. Okay,
Babs.
So she's got Rusty.
Yeah.
She's back to being lovable. Okay, I take it back. Somebody other than her grandchildren love her.
Yeah.
But I still think she's guilty.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Bye. Bye, Scott.
All right. I realize a simple poll on the internet can get everyone to vote. We've done that twice already. I like to hear people's
Roman
reasoning.
80cc.
Roman 80cc, how are you doing?
I'm doing awesome. Actually, I'm sick in bed, but I've been listening to your podcast all day.
You're not doing awesome.
Well, yeah, it's a nurse thing. As a nurse, you just kind of go with it, right? So, I'm going for guilty, but here's my reasoning. It's 2 shots at the fire pit. She thought she hit him with one, but then found that extra bullet on the side and thought that she had just hit him with that one and then brought it inside, cleaned it up, and lost it somehow. I don't know, in the house. But I just feel like it was at the burn pit. He was stoking it. Excuse me.
So it sounds like for you, her getting the body out there is a no-go.
I mean, as a nurse, I think she could.
Yeah.
But I just think he was probably already out there. Since he was already starting the fire, it could have been done earlier, and she said she was a good shot. It's just a thought.
I don't think, unless she had a metal detector, I don't think she would have found the bullet out there.
Hey, I'm trying to think real.
but it gives me some pause to think. Interesting. So I can definitely see the rationale behind the believing that he was already out there and shot into the fire.
Right.
That makes some sense there.
Yeah, I just feel like maybe he fell in, like shot from the back, fell into the fire, all that burning. I mean, without the blood inside, even little shots would have a lot of blood. And there's no blood on the bullet. I won't keep you long. I know you're busy, but
no. We've added your votes to the guilty category. We're at 46, 10, and 9 right now. So
awesome.
All right.
Well, have a great day. Thanks
you
so much.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
So we're at 4 hours total, 4 hours and 15 minutes, 50 seconds deliberation. The 3-hour counter we have going there is just for today's deliberation, but there was an hour the jury started yesterday. They did come back with a question saying
23.
We want some exhibits, and they got those. Fractured, how are you doing?
Just wanted to call back before I leave to, so everyone was saying about, why am I?
You there?
Being able to lift him and stuff, right?
Yeah.
So, as a mom, and I'm not saying dads can't do this too, we all know about that, like, superhuman strength, right? It's actually called hysterical strength. Refers to a display of extreme physical strength by humans beyond what is believed to be within their capacity, usually occurring when people are in or perceive themselves or others to be in life or death situations. So, Could she? She could. Did she? I don't think. I'm guilty. I told you that earlier, but like that's like for just for those people that have done this, she could have. On that, like, not just on that one thing alone, but I mean, like, and like you said, if you look at her physically, she's built. I look it up because I thought there was a different name, not hysterical strength, but because they talk about, like, you know, moms when they get in accidents and they lift their car off their kid and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But and there was something else I wanted to say with the last caller, but then, you know, my anxiety when you answered the phone, now I'm like shaking again, and I can't remember what I
get nervous every time I answer the phone too. So.
I don't know why I still do it. You guys are amazing, but for some reason,
I very rarely yell at anybody on the phone. It's, you know, even you can disagree with me and tell me I'm completely wrong and stupid and everything else, and I'm probably saying, you know, you got some truth in there. So.
Right.
So, yeah.
I remember now.
Yeah.
So the other thing, so we were talking about the amount of blood in the house. Now, as a crime addict of all kinds, be it, I'm mostly true crime, but I mean, I watch enough like crime shows and stuff too. So what if she shot Gary in the house, and the reason why there's not a lot of blood in the house is because he wasn't dumb enough to not apply pressure? Like, you know what I mean? And maybe that's how, like,
so
the bullet came out. Like, yeah, like, I mean, think about that. Like, you bang your arm, what do? The first thing you do is grab it, right? Like, I don't know. Like,
the clothing he was wearing as well, sometimes that can absorb blood. So if he's moving around, his blood, his shirt might get stained or covered in blood, but it doesn't necessarily mean it landed on the floor in that area.
Right. But it's like that. I've been thinking that since I called the last time, is that maybe he applied pressure, and like, you know, maybe that's why there's not a whole lot of blood in the house. I believe she did it though.
We've got you in the guilty category already because you voted earlier, so we're not going to count it again. But,
yeah, I just wanted to bring up that superhuman strength that is totally a possibility. That adrenaline rush that gives you like that. Beyond.
I will tell you, I had my own experience with that, but it wasn't lifting. I was jumped by a guy with a gun, and it was a revolver. I got pistol whipped, hit upside the head with it, and chose to, you know, live by my motto: get in a fight and run away, live to run another day. I ran and I jumped a fence. I cleared a fence. I didn't climb the fence. I jumped a fence. There's no way I could never jump a 6-foot fence, but I did, and it was just up and over. It was so it was a crazy situation, but.
I'm glad you made it out of that situation safe because you're here with us now.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. Fractured. I'll let you go. Appreciate the call.
All right. Thank you.
Call from.
Oh, we just barely lost one. Thought I was quick enough. Let's see. Yeah, I just had a headache and a big bump on my head. That's it. Tried hysterical strength a couple times, spent a week in bed with a back injury. Don't really believe it, to be honest, says Bob. It's not something you can try. It just happens.
Call from.
The Brown Barn.
The Brown Barn. Hello. It's been so long since we've talked. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are y'all doing?
It's Halloween. We have candy. It's
Yes.
good right now.
That's so exciting. All the candy tax is coming your way.
What are you thinking?
I can't vote. If I did, you'd never want me to be on any jury. I haven't watched enough of this, but I just called in to say hey.
In that case, you're going to be a not guilty because that's how we start out, is not guilty. So unless proven otherwise. So I'm counting you as a not guilty.
Well, you're right. Yeah. That's all I'll have to do then.
Awesome. Brown Barn, it's great to hear from you. We'll see you. Bye. All right, I think I've got a couple more texts we might be able to get to briefly. Let's see. Unholy Saint. Unholy Saint says guilty, so if you guys can add this to it. hang on. I'm gonna. Sorry, I disregarded that one. Krista, guilty with Rusty. She says. There's 2 guilties. Got another guilty. Sorry, I'm trying to read the text messages. Another guilty. That's 3 guilties. Pam Jams comes in guilty, and My Wine has an explanation. Still guilty. Recap voice message. Scott worked farm, not 100% freeloader. Angry at badgering Mary Jane. She searched for gun at arrest. Suspicions on hold. Denial. Mel didn't do it. Couldn't do it. Heard the type of weapon at trial 2. Coincidental, she called. State failed to confirm with Rusty. Christmas gift and description. They did fail to confirm that, but she offered people that could confirm it, and they chose not to. And one more guilty on the end, Angela. Thank you. So we'll add 4 more. That makes us a total of 50 and guilty. Another one, guilty just came in. That's 51. Okay, we'll take calls again, just briefly. I was going to go over and watch a little bit of court. By court, I mean, we haven't court hopped in a long time. So I was going to do that. But
Call from
Justin 27.
Hey, Justin 27, how are you doing?
I'm fine. How are you? I know I'm a female.
That's all right.
It's my husband. He turned around. He passed away. I don't know how to change the name.
It's great. That's wonderful.
He's as guilty as sin.
All right. 52 guilty.
He's guilty.
All right.
Because if her son done it, she would have sang like a canary.
Now, I'm not telling you have to change your name, but do you want some help learning how to change your name? Because Greeners.
He passed away, and I asked my 11-year-old grandson. He's like, "Nanny, I don't know."
We might. Are you on Discord?
On what?
Because I take that as a no. Discord is a chat server.
No.
Like a community server.
No, I'm on YouTube.
Okay. If you want help, maybe reach out on the burner phone when we're not live, and we'll see if we can help you. We've got a lot of people that can do that. But
I will. I thank you so much.
All right. Thank you for your vote. We'll see you.
You're welcome.
Bye. All right. I'm gonna mute the phone here. We're do not disturb turned on. Let me check and see if we have let's go to 3. Sorry. What are we showing? 3. Judge McBurney has a trial. Dickerson. Oh, he's at lunch. Judge Wolf is at lunch. See where all our trials are. Judge Manning, multiple criminal jury trial. Let's take a peek at Judge Manning really quickly. We have not done this, I think, ever. Let's jump in here.
Here that the officer read after we arrested Josh, he would put him in the patrol car and then asked him if he would take a blood test. And you'll see that because it's in evidence, the card he read. And Josh said no. I think the state will argue, oh, well, he said no, that's on Josh. But again, burden of proof. And it's never Josh's responsibility to provide evidence, to provide a test. And you have a borderline case, you have a lot of uncertainty. It's the officer's job, then he could get a blood test. He could get a warrant and get a blood test, especially if they went to the hospital. Actually, they were at the hospital. It would have been easy to get a blood test. And the officer didn't do that. And if that was needed for their investigation, again, it's the state's case, and that wasn't done. So, based on that, we don't do convictions based on assumptions and probablys and conjectures, and I wish we knew more. If you have questions, if you're unsatisfied, that's reasonable doubt. And with reasonable doubt, that means, as the DUI charge, we ask that you find, not that we ask, it would be your duty under the law, if there's reasonable doubt, find Joshua not guilty of DUI. I will say as an open container, is there evidence there was an open container in his vehicle? I don't think that there's reasonable doubt there. I think that the state probably has proven their case. So as the open container, if you want to find him guilty, then I think that, there's evidence. But again, that's your decision to make. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
All right. Mr. Rollins?
Yes, Your Honor.
It sounds like this is closing statements. Closing arguments. State v. Joshua White.
Yes, I am going to bore you with a long conversation. I do feel it appropriate that you see these things in conjunction and not the spaghetti that's being thrown at the wall right now. So we're here again to discuss State of Georgia versus Mr. Joshua White. He's currently charged with DUI less safe and possession of open container of alcohol, both misdemeanors in the state of Georgia. For DUI less safe, let's delve into this. There's a lot of words that were thrown at you all recently between the jury charges and defense counsel closing. So I want to hone in on the important things and keep you all focused. A person shall not, when you see the word shall not, it means you cannot drive or be in actual physical control of any moving vehicle while under the influence of alcohol to the extent, and this is the important part, that it is less safe for you to drive. Less safe means less efficient, less capable, less skillful, less competent, less qualified, and less proficient. What it does not mean we have to show is that the person is fall over drunk, falling out of their car, vomiting all over the place. We do not have to show that because you can be impaired and less safe to drive without being. The trier of fact, that is you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You can determine whether or not somebody is less safe by making observations of impairment. So not only the observations that you saw with your own eyes when we played the video, but also the observations that you can't see with your own eyes, that the trooper and our officer, Officer Lane, testified to, wrote in their reports, so that when today came, they would have a memory and the ability to recall these things that they observed on the scene shortly after it happened. You can look at the demeanor, the appearance of the defendant, his speech, his decision-making. There is no requirement of a chemical test under a DUI less safe statute. I want to make that very, very, very clear. The state does not have to produce any type of chemical test. The law doesn't require us to. And I also want to say that the state is not required, the officer is not required to go get a search warrant. They asked the implied consent, which our officer did. It is the defendant's choice whether or not he would like to produce that result or not. If he does not, the officer continues on with what he's going to do. Possession of open container of alcohol. I don't think there's going to be much of a dispute on this one.
That's one more reason I'd never want to be in Georgia. I'm sorry. If you can get a DUI and they'd never have to test you to prove that you were drunk, that scares me.
A couple of different things. They could be beer, they could be wine, they could be malt liquor. There's a bunch of different things in the statute gives, but for our purposes, we've got an open bottle of 1.75 liters of Casamigos, which is tequila, which we know to be an impairing substance. Now, the passenger area doesn't necessarily mean in the passenger area. It means anywhere that's accessible in the car by the driver or any other passenger. And notice we don't have any other passengers in the vehicle, so the only person that's able to access that particular bottle would be Mr. White. Beyond a reasonable doubt. So again, it is doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. But what I want to tell you is it doesn't require us to show beyond a mathematical certainty, 99.9%. We don't have to show anything other than if you have a reasonable doubt. We don't want you searching for doubt, creating doubt. It is a reasonable doubt that comes into your mind based on the evidence that's presented by both myself and Ms. Barrett. And if you can reasonably conclude, even with the questions that you may have, based on the circumstantial and direct evidence, that Mr. White is guilty, you are allowed to find that we have proved our burden beyond a reasonable doubt. Now let's go into the facts that we established. So we have the initial encounter with Officer Lane. Officer Lane stated that around 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, early in the morning, there was an incident that occurred at I-85 Georgia 400 northbound. The dispatch came in, the officer shortly arrived, and he determined, based on his investigation of talking to all parties at scene, that the defendant was at fault for the collision. And we don't call it an accident because when you get in the car, you drink and you drive, and you're driving to the extent that you're a less safe person and you cause a collision, that is not an accident. Now he has contact with the defendant. Officer Lane makes contact with him. He's asking him questions. His story's not making sense. Yes, he didn't ask him where he came from, but when he was trying to talk to him, the defendant was being evasive. He wasn't answering the questions. And it's kind of easy to say that he didn't know much of what was going on at that particular moment. He was having trouble with doing basic things like putting his shoes on the right feet. This is when Officer Lane becomes suspicious. He observes a strong odor of alcohol, and he classified it as strong. He told you that we walked around a couple of different areas. It wasn't just inside the car where the big bottle of alcohol was. It was also away from the car when he got Mr. White away from the car and started speaking with him. He saw and observed the red Solo cup on the ground next to the vehicle.
Ooh, red Solo cup.
And at this time, because he was not trained as a DUI certified officer, he called somebody who was. And why? Because he wanted to make sure the appropriate investigation was done because there was an accident. So what does he do? He calls Trooper Fernandez. Trooper Fernandez is a standardized field sobriety trained officer. He's worked the actual incident itself while Officer Lane worked the collision. What observations did Trooper Fernandez make? The strong odor of alcohol still, watering the reddish colored eyes, the smell of alcohol coming from the defendant's breath, the fact that he had a slight sway when he was standing there. He said it multiple times, even on cross-examination. He stated, yeah, no, he was swaying. And if you pay attention to the video, you can see as he's standing there giving you the shot, there's a slight sway. He was polite and he was respectful to Mr. White. At no point did you hear him raise his voice. At no point did you ever see him screaming at him, threatening him, or anything like that. Why would he be nervous? I understand there's an accident or a collision that occurred. I understand there may be consumption of alcohol. But he was polite and respectful and gave him each opportunity and even asked him multiple times, are you okay? He then requested the field sobriety evaluations, medically cleared him. Defendant didn't complain of any head pain, any neck pain, any leg injuries. He stated he didn't wear any contacts or glasses at the time. He was also cleared by medical staff at the hospital prior to being taken to the jail. So not only did Trooper Fernandez medically clear him on the scene in the limited capacity he could, but he was also taken to Atlanta Grady, and he was taken to the medical staff and cleared by medical staff, which he tells you is a requirement before they take somebody into custody when there's been an accident. Then he goes on to the HGN. The HGN can be very confusing. The horizontal gaze nystagmus, there's a lot of big words being thrown out. But the biggest thing is that, ladies and gentlemen, it is an involuntary reaction to the consumption of alcohol. The clues that he observed indicate that that person has had enough alcohol to cause that nystagmus, which is that involuntary jerking of the eyes. Think of it as a windshield wiper on a dry window. If it's raining outside and your windshield wipers are on, it goes smooth. But as soon as you stop the rain and your windshield wipers are still going, that's what the officer observes. It is incapable of being controlled by the person that it is happening to because it is a biological reaction to the
objective facts, not an evidence.
He did say it was an involuntary jerking of the eyes, Your Honor.
I believe he did, Miss Berry.
Wow.
It is an involuntary jerking of the eyes caused by the consumption of alcohol. Now, we get to our walking turn. 5 out of 8 clues. And you can see here that he did each of these things multiple times. But as Trooper Fernandez explained on the scene, he didn't count every single one of them. That would be unfair to the defendant. If we had 18 different potential clues And he counted it each and every time. But no, the standardized way that the people who came up with it required it to be done said you count to 8 times. There's one clue for each of these things he messes up on, even if he messes up multiple times. So he was given the benefit of the doubt from the beginning. He raises his arm. He steps off line. He misses heel to toe. He begins too soon. He has a difficult time following instructions. And Trooper Fernandez stated it multiple times. He didn't follow my instructions. I asked him to get there, and you would see him get out of it. He would have to ask him to get back into that position. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I submit to you that the fact that Mr. White was incapable of following instructions is another sign that he was impaired.
Sorry. That was good to go. What the fuck?
Did she just say what the what?
So I apologize. I had no clue what that was.
There was music playing. Did he just play something highly inappropriate in court? He's going to try it again.
All right. So now we get to our one leg stand. And our one leg stand, very similar. You see multiple clues of impairment. And this time there's 4 different clues that could be observed. And 3 out of those 4 clues were observed. And as you notice, Mr. White was unable to, as soon as he tried to raise his foot, he came down. Now I can understand if somebody was incapable of doing that. And, you know, every once in a while they're coming down because it's a little bit hard for them. From the very get-go, his leg goes up and it goes right back down. And you just constantly see go up and down and up and down. And then, ladies and gentlemen, the more alcohol you consume, the more you're going to sway. The more you're going to lose your balance. It's difficult for you to be able to do that when you're impaired by alcohol. Now, I want to preface this by saying Mr. White has 0 burden of proof. He doesn't have to prove anything. However, based on what we see in the evidence, and based on the theory of the case, the way the defense counsel says it happens. Well, we have some issues with their theory of the case. Mr. White never complained of pain. Even throughout the evaluations, he never stopped the evaluations to say, hey, I'm not feeling good. This doesn't hurt. That doesn't hurt. He was being evasive with his stories. But for defense counsel, he wasn't giggling. Nobody else was in his vehicle. He denied having any previous injuries. He didn't follow the instructions during the field sobriety evaluation, was given these instructions multiple times. For example, somebody is supposed to hold their head still, and Trooper Fernandez told him multiple times, hold your head still, keep your head still, look directly at my pen. But because of Mr. White's level of impairment, it made it more difficult for him to follow those instructions. They're claiming a lack of investigation. One thing that I noticed that defense counsel did not bring up at one particular time in her entire closing was the fact that we, number one, have the odor of alcohol. Let's not forget that. We don't have just an accident that the defendant caused. We don't have just the 3 field sobriety evaluations that arguably don't look good at all for the defendant. But we also have the strong odor of alcohol emitting from his breath. We forget to discuss this. They want to say it was because he was a newbie officer. And the officer stated he didn't shy away from that. And our initial officer even said, I didn't want to do it because I wasn't as trained. I wasn't trained. And there's no requirement for us to go get a search warrant. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the defense's theory of the case has flaws. Again, we're not required to show that he's fall over drunk. DUI less safe doesn't even require us to show a less safe driving act. But yet we do have one. We have the fact that he caused a whole rear end collision with disabling damage to every vehicle. Again, let's not forget this. The reason why these field sobriety evaluations are performed is because they mimic essentially the exact same things that we're doing while we're driving. We're looking at multiple different things. So the fact that Officer or Trooper Lane is asking, Trooper Fernandez, excuse me, is asking the defendant to do all these things at one time. I need you to put your leg on the line. I need you to keep it there. I need you to listen to my instruction. I need you to not move until I say go. All these things are mimicking what we're doing when we drive every day. That's why they're important to us. That's why the state uses these and relies on these. Because these things mimic exactly what we do when we're in the car. And alcohol affects our body's ability to react quickly to these things that we have to consider. A prime example is a person who cannot stop in time and causes a rear-end accident. And ladies and gentlemen, I love to use the example. There's two examples I love to use. The defense's theory is that we believe he drank half the bottle. Personally, I don't believe that he would be standing if he drank half the bottle. But I'm saying that he probably drank enough of it to be a less safe driver. And what we will say is, I could be the greatest driver in the world. Best driver. I've NASCAR. I've never gotten a ticket in my life. So on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being a terrible driver, I get in accidents every time I'm in the car. And 10 being I'm a great driver, I could be a 10. And if I have one drink, I move down and I become less safe than I was before when I was at a 10, prior to me consuming that alcohol. That is a great way to understand less safe. That is what it means to be less safe. Now, so why do we care about all these things? Again, driving requires a lot of things working together. We're not just looking at what we see, but what the impairment did to Mr. White's ability and his judgment when driving. It decreases the person's ability to react to situations quickly while driving. For example, paying attention, your motor functions, those are your standardized field sobriety evaluations. Paying attention should be inability to stay in lane, but inability to stop. Involuntary motor functions, HGN, things happening that we can't control. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, I just want to clear up what we saw during this trial. We saw a collision. We saw the scattered story of the defendant. We saw that he had balance issues. We all saw that he had the inability to follow instructions, the strong odor of alcohol, the slurred speech, the open container of alcohol sitting within arm's reach of the defendant, the red Solo cup. Ladies and gentlemen, those things, all those observations point to the fact that he was a less safe driver. And what we don't see is any indication of injuries. And I want to discuss circumstantial versus direct evidence. While we didn't see any alcohol going into Mr. White's body, nobody observed him drinking. Just kind of think of it like if you go to a gas station and you know you got to put gas in your car because your needle's on low. And so you swipe your card, you put the nozzle in the tank, and you watch the numbers go up. They're going up, going up, going up, and a little bit more because gas is expensive right now. But you never saw the gas go into the vehicle, but you know based on all the other things around you and the fact that your gas needle is now full and the numbers have stopped going up, you know that your tank is full. You put gas in your car. Very similar to the fact that we don't have to see Mr. White driving the vehicle when he's the one stepping out of the driver's seat. We don't have to see him consuming the alcohol when there's a strong odor of alcohol coming from his breath. That's what I want you to think of as direct and circumstantial evidence. You use all of that in the totality of circumstances to determine whether or not, or should I say that, Mr. White was impaired to the extent that he was a less safe driver.
This guy just stole that image.
Now, again, bringing it full circle, I asked a couple of people during jury selection, including our bartender, or former bartender, what are the observations and the signs and the things that you see when you take keys away from somebody? And the reason I ask you those is because I want you to be looking for those things prior to coming into the case. I want you to say, well, we talked about that before. We talked about the slurred speech, the odor of alcohol, the unsteadiness, the swaying. We talked about those things. And that's exactly what we saw when we watched the video. What other witnesses saw. And we don't want you to abandon your common sense. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at the end of the day, the defendant was less efficient. The defendant was less skillful. He was less competent, less capable, less qualified, less proficient. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Mr. White was less safe that evening. And the only verdict that the evidence will come in is a verdict of guilt. Thank you.
All right. Just read you a few more things and then we'll get you guys back so you can have some lunch. All right. Your verdict should be a true and correct verdict based on your opinion of the evidence according to the law that is given to you in the charge. In deciding facts of the case, you must not be swayed by bias, prejudice, sympathy in favor of any party. Our system of law does not permit jurors to be governed by prejudice, sympathy, or public opinion. Both of the parties and the public expect that you will carefully and impartially consider all of the evidence in this case, while the law is stated by the court, and reach a just verdict regardless of the consequences. All persons stand equal before the law, and in courts of justice, all persons are to be dealt with as equals. You may use your common sense, common knowledge arising at your verdict. You are not required to put aside these elements of your reasoning ability during your deliberation. You are also permitted to draw from the facts in which you find to have been proven any reasonable inferences as justified in light of your common experiences. You're only concerned about guilt or innocence of the defendant. You're not to concern yourself with anything concerning punishment or sentencing. The form of the verdict that we're going to send back, if after considering your verdict during testimony, you, together with a charge of the court, you will find and believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant in Fulton County did on or about May 29, 2022, commit the offense of driving under the alcohol less safe, open container of alcohol as alleged in the accusation. You'll be authorized to find the defendant guilty. In the event that your form of the verdict will be, we, the defendant, find the defendant guilty on the particular counts. If you do not believe the defendant is guilty of any of the offenses, or if you have any reasonable doubt as to the guilt, then it would be your duty to acquit the defendant, in which event the form of your verdict should read, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty of the particular count. The verdict form should be self-explanatory. The verdict's in writing. Now, whenever your verdict's in the case, it must be unanimous. That is agreed by all of you. It must be in writing, dated, and signed by one of the jurors whom you select as a foreperson. It must be returned and published here in court. The court has no interest in the case. By no ruling or comment I may have made during the progress of the trial has the court intended to express any opinion upon the facts of the case, upon the credibility of witnesses, or upon the evidence or the guilt or innocence of the defendant. The court's interest in this matter is that the case be presented according to law and fairly, and that as honest, conscientious, and impartial jurors consider the case as the court has instructed you and return a verdict that speaks to the truth as you find the truth of the case to be. My final instructions for you. One of your first duties in the jury room would be to select one of you as a foreperson to preside over the deliberations, to sign the verdict to which all of you freely and voluntarily agree. You should start your deliberations with an open mind. Consult with one another and consider each other's view. Each of you decide the case for yourself, but you should do so only after discussion and consideration of the case with the other jurors. Do not hesitate to change an opinion if convinced that it is wrong. However, you should never surrender honest convictions, opinions in order to be congenial or reach a verdict solely based on the opinions of other jurors. I'm going to release you to the jury room, but please don't begin deliberations until you receive the verdict form and the exhibits, which I will send you shortly. You may begin your deliberations. If you have any questions during your deliberations, write them down and please give them to Deputy Parker. If you wish to take a break during your deliberations, you can do so at any time. And please understand that you may deliberate only when all of you are together as a group in the jury room. And Deputy Parker, if you knock on the door, she'll hear it. She'll come get anything for you. Now, I need just our alternate, Mr. Nicholas Lofton, to hang back. And the rest of you can go to the jury room. And Mr. Lofton, you'll be able to go back and get your lunch after I finish speaking to you. He's not in trouble.
He's not in trouble.
All right, so the jurors.
You did order lunch, right, Mr. Lofton? You ordered lunch, right? Okay.
Judge Manning's like, all right, peace out. We're out of here. Interesting. We just jumped in on a little trial. It is a jury trial. We see them all leaving there, headed out to the jury room.
Mr. Lofton, since you were selected as an alternate, I'm going to allow you to leave so you can grab your lunch and you can leave. We appreciate your service as a juror. I'll remind you, as instruct you, still don't talk about the case with anybody. In the unlikely event that something happens with one of our jurors and they get sick and they have to leave, we'll call you. So, yeah. We'll give you this piece of paper, give it to Deputy Park, you can write a number on there and we'll call you and let you know that you need to come back. And it's unlikely that anything will happen. So I'll call you at the end of the trial once they've reached a verdict and let you know you're excused and you can talk about it. Okay. But you can go back once you write your phone number down and grab your lunch and enjoy the rest of your day and your $25.
Don't spend it all in one place. 4 hours of deliberation today, 1 hour yesterday, total of almost 5 hours now for the jury.
Yeah, so you can go back
also
and
in Georgia,
lunch and then you can leave, Mr. Lawson. Thank you so much, and thank you for your jury service.
But the other jury is in the Melody Farris trial, different part of Georgia.
All right, anything else from the state?
We have not had a jury question that I'm aware of.
Ms. Barry?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. And you've already approved the verdict form, so we'll send the verdict form and the jury charter is back with them and let them go. We'll call you when we've got a verdict. And y'all probably want to go eat lunch, right?
Yeah.
Or something.
Well, planning on staying around the courthouse.
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll be here.
Okay. Well, Ms. Clark has our number, so if we get a question or a verdict, we'll
sure
have a short phone call with it.
Okay. Sounds good.
Go get yourself a bite to eat.
So the court will be in recess until we have a verdict.
And she's gone. All right. We are still looking at the wall here in the other Georgia case. Don't spend it all in one place. Mathis, I am not. I wish I could report that I am making loads of progress and that it's coming along nicely. I'm not. I might just have to play it. What was the audio again? Tell me again, what was the name of the song? Identity Crisis. Let's see. Okay, it is verdict watch. It's a weird day. We're gonna play this song that Mathis put together, "Sight Unheard," or I don't think I've heard this one. I think I did listen. I'm never gonna get around to making this short, Mathis. I'm terrible at this. So let's get some audio going from camera 7. Okay, here we go. Route it that way and play.
Hello, Dwayne. Excuse me. Don't text. Good call back. I'm at the office now. I can't talk. May I ask you something? You phone who this? Oh, hello. I'm Anastasia Felicia. Nice to meet you. Are you Dwayne or not? On Sundays, I fly hot air balloons to GA for salad. What are you talking about? Sorry, I was on the wrong text chain. I'm texting lots of people right now. I'm mixed you up with my probation officer. You must be misunderstanding me. I'm sorry to disturb you. I'm trying to reach out to those who honor you. I am me. I'm not sure who you are. I don't seem to remember. Did we meet at a party last week? I accidentally lost my contact list and was late in reaching out to you. Your phone number was saved under Dwayne's name, so I contacted you directly. How did you lose your list? I'm not sure, but I don't think so. You don't think you lost it? I'm not exactly sure, it might have been a glitch or an accidental reset, but I noticed all my contacts were gone when I checked. But it saved mine. This is me, Dwayne. Don't you know me? Hi, Dwayne. I've never met someone like me before. I'm a little confused now. The people in my phone contacts are mostly my customers, so I think you must be one of them. What business are you in? I'm a shareholder at Golden Gate Capital, a side business in real estate. Dwayne, how about you? I'm a pretend lawyer. Me, I am a lawyer for people who pretend things. Can I share your number with my friends? We share everything. Oh, you are a lawyer. Impressive. Maybe my sister contacted you when she got divorced. You have a sister? What does she look Telegram account, Dwayne. I don't know how to send a telegram and have a postcard. It's okay, and share my number with your friends, but this is my business number. I hope you'll contact me on Telegram. You send your sister's picture. I sent my photos a while ago, but the image only just arrived because the internet connection is bad. Sorry about that. That is my sister Dwayne. That must be confusing. How did your parents tell you apart? Why? We don't look like twins. She's 6 years younger than me. I mean the name of being Dwayne. I am me. You must be misunderstanding me. I'm sorry to disturb you. I'm trying to reach out to those who are you. I am me. I am me. I'm not sure who you are. I seem to remember. I am me. I am me. I'm a little confused now. I am me. All my contacts were gone when I checked, but it's safe. This is me, Dwayne. I am me. Don't you know me? I am me. I'm trying to reach out to those who are you. I am me. Am me. Hello, Dwayne. This is me, Dwayne. I am me. This is my sister, Dwayne. I am me. I am me. I am me. I am me.
There you have it. That was the text of a prank text exchange I had with a scammer, put to music thanks to Mathis and the beauty of AI. I completely they kept saying, "This is me, Dwayne," and I said, "Oh, your name's Dwayne too," and this is my sister, Dwayne. I'm like, "Your sister's name's Dwayne?" It was hilarious. Mathis, good job on that one. All right, we might jump to another court. I'm just trying to check and see. Trying to find it here. As we wait for an answer here, just now hitting the 5 hours of deliberation. We add 1 hour to what you see there. Let's see, Thurston County District Court 2 might be up in Thurston County here in just a minute. Give me a second. District Court 2. Okay, here we go. We have a suggestion from Josh, and Josh has never led us astray yet on what we should watch. So while we're watching court,
now live streaming and on record at Thurston County District Court for the afternoon custody calendar. And let's see, Attorney Duncan, I see you've got a client with you.
Yes, Your Honor. I have Adrian Chester with me.
And first things first, I see that your client was found not competent to proceed on a criminal prosecution as recently as May 14th in Centralia Muni Court. Is there any issue there?
So it needs to go 1 hour and 18 minutes. I
attempted to meet with Ms. Chester prior to...
We're going to skip forward to 1 hour and 18 minutes. Give me just a second here. Apparently there's something good happening right about here.
Your Honor, I think that wraps up the in custody, except for Mr. Valentine, I believe, who has declined counsel.
Okay, but yeah, that's what I understand. He's representing himself.
Yeah, my plan was to stick around in case he decided to change his mind.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you.
She's seen this play out before. He comes in, "Hey, what are you lawyers doing here? I'm on my own." He's got all his notes. He looks
Mr. Valentine, it is? We need to get you unmuted.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So there are a couple of attorneys sitting behind you from Thurston County Public Defense. Did you want the court to appoint counsel or not?
No.
Were you going to hire your own attorney on the matter or represent yourself?
I've made it clear throughout all these proceedings that I'm proceeding sui juris.
Okay. I just need to always make sure of that.
Sui juris.
All right. So you filed some documents with the court and we've got confirmation set for the 8th. What is it today that you want to do?
I wanted to argue in some motions that I submitted to the court. A motion to dismiss, a judicial notices that I've dismissed about misconduct of the court and denied of access to the court, and I believe a motion to strike as well.
Motion to strike what?
There was a motion to strike. You guys had served a motion, no testimony, to my house. I'm not sure what that was. The motion was never served to me, and the docket was never served to me either. It was mailed to my home. I'm not sure why, because the state was aware that I was in custody, but that's what my motion to strike was pertaining to.
Okay. Well, this is your motion today, and motion no testimony just means we didn't expect to see witnesses being called to the stand. So let me hear from the prosecutor here.
It's
Mr.
the state's
Weston?
understanding that the motion to request discovery and the motion to dismiss was heard on October 28th in front of, I believe, Judge Buckley, and he dismissed those motions. And the state's understanding is that the only motion that was going to be argued today was whether the court should grant funds for Mr. Valentine to hire an investigator.
That's not part of the motions I have here that were filed.
There was a motion filed. I can look it up real quick, Your Honor.
Since the last hearing is what I was looking at. So there was.
Yeah, I objected to his denial of those motions as well, because I already submitted an affidavit of prejudice and he disqualified himself. So he shouldn't have been making any judgments on the case after that point. He also said himself that today was going to be a special motion docket where my motions were going to be heard today.
But he shouldn't be making that decision, right? According to your own logic.
So what I reviewed is what was filed after the 18th. And that was October 21st. I have a request to release you and your request, I'll go back. Or let me get back to your court to dismiss these charges, motion to release you. And that's what I reviewed. So is there something else pending that I was not aware of after the 18th?
On this October 18th, there's one that says in Laserfish motion to request discovery, parentheses 020, parentheses. In that one, that's based on the state's notes. It shows that that was the only motion that was going to be argued today.
All right, Mr. Valentine, it looks like I need to go back and kind of review real quick those issues. I thought they were all heard on the 18th. And either you can just sit right there while I read everything here, or which probably is the best thing to do. So let me just review all that you've filed here again. Then I'll turn right back to you. So just hang in there.
So the judge is going to do some quick light reading. See if she's getting the fluff for the facts from this defendant, who's pro se. Cheryl says, I'm thinking the verdict tomorrow. Hey, Last Poet, welcome.
Excuse me.
Did we do a poll on how long jury would take? I thought we did one already. No. Okay, I'll do a poll for that really quickly on jury deliberation in the Farris trial. Hoslong.
So, just before I get to everything, Mr. Valentine, I'm looking at your motion request. I guess you titled it to request all of the discovery in this case, but you say that it seems to me, maybe I'm misreading, one, that Michael Valentine had an attorney in the early stages of the hearings. Is that just a fact, or are you asking the court to appoint counsel?
I'm stating a fact that at the beginning of these proceedings, I was working with an attorney.
And then they never gave you the discovery. Okay. All right.
Yes.
All right. All right. Get it.
That's the state's understanding as well, Your Honor.
Okay.
And our office did provide discovery.
Well, just slow down. Let me read everything, and then I'm going to turn to everyone. I just needed some clarification there.
Okay, I think I've got everything spelled right for our poll. How long will the jury deliberate? Read carefully before you vote. You only get one vote. I'm not going to change your answers. Options are done before dinner, trick or treat verdict, end of week verdict, or you free next week. Well, Judge, what are you finding? The attorneys have bailed. They're like, yeah, we're out of here. You didn't want us. The judge is perplexed by what she sees. Oh, people are dressed up. I've seen pictures. Wait for it. 13th juror, I think you're right there. It's a low chance of a trick-or-treat verdict for that reason. They went home early yesterday. They're probably going to go home early today. If they can't reach a verdict before then. Petition for poll on best Halloween candy buying habits. Buy early, buy often, buy a lot. That's my belief. The jury comes back with all their makeup on, face paint. Confused polar bear. I live in an area where we run out of candy. Like the stores don't have candy right now. Of course, they're selling Christmas candy, but it's not the same. You can't give away Christmas candy on Halloween because people think it's from last year, even though it's fresh. This is a trial happened 2 days ago up in Thurston County. The defendant is pro se. He's told the judge basically that all these things were supposed to be done today, and she's like, I have no record of that. And so she's going through the record, seeing what happened previously. I don't know how long she takes here, but I think the defendant might be in the wrong, is just my guess. Just making notes.
All right, I've had some time here to re-review and review what's been filed in the court file from the 18th of October on forward. As to your motions from the 18th on forward and the docket and your pleadings. So as to discovery, let me direct first to Mr. Weston on behalf of the state. Has all discovery been provided to Mr. Valentine?
Correct, Your Honor. So on October 18th of 2024, Judge Buckley ordered that the state provide Mr. Valentine discovery. 5 days later, DPA Thompson himself drove to the jail and delivered all discovery material to Mr. Valentine, which included the citation, police reports, an offer sheet from our office, thumb drives of dash cams, and then the request forms for those dash cams as well.
Okay, so a thumb drive that he could view those, a request form for the dash cams. What does that mean?
That when there's a dash cam involved, such as here, our office generally has to send out a request for that dash cam, and that form is just a request asking Washington State Patrol to disclose their dash cams to us.
Okay, but you provided a thumb drive that had those dash cams.
Correct, Your Honor. Thumb drive of the dash cams.
And all this information is what the state intends to use in trial against Mr. Valentine.
Correct, Your Honor. Based on the subpoenas that I looked at recently that were sent out for trial, the trooper that's testifying is one of the troopers that is testifying. His dash cam would be on this drive. The police report of that trooper would have been provided in this discovery packet as well. All the information that we would be using at trial was in this discovery packet that was provided to Mr. Valentine on December 23rd.
Was it provided before this at any point?
The state is unaware on whether it was or not. The state had the belief that defense counsel, who was previously representing Mr. Valentine up to a certain point, would disclose such materials to him when the court allowed Mr. Valentine to proceed pro se. But this state doesn't know why it wasn't provided to him from the prior defense counsel. But upon realizing that Mr. Valentine did not have the discovery packet, the state did provide such material at that time.
And on the witnesses that you're expecting to call to testify, the substance of their information is included in that discovery?
I would believe so, Your Honor. Based on the, give me 1 second here. And so based on the subpoena that was sent out, one of the witnesses are Trooper Benjamin Crabtree, one of a dragger technician, and because there was one of the charges is driving while license suspended, there is a DOL representative that it will be a witness in the trial as well. But everything that Mr. Valentine would need to cross-examine Trooper Crabtree would be provided either on that dash cam or in the police report. Additionally, Mr. Valentine would have ample opportunity to develop his cross-examination of the dragger technician or the DOL rep at trial.
It looks like a witness list was provided while Mr. Gasling was Mr. Valentine's attorney back in the beginning of the year, at least March, I believe it was. And that included Trooper Crabtree, Zach Riveri or Assany, and Skylar Rue or designee from the State Department of Licensing. All right. You've reiterated that witness list, it looks like.
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. That's that. All right. So, and then, all right. So then, Mr. Valentine, as to that discovery, you thinking you're missing something or you should have something else in discovery?
No, ma'am, I didn't receive the discovery in a timely manner. Counsel was ineffective with sharing the discovery footage or the reports with me. I asked on multiple occasions to obtain the video so that I could build a proper defense. And they told me on multiple occasions that it had to be approved by the prosecutor and redacted, which never happened. I waited and waited, never happened. And after counsel's ineffectiveness, this is where I made the choice to proceed to jurors because I had my own best interest in mind. And it seems that the public defenders that were appointed to me were not assisting me effectively. And this was recreating a manifest injustice. So now I have received it a few days before we're supposed to be going to trial. I have reviewed the footage, and there is fraudulent and misleading statements made by the trooper that I have already submitted a motion to suppress that evidence that I'm sure the court will be getting shortly.
Okay. And so all right, so we're a couple weeks before trial, or before confirmation. We've got trial scheduled the 18th, so we're 3 weeks out. All right.
Yeah, I would ask the court that either the prosecutor or counsel be sanctioned or some remedy be met for the violation of the discovery rules.
Well, I'm not finding there's a basis in your pleadings or what I've heard today to sanction anyone for a violation of discovery. So I'm not going to do that. And now you're also, I mean, I don't know if this was dealt with, but throughout your pleadings, you're concerned about this court, district court having jurisdiction over you. Is that still at issue, sir?
Yes, there was some service issues, as I mentioned before, which for some reason keeps getting ignored. The state served my address knowing well that I was in custody. They didn't serve me the court docket for the last hearing. And that lack of service creates a lack of jurisdiction for the court.
I disagree. Those are different issues. Go ahead, though. Maybe you've got something else there. What?
Oh, I was just going to say there's also been a number of courtroom violations taking place, which is why the last judge ended up recusing himself. But beyond counsel being ineffective in mounting any defense, they convinced me to give up constitutional rights instead of enforcing any constitutional rights. They lacked to challenge anything that the state was doing. They didn't challenge or attempt to suppress the evidence. They didn't even share the discovery information with me upon my request. And the court also was violating General Rule 43, my personal pronouns, continuing to try to say I'm pro se instead of sui juris, not changing, acknowledging my name or acknowledging my status as an American national. I also submitted a letter from the Washington State Attorney General's office where they're acknowledging my status as an American national. They're acknowledging my fee schedule, where for some reason this court hasn't been acknowledging my pronouns at all.
Help me understand what you would prefer.
I would prefer to be identified as sui juris, not pro se. I prefer to be identified as Michael Valentine, grammatically correct, not in all capitalizations. I am not a legal entity. I am not a corporation. I am not a trust. I am a living man, not a male. Living man.
Not a male.
And that's how I want to be identified, yeah.
Whoa.
So if I say Mr. Valentine, that's not what you want.
I would like to be preferred as American National Valentine.
Okay. All right, I can do that.
Thank you.
He's got all the requests.
Sure.
Judge says, hey, we can
All
do
right,
that.
so the jurisdiction, whether Thurston County District Court has jurisdiction over you at this stage, what it is an allegation of criminal behavior alleged to have been occurred here in Thurston County, State Route 510 here in Thurston County. And so that, and it's driving under the influence, it's a gross misdemeanor. So the district court does have jurisdiction over those things and over you, whether you agree with the court or not. I find that today. And then discovery sounds like it's been provided. We're 3 weeks out from trial.
We're 3 weeks out. The trial was like next week.
Well, next week, the 8th is the day, it's called confirmation. It's when everyone determines if they're ready for trial or if we should have trial on the 18th and 19th. So the 18th and 19th is trial. So we're 3 weeks out. So I'm finding that thus far, that discovery has been provided by the state to you.
But it wasn't in a timely manner. It wasn't by the omnious hearing, which is the prosecutor's obligation.
Well, and it was provided to previous counsel who was with Thurston County Public Defense. I don't have, there isn't any counsel here today now because fairly you've decided to go sui generis, as you say. So
and that's why my motion for discovery asked for an investigator, because someone needs to investigate all these rules being broken by counsel, prosecutors, and various government individuals.
All right. Well, I'm not finding those rules being broken. It's kind of a broad and encompassing idea. I'm trying to narrow this in. See, discovery has been had.
To share the discovery with me and to contact me and to help build the case. If I'm requesting a discovery, wouldn't either the prosecutor or counsel have an obligation to provide that discovery?
Mm-hmm. And I see that they have now. The prosecutor has. Now, as to...
But they didn't previously, is my point.
Right, and they have now. And I don't find at this stage a reason to sanction anybody or to term anybody for that. There's 3 weeks out to trial. It's sufficient time. So, I also have a motion for release. That was also, let's see, and a motion to dismiss.
And the motion to release and dismiss were both heard on the 18th. And I can provide some underlying facts.
Mr. Valentine, there's something on the 18th, but then you refiled information that I reviewed on the 21st, also asking the court to consider release and a motion to dismiss the action against you. And is there something different than what you argued on the 18th that you filed on the 21st?
I didn't get to argue anything on the 18th. The judge read and made his own decision. I didn't argue anything. He told me on the record that I would get a chance today to argue my motions, and he made this decision after he disqualified himself per my affidavit of prejudice for him breaking rules of judicial conduct, the Code of Judicial Conduct, obstructing my right to be heard, where I believe it was 9/20, 2024 at a pretrial hearing. He did not allow me to speak. I had judicial notices and motions I found in a timely manner, and I presented certified mail receipts of the time that those were filed to the court as an exhibit, and he didn't allow me to speak or acknowledge any of those notices or motions, which is denying me access to court and obstructing my right to be heard, which is a constitutional right, a violation of due process.
All right. And I think I understand that what you said there in your pleadings here. Now I understand that maybe that didn't come back before the court then. So here we are. So first things first, let me get back to, I have a few things up here electronically. That's why I'm looking back and forth to screen. So there it is. And so the basis for the motion to dismiss is
deprivation of my constitutional rights under the color of law, governmental misconduct, and effective counsel.
And then that kind of follows thereafter. If the court were to grant that, then a release from custody, or is there something else on your motion for release?
No release of it. Is there something else besides the? Could you rephrase that? I'm not sure what you're asking.
Sure. Well, it makes sense that if the court were to grant your motion, to dismiss, then you would have to be released. Is that what you mean, or is there something in addition? If the court were to grant the dismissal.
If they didn't dismiss me, I wanted to adjust the release conditions so that I would have a better chance at defending myself if I were released from custody. I feel like the state took extreme measures in making sure I show up to court, and I would ask if dismissal is not granted that we adjust that to some less restrictive measures so that I can go home, have access to the internet, to paper, to private phone calls. I would be betterly suited to defend myself if I weren't confined.
I got it. Okay. All right. Well, let me turn to the state on the issues of the request for dismissal and well, one thing at a time. There are two different motions, and then the release conditions.
Your Honor, the state would strongly object to the court dismissing this matter. We're nearly 3 weeks away from trial. There's ample evidence to support that, to move forward with this. Additionally, an ineffective assistance of counsel claim is a matter for appeal. And so for Mr. Valentine to provide to even file that, we would have to wait for the criminal trial to come to an end. Additionally, on the hearing on October 18th, Judge Buckley provided Mr. Valentine with resources. I remember watching the Zoom recording, and that Judge Buckley informed Mr. Valentine that he would be provided with legal resources that would help aid him in mounting a defense against the state. So the state would wholeheartedly object to the motion to dismiss. Regarding the conditions of release, we also talked about Mr. Valentine brought this motion, the same motion, on the 18th, where the court denied that motion as well. part of the facts underlying that is during that time, the state did move to dismiss one of the DUIs at that time. And so based on that, the court still found that there was a real concern for public safety. And so the court still kept the bail imposed. Additionally, from the 18th to today, according to CRR LJ 3.2, the court can only modify conditions if there's a change of circumstances, new information, or a showing of good cause. And there's been nothing within the last 10 days that has shown that has been provided or mentioned that would fall under one of those, except one of those reasons. Additionally, I've received information earlier today that the state has received talks report from the DUI that we dismissed a week on the 18th.
Well, let's stay on this case alone.
And so the state would have some real concerns on whether
let's just stick to this case and not bring in any other facts from any other case.
So based on that, there's been no change in circumstances, new information, or showing since the last hearing we had on October 18th. The state would object to reconsidering conditions of release. Additionally, the motion, no, never mind, Your Honor. We would just object to the motions being reconsideration of the motions, reconsideration of the conditions of release.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
Valentine, anything else?
Yes, ma'am. I would like to say, first of all, that the prosecutor shouldn't have held me or pressed those charges in the first place if they didn't have sufficient evidence for a conviction that created a prejudice status in my case. There's been many other individuals who were booked who...
Are you also talking about a case that's not this case, or is it this matter you're talking about?
I'm referring to how the prosecutor had other charges pending, which was a condition.
I'm not going to consider any other charges, either side. Let's focus in on this one and this one alone.
Okay, so for the charges, I would be challenging the evidence that the state has. I don't believe they have probable cause. The trooper is claiming that I almost struck him. I did not almost strike him. And it's clear that there's discrepancies between his report and the video footage that I observed. I am not a danger or threat to public safety. I caused no harm. I cooperated with police. I pulled over when I was asked. I've been operating in good faith and have come to court and tried to resolve this to my best effort. I did a DUI impact panel. I was on an ankle monitor, and I've been in here for multiple months now. I think I've shown that I am operating in good faith, that I am trying to get this resolved as soon as possible, and I would ask that you consider that.
He's well spoken. He's got some crazy arguments, but he might get some.
Just looking through your pleadings and docket and all the information in front of me in the court file.
The judge is going through the mountains of digital filings. Probably one of the more articulate sovsits. American National Valentine here. Doesn't use all the words quite correctly, but neither do I, so I can't fault him for that.
And if I may add, Your Honor, I was never cited for any traffic violation. The state trooper made an assumption claiming I almost hit him. His back is to the camera as I'm passing the vehicle. I did my due diligence and gave him room because they're standing right on the shoulder line of the side of the road. I moved over and gave them plenty of room and went around them. And that's clear in the video that I was never close to striking his vehicle or the pedestrians on the side of the road.
Okay. Well, it's good that you've been able to review that information. So, all right. Let's see if I have any other questions of either of you. Hang on a second. Let me just kind of review things.
He's stuck between sov-sit and arguing facts, which is interesting because normally the sov-sits don't want to get to the facts. They want to get hung up on jurisdiction. They want to get hung up on, admiralty court. But he's got it both. Lovely, Beth. Thank you. We're keeping an eye on the courtroom. That's in the bottom right-hand corner. That's a live view in the Farris courtroom. If at any moment we need to jump there, we can just go pop, and we're there.
All right, so a couple of things to take up here. So disputes as to evidence, that's why we have trial scheduled. You'll have an opportunity to cross-examine all witnesses that are brought by the state, and of course, any witnesses will be available to both sides. The state shall not excuse anybody from their witness list until the court allows it, so that American National Valentine has the opportunity to question them. So who's on your witness list stays on your witness list. I found that discovery has been provided. I'm not finding it's untimely, given the 3 weeks we have till trial. As to release conditions, the unfortunate part is I'm not going to change those conditions of release. They've been reduced to $5,000 cash or bond, and that you stay clean and sober and law abiding. But given the amount of time we've had to issue warrants to get you back before the court, that's really a big part of why you have to postpone to get back in, and also because DUIs do pose a danger to the community. So, denying your motion to dismiss, there's nothing before the court here. I think you're going to have this opportunity to question and present evidence at trial, and that's what that's for. That's not a basis. The disagreement in evidence is not a basis to dismiss at this juncture. And you will not be released on different conditions. The conditions stay the same.
Yeah, my motion was based on the misconduct. It wasn't based on the evidence.
Well, I read several motions here, so thank you. I saw it also as to what you've said today about evidence or the lacking thereof. Misconduct, I haven't found any. I don't have enough evidence here to show that anyone was acting wrongly. If there is an ineffective assistance of counsel from before you chose to go representing yourself, then you would have to show how it applies if you're convicted, how it applied to that conviction, and if there was, in fact, ineffective assistance of counsel, but you're representing yourself. So it doesn't make a whole lot of sense right now.
I'm not doing that because counsel was ineffective, and the last judge denied me access to court and obstructed my constitutional right to speak. Isn't that grounds of misconduct, ma'am?
I don't have enough evidence to find that. So that's the issue.
I have witness statements that were submitted to the court. My family showed up at court and witnessed the judge not let me speak, not let me present my judicial notices or motions. And it's also recorded that he did such.
So I know you disagree with the court's decision.
To the fact there's misconduct?
I don't find misconduct. I don't have enough evidence to find that. And so we're set for trial confirmation November 8th. I'm going to keep everything set as is. Trial is scheduled for November 18 and 19. And if you postpone, then you bring yourself in. If you don't, then we'll be sure that you're there. The facility will be sure that you're there.
I'm indigent, ma'am. I cannot afford a $5,000 bail. Is there any way we can bring that down anymore?
And again, I'm not going to change that bail amount. We've reduced it already earlier, and I don't see a substantial change in circumstance is what Rule 3.2 requires of me. So everything stays the same. All right, so covered everything. Yep.
It's falling apart. Okay.
You can always go to the Superior Court and ask for a writ to overturn any of the district court's decisions. But right now, we're still proceeding to trial until which time.
Okay, we're waiting for audio to come in.
Not certain what this first word is.
Sorry, I missed it.
I believe it's calls with Melody and Rusty. Rusty asking for corroboration of Melody's statement.
We have a question from the jury. Sorry.
Then second request is Rusty interview with Pope, original statement about comment on burn pile. And Pope's response, you know what this means. Three, call plate in closing argument with Melody and Rusty, full call.
Ooh.
Alright, then the either more difficult or easier to answer questions, because it's probably going to be you have the evidence and you're not going to hear any other evidence except for you to determine these things that you're requesting if there is any evidence of it. First, how far back were Gary's emails checked for straight talk charges? Were deleted emails checked for straight talk charges? Was a travel CPAP ever found? Which device, phone or laptop, was the device picking up the Google pings for Gary? Then a comment question after that, raw data, Google services raw data export for Gary, which I believe they have. And then 4 AT&T Verizon tower data. So I don't know if there's anything for me to tell them other than the evidence is closed. They have all the evidence that's been submitted, and it's for them to determine whether they have those things in the evidence.
We would agree with that.
All right. As for the calls, do y'all have an idea? If you want to look at it and see if that helps you get a better idea.
They might be talking about the same call in two of their requests.
The first one and the third one is the same call.
They should be the
August
same.
2nd, 2018. Third one would be the part that you allowed, which is only very, I played for, just the prior consistency. I only played a really small portion of it.
Oh, in closing.
Is that what? Can you figure out what that first word is?
Callio.
Callio.
Yeah, they're talking about the application of the recording is called Callio.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I had no idea what that meant.
Callio with Melody and Rusty, asking for corroboration of Melody's statement, and then call plate and closing arguments with Melody and Rusty, full call.
I guess they want to hear that full call. Could be August the 2nd, full
I only
call.
played one call, right?
Yeah.
So that's the same call.
Good, Mom, yes, I got it.
So maybe just play that whole
We can play that call and then I'll ask them if that's what they wanted. Was there something else that they needed? That's fine.
And then the rest is interviewed, yeah.
How long is that call?
It's an hour.
That's what I thought.
All right.
Yeah.
That's
hour.
That's what
And then
I wore a full sleeve shirt today, so hoping I wasn't going to be in my room for an hour.
as far as the second,
I will turn on my fan now.
I will say for the digital requests, they do not have a printout of the tower dumps. The full tower dumps were admitted. for Lindsay to be able to testify about them. But we did not print out the full tower.
Monica. I'm sorry, Monica.
Yeah. So we probably need to print those out if they want the full tower done. I don't know if they're going to know how to read it.
Right.
But
So you gave them the report. We admitted the full records so that the witness could testify about them and give you the summary report with the
the tower
data.
dumps were not even in her PowerPoint. She
Right.
just testified about searching and the number not being found, or being found those 3 times other people called her. So
We can provide those to them, but they may not be able to decipher them.
well, and if they're printed, they won't be able to search for a phone number. They won't be able to do what.
Right.
So, and then everything else, yes, I agree that they just need to.
All right.
Yes.
Y'all have any objection to me telling them that we will give them the cell phone dump data if they want it?
How many pages is it?
I don't know. I haven't looked.
I mean, it's like hundreds
It's
of
going to be
pages.
lots and lots of pages.
We can show it to them on the screen and scroll through it and say, "You're welcome. I'll give it to you if you want it." It was admitted.
Was it?
In fact, we probably need. I mean, it needs to be part of the record, really.
I think you could probably bring them out and just ask them, like, we get here's how many pages.
Before we print it out, I'll ask them.
Yeah, just
And
do that.
I'll let Ms. Frankish put it up on the screen if she'll show y'all what she has, and then we will show them this is what it looks like, and if you want it, we'll give it to you, but it's indecipherable.
I think I'm gonna have to find that part for.
We played the full, and then I can ask if they want the full hour recording, which is
They
fine.
mentioned also the interview with Post.
Rusty's interview with.
Right, how much of the interview?
Play it all.
Was it?
Yeah, the only part we played of the interview with
Oh yeah, you're right.
That's not.
was
Oh, yeah, they just won't.
the only part we played was when they
It was like 7
came back in.
I've got it. I just gotta find it.
Right, when they came back in with the
Yes, I can cue that up, but I'll need to get the exact. Can I, Matt, do that, Judge?
yeah.
It is not showing me how many pages it will print because it's in like a notes format.
Oh, good God. Yeah, put it on the screen.
Yeah, we'll put it up on the screen and show them. I'll let you roll through it and let them, because maybe they just want to know that it exists and what it looks like.
Sure.
So this is going to look really, really weird because it's in Notepad. So
yeah.
Oh, is it in text format?
It's in text format. That's
You should be able to open that in Word. If you point Word to the file and say open this file, that may make it a little bit easier to digest.
Judge, can I get the?
Not much.
It'll at least tell me how many pages it is.
Yeah.
All right.
So the three audio bits they want to listen to are all very bad for melody.
That's, I guess, if we don't have to print it out for the record, that does need to be attached as a digital file to the to the record.
2,885.
All right.
And that's just one tower.
And I think we went to.
Okay.
He went to the pregnant part.
But we'll let you push it up to the screen and just kind of roll through it so they can see what it looks like.
I'll open each one in Word.
Yeah,
and then
that's fine.
I think it was right.
This one.
That's right. I think it was 141.
So I guess maybe that's right then.
Yeah. No, but it's not. It didn't start at 1 2. It starts at.
Did y'all take good notes when we played them portions of where we started and where we stopped?
I do, Judge. I can get there. I just got to make sure.
Yes.
Next one of these we're going to have a separate.
So.
We're going to need a separate person just
So the
cataloging the evidence.
The Verizon tower reports are broken down by tower in Excel format. And that
Judge, I need to do something to get the volume here. Or is that?
Are you just plugged in on the hard drive?
I'm just going off the
Yeah, you got to switch it right here.
I think I put
switch
it
it
on
to.
the camera. See if that pulls it out.
Just get right there.
What's one?
One is when you plug in a computer.
Got it. Thank you.
Mr. A getting comfortable there on the defense table, basically sitting right in front of Melody.
Did you want me to talk to him about that, or if you had any questions for me?
We've talked, and that 74-minute conversation was something said that would be pertinent to this case.
If we're here next week, I have court scheduled every day for other things that I need to hear that I haven't been able to hear for a month. And if they want to, I may try to find a courtroom somewhere else in the building for me to hold court on. I know, but I know that's an issue because the building's full, but we'll try to figure that out. But if we do, and they want to view something or listen to something that's going to be an hour or so, I may ask if we can do that without me being present. Me come in, us set it up, play it, me go take care of other work, and then if there's some issue that comes up, I'll come back and put it on the records. But hopefully we won't have to deal with that for various issues. But if we do, it may be that we don't have another location to do it, and so I may be holding court in here and then have to kick them out for us to deal with the jury if they're still here.
What kind of stuff you got next week?
I got.
We have court every day.
I have court every day.
Oh, wait,
I have
got
a
a calendar.
I'm calling all of y'all's cases in.
What I do know is that's what was said, and that's what I heard. And you said something to the.
We have 1 day of motion for new trial status conferences on Zoom, so I can do those in the office. I have a Zoom department.
So the judge looks at this, looks at how long the audio they want played is, and immediately looks at the clock and says, you know what, we're not getting done tonight. So he's looking at what what happens if this goes into next week. I think he expected a quicker verdict than this, and it's not happening. He wore long sleeves thinking it was going to be quick. I don't know what that means, cold or hot. I think it means he's hot. But the audio clips they want, and we can go back and play this one more time if you guys would like. But the audio clips that they want, as a matter of fact, let me get that prepped really quickly. On camera 2. They're things that might not be very good for Melody. Okay, here we go. Okay, we're just going to play audio of what they said as soon as the judge came out. We're back to looking at the wall, waiting for the jury, I guess. I don't know. Waiting for them to find the clips. It might take a while for them to put this together. Okay, come on, come on.
Bailiff checked in on them about breaking for lunch.
The bailiff checked in about breaking for lunch.
A few minutes later, I had 2 notes.
A few minutes later, I had 2 notes. The mics are off.
So
this is live, but you're hearing a replay of his audio. Just 1 second. So the picture is live.
I'm not certain what this first word is. But I believe it's calls with Melody and Rusty. Rusty asking for corroboration of Melody's statement. Then second request is Rusty interview with Pope, original statement about comment on burn pile. And Pope's response, you know what this means. Three, call plate in closing argument with Melody and Rusty, full call.
An hour long.
Then
There you go.
the either more difficult or easier to answer questions,
These next ones are
because
easier
it's
'cause they
probably
can't
going to
answer.
be you have the evidence and you're not going to hear any other evidence, and it's up for you to determine these things that you're requesting if there is any evidence of it. First, how far back were Gary's emails checked for straight talk charges? Were deleted emails checked for straight talk charges? Was a travel CPAP ever found? Which device, phone or laptop, was the device picking up the Google pings for Gary? Then a comment question after that, raw data, Google services raw data export for Gary, which I believe they have. And then 4, AT&T Verizon tower data. So I don't know if there's anything for me to tell them other than the evidence is closed. They have all the evidence that's been submitted, and it's for them to determine whether they have those things in the evidence.
So that was the questions read by the judge just moments ago. The first three, the audio recordings, they're going to get to hear. The next stuff, saying how far back did they check for the straight talk charge on the email, they're not going to get that. If there isn't a report or evidence that's submitted that way that already shows that, they're not getting it. They're not going to put it together now. The evidence is closed. They can't get any more. So they sent a list. This was in response to the judge nudging the bailiff and saying, hey, you want to ask him about lunch? 10 minutes later, boom, here's our list of demands. So now we're waiting. The timer right now is ticking into 5 hours of deliberation today, plus 1 hour yesterday. That's 6 hours of deliberation. We're already past the lunch hour. We might take a little break here and then come back here in the afternoon to see what happens. Because I think they're going to end early for Halloween. I think we've got people with kids on the jury. In other news, is Ivan here right now? It's been awfully quiet in chat if he's here. Greeners is here. Stevie's here. Is there court tomorrow? I believe there is, yes. Jim Bob is not here. Ivan might find this interesting, but yesterday my wife found something I've been looking for quite a while. I've got a digital wallet with some Bitcoin in it that was missing. I'd lost it. Some Bitcoin that had been gifted to me back in 2014. And she found it. So now I can transfer it. It's gone up a bit. Bitcoin, when it was gifted to me, was worth, I believe, somewhere around, I don't know, $900 a coin. and now it's worth like 61,000 per coin. There's been a wee bit of interest there. Yay, we rich. No, it was a very small amount of Bitcoin. It was 71,000 yesterday. Whew, it's time to sell. No podcast tonight because of Halloween. We'd like you guys to focus on the fun stuff. I'll talk to Mrs. Ari. I might live stream from the front porch Halloween. Hold on to the Bitcoin. That's what I was doing. I would show you the envelope, but it has a QR code on the outside that literally somebody could take a screenshot of the envelope and steal my money. It's just got like my private, and it's got the public and private QR codes on it. But I want to move it because the person who gave it to me they still have it. Eventually it'll be worth so much money they'll be like, hey, I want that back, and they could just take it. So Kiki is still around, was here yesterday, although Kiki is not very affectionate. I mean, there was a time where Kiki would, jump up and lay down on my chest as I'm, laying down on the little porch swing. And not now. It's like if you don't have food in hand, which you will claw out of your hand, if you don't have food in hand, it's like not interested. Ivan did not give it to me. This is back in 2014. I'm probably not going to cash him in. I'm just going to move it to another wallet that only I have access to. Got Thursday Night Football tonight as well. For those of us that have Amazon Prime, that's the only way we can watch football. No verdict. They have a question. What's going on right now in the courtroom with no audio is they're trying to figure out what to show the jury and how in response to the jury's questions. There are 3 items they're going to play, 3 phone calls. One of them is at least an hour long. It's going to be a long day. So they're trying to basically find the pieces that answer the jury questions. Not sure what she's stepping on the floor. There's Mr. Ray. Looks like the jury's coming in now. We're going to pause the timer because they're not deliberating while they're in court. Still don't have any audio.
Couple of questions. I'm going to go over those with you. I've spoken with the attorneys. As far as your questions 1 and 2 about emails and deleted emails and straight talk charges and whether a travel CPAP machine was ever found, the evidence is closed. You have received all the evidence. You will not be receiving any additional evidence if that evidence was provided for you or not. Y'all have as much information as you're going to receive. Same thing with 3, except that information on the device and pings for Google should be in the information you have. Well, so if y'all want to write down a note to try to further ask that information. It may be that you can't tell because the ID hides the phone number or what the device is. I believe we took up that information outside your presence, and it may not have been explained to you, but you have what you have. As far as your question about the AT&T and Verizon tower data,
they neutered the evidence.
There's a reason that has not been provided to you. It's somewhere around 2,400 pages of data. It was provided to the expert. It was admitted and tendered into evidence. It was not presented to you. I've asked Ms. Frankish to pull it up, and she's going to just kind of show you what it looks like on the screen.
They didn't give him that?
So for one of which one is this one, Ms. Frankish? So that's what an AT&T tower dump looks like, which is why it was given to an expert, and the expert provided analysis and gave that analysis to you. But that's what the raw data looks like.
And then the Excel worksheets are Verizon towers.
So Verizon puts it in a format that you can decipher somewhat more.
And is broken down.
Raw log
by
data.
Their towers near the house. So.
If the jury gets 2,400 pages and they're like, yeah, we'd like to go through it. Send us the pages sometime next year.
Would you like to peruse that anymore, or do you have any other questions about it? It does exist, is what. So it is on your evidence log, but you were not actually. I don't even know if you were actually shown the raw data, but it was provided to the expert. The expert testified about it. All right. You need a notepad? Yeah. Yeah. Here, just give him
Give it to the bailiff.
You can't have one of mine because they have stuff. Just grab a blank.
Judge is like, just write the question on my hand.
Now, as far as the phone call, we have the phone call with Rusty's interview with Pope. We have that queued up. We believe that the call that y'all are asking for in 1 and 3 are the same. If not, we have the full call pulled up between Melody and Rusty. That is about an hour long. Is that what y'all want to listen to? And do y'all want to listen to the full hour? And do you want to listen to it now or later? That's fine too.
You got to repeat it.
This is right. Y'all can huddle up and talk and decide what you want.
This is wild. Jury has a huddle.
There was a jail call where he talked to her again. Right? Is that it? Yeah, you come over.
That ring is very sparkly.
Yeah, you come over here.
Occasionally it will catch the light. Now we can't see it at all. Thanks, Mr. Attorney. Mrs. Sorry.
I'm gonna let y'all huddle up and see if y'all can clarify what you're wanting, and then we'll see if we understand it.
I think we could do a y'all counter. Someone's clicking a pen. I think it's the judge.
And next one of these, we're gonna have a foreman and a secretary. The secretary is going to keep track of the information for the jury as far as evidence goes.
It blows my mind that the court didn't track the evidence.
Like we do for grand jury. And we can also pull up the call that we think y'all are talking about, play a portion for it, and then y'all can confirm if that's what you want to hear. So there's a lot of information here.
If they say they want the full call, we're at least an hour out. Son of a gun? Summary. Jill and Brian made it to 6 months. Yellow never looked so good. Scott, I stay because you've earned trust and my respect. Love my community. Jill and Brian, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thanks for the kind words. I've already done a y'all counter. I want to counter for every time someone says yes or no, sir. It doesn't matter so much what we count. I'm not going to do anything that's one specific person, like the judge. I recognize he looks like he's got a really tough skin. Wasn't offended by it at all, but I don't want to be the person that does hurt someone's feelings. So if we do something and it's something that people say, it has to be something that all the people say, not just one. They're duking it out over there on the opposite side of the courtroom from the jury, trying to decipher what the jury asked. The jury is not allowed to talk to them directly. Once they start deliberations, every communication should be to the judge through the bailiff in written form. But the judge is talking quite a bit back to them. Katie Bug, thank you very much. 2 months. Love this community. Curtis, 18 months. Wow, you're awesome, Scott. Thanks for all you do. Thank you, Curtis. Thanks for the kind words. Wouldn't be the same here without you. Happy Halloween, both of you. Plot twist. There's an ATT tech on the jury. Give me the books. I want the 2,400 pages.
The raw data, we believe there was testimony as to the raw data, but what y'all received was a summary with slides of that, and y'all should have that in your somewhere in your evidence. What's the witness name number? Okay, so we can do that. We have, because y'all have we have a copy of the index that we gave y'all somewhere around here. So if y'all have an issue like that, but again, you can say, can you tell us? You can give us in writing. Can you tell us where this report is, or this document is, or this photograph? And that might be something we can get together, answer for you, and send back in writing to you what the exhibit number is. I know it's difficult. That's why we put the index together. All right, we believe we know our belief is that the other call you're wanting is the hour-long phone call. We'll play that for you in its entirety, and then there's another call you want. We will play that. Do you want to do other stuff before you listen to that? We're going to do the Pope interview now. If you want to discuss some other things before y'all listen to the call for an hour, or if there's something else you want to review, and then review that at the same time.
Roll tape. Roll tape, Judge.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go ahead.
Go ahead and, okay. All right, so let's go ahead and play the interview.
We're going to end the poll here right now. The poll on how long will the jury deliberate.
Yeah, we need to flip. Thank you.
And the answers are as follows.
Now, for the record, this is bar number 1. I started at 1 hour and 28 minutes and 5 seconds, and going to end it at 1 hour, 41 minutes and about 3 seconds.
Replay. Now, if there's a portion that you want, if there's something that you want replayed while we're doing it, just raise your hand and tell us. One thing I will say just in general is that
it crashed.
Although we have the ability to replay this evidence and these conversations, we don't have the ability to replay the other testimony. And there is a concern that you will then place more weight on certain things because you hear it more than once. But I will allow y'all to do that if you need it, if it helps you in going through the evidence. But I want to caution you that it's up to you to determine the comparative weight of the evidence and what you think is more or less important, and you should not place additional emphasis on something that you've heard more than once. All right? All right, Mr. Focus, go ahead.
He's a very loyal person. And it's taken us some time to get here, but in the interest of self-preservation, you know, you can either be in the witness box or you can be at the defense table. He was ready to talk about that conversation. But I asked him this before, leading up to that conversation. Had she ever indicated anything to you? Had she ever asked, had she ever given you any inkling or any indication that she intended to do him harm?
No, I have never heard that. I promise you, I have never heard that.
Okay.
Before we start this, do you have any questions for me about anything?
No.
Can I just say a couple of things to you?
Sure.
It took us a while to get here, but nevertheless, that's just part of the business, and I want you to know that I understand your loyalty. And as I was telling him, it's quite refreshing because that's not present that much. But we did come up here for a purpose, and we came up here for this moment because not only do we believe it's a proper investigative technique, but we believe it's in your best interest. And as these things move out, sometimes they get ugly. And I think this is a situation that it might benefit you just to tell us about that. Also, I wanted to let you know what I told your lawyer, that I'm putting my name on the line too, because that's how confident I am in you and about what you're going to tell us. Okay. And through this process, we're not going to do anything to surprise you. And we kind of view this as you coming on our side of the table. Okay. And it may be uncomfortable, but I think it's something that needs to be done for yourself.
I think a reluctant witness is a truthful witness.
I would say that's a very strong and accurate statement. So at this point now, do you mind if Detective Hayes asked you? Okay.
Okay. Are you prepared to? I feel the best way to do this would be just to let you tell us what you want to tell us, and then if we have any questions at the end to fill in.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Well, you don't remember when the call was, but you remember the call.
Yes, I couldn't tell you. I honestly could not tell you the number of calls, the length of the calls, the time of the calls.
Would you like some?
Well, would you like to just start?
I think a lot of this, I will tell you that I think a lot of y'all's trouble getting out of him is he's testifying from memory, and y'all know the details of his life.
I understand that. So I don't think we actually need to go through the time. I think because I don't want you to think we're putting you in a situation where we're trying to trip you up at this point. Is that accurate?
Absolutely not.
I want you to, could you maybe diagnose the first call that would be an interest to us, not the time or anything about what happened?
I think there was only one conversation that is what you're looking for.
Okay.
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 And it was the last conversation.
Okay.
And
Would it be safe to say there wasn't much talking after that?
no, that was the end of the conversation.
Okay.
And is that the last time you've spoken with her? No.
But I talked to her. I talked to her I talk to her every day. But again, every day was just every day.
So when let's talk about that conversation that you feel
probably the last minute of the last conversation. She said, "Gary is in the burn pile." No, she said, "He is in the burn pile." And I said, "What?" And she said, "He's in the burn pile." And I said, "Do not say another word and do not tell me anything. I do not need to know."
Okay.
And that is everything, period.
You discussed with her?
Period.
She didn't say anything about
nothing before, nothing since. When I talked to her after that, it was, It was just like it was portrayed to y'all. We're looking for Gary, and
did she say? Okay, so there was we ain't gonna get the times, but there was a couple phone calls that that was later than usual for y'all that night. Did she say anything about anything that was going on inside the house that night? Nothing between her.
I mean, no. I mean, like I said, what we talked about, and I could not tell you any specific, other than the horses were out, and
she did tell you that.
Yeah, that she had been out after the horses, and
now I know.
You think that's why was that her excuse for calling you that late?
Probably. She was up. She was awake. Yeah. I mean, I didn't think anything about any of it until she said that, and then that's when I said.
So I want you to know, though, I don't want you to think I'm tripping you up. If there's anything else you know, this statement that you just gave us, in my opinion, is very damning for her. So there's no reason in holding back at this point.
That's what this last.
If I'm going to give an ounce, I'm going to give a pound. That was all of it.
That was all of it.
That was everything that she said that had anything to do with whatever happened.
But that's pretty. I mean,
and I don't know what happened.
Yeah,
I don't know when happened or what happened.
And here's the thing: at the time that statement was made, you got to remember he wasn't even reported as missing.
I agree with you.
Right?
Me and him's going to step out and talk.
Yeah, sure.
1 second, okay.
You don't want
I
us to
want you to know I appreciate. No, we're fine with. I appreciate us getting to this point. Though I'm going to step outside and talk to him real quick.
I mean, that's your.
Just for the sake of attorney and client, our recorders are still going.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, sir.
There's a lot of people up here that wouldn't have reminded me of that.
So the voices you're hearing are Rusty and Manny, his lawyer.
Yeah.
It was like
a surreal.
Yeah.
I've had things in this business that happened to me, and while they were happening, I thought this can't really be happening.
Yeah.
Kind of like.
Yeah.
Higher voice is Manny.
I was like,
this is Rusty. Bobby, sorry.
No, that's it.
That's enough.
Well, that's it. That's all there is.
I mean, did you feel like any of this was built in? Looking back on it, those conversations.
No, I didn't see that coming at all. Literally when the TBI showed up, I was just in shock because I was like,
That would have been a couple of days after that.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That would have been if she talked to you on Wednesday morning or Tuesday night, and they showed up in Friday afternoon.
The one for that day. Do we have specific ones for that day?
Yeah, I'll explain it. You just say which ones you want.
You explain it to me.
All right, so we'll go into specifics. I know you don't remember. Maybe this will help refresh your memory, okay?
And I want you to know we're not trying to
in
the specific time because sometimes it gets muddied up in it. And out of curiosity, were you actually on Tylenol PM or anything like that? You were? Okay.
And Crown.
I think the jury made a correction about what they
Crown
want.
Royal.
Okay.
Defense wants this stopped.
Did you say you were intoxicated?
Well, probably had been.
Were you groggy?
Yeah.
So that day there was.
But I think he wants to make clear to y'all that this was pretty much the last thing in the conversation that was said. So he would have had time to.
But I'm not trying to say, I'm not trying to say you're lying because we're trying to build this foundation of trust because we have had situations where we kind of caught you in.
Well, and they don't want to get surprised at trial. They don't want some lawyer picking up something that.
Well, y'all want them to play the whole thing. Is that right? Or no?
I think so.
Okay. All right.
Just for the
All right. That's all y'all want to hear? Okay.
I stopped it at 1 hour, 37 minutes, 3 seconds. 1 hour, 37 minutes, and 3 seconds.
Okay.
Okay, first one's done.
And then our conversation over here about the other phone call, we believe this is what y'all want. So, you got it.
Let's play the other one.
Yeah.
Next call. I think this might be answer 2 questions with 1 call.
We only had one for that day, right?
Yes.
Yo.
$58 minutes and 52 seconds. Here he goes.
Okay.
Who, Bobby?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Got him. He talked to him and called me back and said he had talked to him.
And?
He said he basically told Bobby that he was a much better attorney than him and it's a scare tactic and we'll let it go at that.
Well, he said, Melody, if they were going to arrest him, they would have done it then. They don't come up and tell somebody they're going to arrest you. Which is true. I mean, when you wrap your head around it, that's true. And he said, Melody, they can't arrest him. The TBI is going to have to go. He said, somebody
said
there
that.
has.
They said that. They said that I would be arrested here, and then they would have to take me, extradite me to Georgia.
Right.
So, like Bobby said, then it hit the news here in Chattanooga and Nashville, and
right.
That's the first thing that's going to happen.
Okay, I don't know whether he told him this, but Manny said that you all need to get any information that proves that you were in town at that time. I said, well, that they had already gotten from a grocery store that you had been at. They had gotten the footage there because they even knew what you bought. He said they need to. He said because we're getting to the 30-day mark now, and he said it's going to roll off. He said you all need to get that footage and anything else that would prove that you were there. Not somebody's word, but a proof that you were in town.
Okay, I'll tell him that.
Do you know of anywhere else that you were besides Food Line?
Well, they've got a list that Bobby has a list of my credit card statements, baby.
Okay.
He's got a list of where I was at. I wrote down and made up a timeline, per day of where I was, who I talked to, that kind of stuff. That
right.
From Monday to Thursday of that week, and Bobby has that.
Right. Okay. So I didn't know what all he told him, but
I don't know. I don't know what he told him.
I don't know, but I have been right. But I've been upfront.
Fucking dying.
I know you are. So am I. But he said, Melody, think about this. He said, I know both of you all are freaking out. He said, but Melody, we were in your house. Nothing was glowing. They don't have anything. He said, it's a scare tactic. He said, I've got the report. There's nothing there, Melody. I said, okay, I said, I haven't seen the report. I don't.
That's all they were talking about was putting luminol on things, and that it had been, apparently been cleaned up, like, I'm thinking, baby, did you get it cleaned up? Is it cleaned up? And then there's like, okay, he's been shot. What? Gun.
Right. I asked Manny, I said, Manny, do you have a report from the GBI yet that says that he was shot? He said, nope, they're not turning it over. He said, so that makes me think that it's a lie too. He said, remember, they will lie to you. They will lie to me. They will lie to everybody. He said, Melody, and I tell you, there's no gunshot. There's no gunshot.
And you know that.
I know that. Manny said, Melody, they are lying to you. So, did they show Bobby any pictures today?
Yeah.
Do you know what it was of?
It was
The ones of the looked like just walls. I mean, all I could tell was walls. I couldn't say. I mean, it was like a picture of a wall, that had shit sprayed on it. I mean, I couldn't. And then there was a picture and like ashes of a bone that had a bullet in it.
Right. And I told him, I said, he said, right. He said, did they leave anything with Bobby? Do you know if they left anything with him?
I have no
copies of anything?
I don't know whether I'm coming, going, or done went.
I know you don't.
I don't.
Did they show them to you?
What?
Copies of these pictures.
Yes, that's what I said. I saw a picture of a wall, or a couple of pictures of, a wall or walls.
Right.
And the stuff sprayed on, and then had a black light on it. And
Okay.
floating.
Okay.
Also have.
I'll have that. He said that more than like he said, do you know anything about this Bobby Carter? I said, I don't. And he said, do you know if he's trained to look at that to know that what they're showing him is the truth? I said, I don't know that either. He said, Melody, they will also show pictures that have been altered. And they can do that. It's not illegal for them to do that. He said, but Melody, remember, I had my investigators in there. There's nothing in that house. I said, I know that. I do know that. He said, I've got the report. Melody, there's nothing in there. I said, I understand that. He said, okay, then. Of course, he was like, I said, look, I don't do this. This is not my forte. That's why I'm calling you.
Which is exactly what I told them. It's like, y'all, I don't know what the hell this is all about. But, I've never been in this position before. You're asking me questions about shit I don't know.
Right. Right.
He
said he wanted to know. He said, why did... Right. He said, why did he get an attorney? I said, why did he get an attorney? I said, his wife was a court reporter, and he had lots of friends who were attorneys in town. And I said, he did not talk to them without a lawyer. And he said, okay. That was he was trying to wrap his head around everything. He said, but first of all, he said, how long did they stay? And I said, about 2 hours. And he said, Melody, I said, look, you can tell me all day long it's a scare tactic. He said, but I'm telling you how that they would have worked. He said, all they're doing is to try to get him to say something. Where are you at now?
I'm sitting in the Planet Fitness parking lot with 9 million other cars.
Okay. When you've been to Martha Jane's house, did you take your truck over there?
Yeah.
See, she told me that she told me this morning, she said, well, I might not should tell you this, that Rusty hasn't been coming in his car. He's going and borrowing somebody else's car to come to my house.
Now, see, that's not true at all. I have driven my truck over there every time.
Well, I knew you had yours over there the other time.
Yeah. I pull right up front of the garage, just like always.
And I thought, well, surely you would have told me that.
What
if you hadn't been taking your vehicle. I don't know, because she said you thought that you had been tailed over there, that you had a GPS on your truck, so that was why you weren't bringing your vehicle over there.
No, that's not true at all.
Okay.
No. You know when I've been there, and
well, I do.
Yeah, so there was nothing hid about me going and checking on Martha.
Well, were they in the same vehicle that they were in the other day?
They all look alike. Yeah, it's one of them dark gray, blacked out,
Right.
Well,
the other day when they came, last Tuesday when they came, did they go all the way back to Chattanooga and then turn around and come back to Tullahoma?
I don't know.
See, Martha Jane told me, she said, well, they got all the way back to Chattanooga, that you had told her that they went all the way back to Chattanooga, thought of another question, and then turned around and came back and asked you that other question.
I don't remember whether that's right or not. I really don't. That could have been. I don't remember.
I didn't think that there was enough time that had elapsed for them to drive all the way to Chattanooga and back.
Yeah, me neither.
Manny, I'm interested to see what he's telling Amanda. But of course, Manny is going, because I told him, he said, are your two idiot sons still talking to him? And I said, I don't know, Manny. He said, you know that they've got Scott's phone bugged? And I said, I do. And I said, and we've tried to tell him that. And he said, I'm not going to say that, he said, but I think that they think that Rusty probably knows something and that they can scare him into telling you. And I said, but Rusty doesn't know anything. He wasn't there. There's nothing to tell.
No, they verified that. They verified that I wasn't there. The only thing they beat up on me on is those 3 phone calls.
Right. Right. He said, all they're trying to do is scare you all. I said, no shit. Well, they're doing a good job of it.
The whole thing was, did you tell her anything? Did she tell you anything? That basically is it in a nutshell. That, that night, those 3
It's
phone
what
calls.
that they just repeatedly ask you today.
Yep.
Well, he asked me, he said, what were the questions that they asked him? And I said, oh, no, I don't know. I said that was basically our conversation with, hey, they had come and they had and he said, did they leave a copy of that with Bobby?
That I don't know.
Well, that I don't know either.
Mm-hmm.
So that was what he said. They're trying to scare him. So I don't know what all he told Bobby, about you not talking to him anymore or anything like that. He said, because the thing of it is he said, how long has he talked to him at each time? I said, oh gosh, I don't know. He said they've got somebody who's talking to him and he's the only one that's talking. That's why they're coming back and talking to him. He said, because not any of us are talking to him.
Well, like I told him, I don't have nothing to hide.
Right.
I know I wasn't there. I didn't have nothing to do with it. I don't know what happened. I talked to her that night. Yes, she called me 3 times. I talked to her that night. We just talked. It was just normal shit. How did she have all that going on, doing all that, and all y'all are talking about is the horses and that kind of shit. I'm fucking scared.
Because there was nothing going on. Yeah. Because there was nothing going on.
I didn't tell her nothing. She didn't tell me nothing.
Yeah, because there was nothing going on.
My fucking eyeballs are running that plumb out on the stem, baby.
I know it. I know. I know you were scared to death, and so am I.
That's like I told Bobby. But Bobby, I didn't do anything, so why? Baby, are you sure the house is clean?
Baby, there's nothing in the house. I'm telling you, there's nothing in that house. Manny took his investigator through that. We went through that entire house. There's nothing in that house. Nothing. I can assure you, there's nothing in that house. And here's the thing of it is, there was no gun. There was no gun.
Did you get rid of the gun?
What makes you so sure that the cops didn't find anything?
Because there was no gun there.
Well, I don't mean just mean gun. I mean anything, everything. I mean the whole, blood, whatever.
Because there was none. The two pictures that he says that they have, which they had them marked on the wall. I mean, you could see where that they sprayed everything. Technically, there was 3 pictures. There was one right inside my front door, because they had tape up, and you could see where that they had sprayed the wall. And it was like little sticky notes with like little numbers on it. And the marks are still there on the wall. I mean, they're very blatant. You could tell it's where somebody, like a dog, has come through and shook. I mean, they're tiny. I mean, we're talking the size of a lead in a pencil. Unless, you don't see them on the wall, and if it hadn't been for the tape on the wall, the pinpointed, off. And you could see the stuff that they sprayed on the wall, to eliminate, quote, blood. Manny's guy came in. There's nothing there. They sprayed right up inside the basement door that comes up into my dining room. They sprayed that table. They sprayed the floor. They sprayed the door. They sprayed that. There's a piece that comes out. It's like a built-in cabinet and stuff there. They sprayed all that. They sprayed the floor. There was nothing on there. Nothing. Then they sprayed downstairs in the basement. There's a wall that separates, that kind of goes down there, that where you go around and go down the hall to the bedroom and the bathroom and all that kind of stuff. And then there's it's like where the stairwell goes down. They sprayed that entire wall. They sprayed the bar top, and they sprayed the floor all down there. There's nothing on it, nothing illuminated. So that's what they're talking about. That's the 3 places that they're talking about. And there was nothing on it, because we were in there on Sunday. There was nothing there.
Was there anything in the 3 phone conversations about any of that? You and I, that night that they're talking about, that July the 3rd, that we talked 3 times, which to them was so out of the ordinary.
No.
What did we talk about?
We talked about fucking.
Which is our normal conversation.
Which is our normal conversation.
And
the
I'm ready to get
grandkids
back
and
to it.
Yeah. And Ella and Addie were coming, and I was going to Lake Lanier the next day, and you were going up to the lake with Andrea. That's all we talked about.
And that's what I said.
That's all we talked about.
Where are you?
But I honestly, in my gut feeling, I think that you are the only one that they've been able to, quote, talk to. They're not talking to anybody else, as far as I know. I mean, they could be talking to Chris and Scott every damn day, for all I know. But that's what I'm thinking, is that you are the only one that they're talking to, and they're trying to scare you into saying, hey, she did it. I mean, that's what Manny said. Do you trust him? I said, I trust him with my life. He said, then okay. He said, then...
Baby, do you know who did it? Who killed him?
No, I do not. No.
I mean, somebody killed him.
No. No.
Who could have done it?
I don't know. I mean, Chad said today, he said, Melody, Amanda and I on our way to go get pizza and coming home from getting pizza last night, she said, you know, we did it as outside person looking in, you know. He said, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Scott did it. He said that there's too many peculiarities when it comes to Scott. There's too many. But Manny's right. You're the only one that's talking to him still. So I don't know whether he told Bobby not for you all not to talk to them anymore.
I haven't talked back to Bobby yet.
I had wondered.
Maybe do you think if Scott did it, that would you have not heard it? Known it? I mean,
Okay, let me tell you this, and you tell me whether this is correct or not. Back some time ago, we had a goat that had to be put down. She had given birth. I had worked with her, and I finally got the little baby delivered, and of course it was stillborn. Well, she never really quit bleeding and, you know, whatever. And she was, I mean, you know, and Scott put her down. And he told me he was going to put her down. And I said, oh, let me leave. Before you do that. I don't want to be here when you do that. Well, later on, he came over there and he said, well, I'm fixing to do away with that goat. And I said, you didn't put her down. He said, I walked up and put the gun right up to her. He said, in that way, there is no noise. True or not true?
I have no idea. I have never done that. So I don't know.
Well, we're not going to Google it.
No.
We're not going to Google it.
I have never done that.
So that's what makes me wonder. Of course, now, on the flip side of that, there was enough fireworks and stuff going off that night into, well after midnight. And probably they were still going off at 1 o'clock in the morning. People shooting fireworks and stuff. Now, if I'm upstairs in like my, you know, the upstairs bathroom, you know, and stuff, you can't hear anything up there.
Well, do you know where you were when you talked to me?
Upstairs.
I was in bed. I know where I was at.
Right. No, because I had taken the sheets off of Ella and Addie's, the big bed up there, because when Emily and Amanda and them, when Emily and Chris and Olivia had been there, I had slept upstairs, me and the dogs had. So, and I had just made that bed back. And I had gone up there and had stripped off the sheets and had put clean sheets. I was putting clean sheets and stuff on the bed up there. Of course, I was nasty from being outside, you know, all day working and stuff. I had, you know, took a bath up there. You know, I vacuumed upstairs. All that kind of stuff. Of course, Manny still believes that there is no gunshot. He thinks that that's all coming from the fact that Scott told him there was a missing gun. Which Manny wanted to know. He said, have they asked in any of this time to see any of your guns?
No. They just asked if I knew that all of my guns were in place, and I said, yes, they are. And they are. I checked every one of them.
Right. He said if they had thought that there was a gunshot, he said they would be taking his guns and at least looking at them.
He checked because he suspected her of possibly stealing a gun from him.
I said, well, they're doing a good job of scaring the shit out of us.
I think that's true. I can't even fucking breathe.
So I don't think I breathed from the time that you
Good night.
called
I
and
have
said
your
you're
heart
going
checked,
down.
isn't it?
Seriously. Hell, I think we're having ours checked on how did they end it? I'm asking all these questions so when I talk to Manny again that I can tell him what did they, Did they just get up and walk out? What did they do?
They said they would see me soon.
How were they dressed today?
Polo shirts.
Okay.
Jury's hearing this.
Were they the Cherokee County one?
They asked a question, and they're replaying this for the jury.
Yeah, it's the same two guys.
Okay. Well, I didn't know whether they would have them just,
Last time they had
Cherokee County
they had on suits. These were Polo
Right.
Goya. They had like an embroidered badge, I guess, on their polo
Right.
shirts.
Right.
Stop. Hold on.
But like they said,
Yeah. Looks like the jury has another note. I think they've heard what they need to hear from this call. The judge can talk to the jury, but the jury has to write out their questions for the judge. They're writing down something they'll pass to the bailiff. Bailiff's can pass the note to the judge. Judge will confer with the lawyers, and then they will answer the jury's question again. Unless it's something clear like, that's all we needed to hear. Send us out. But wow, I want to hear this little bit just really quickly here. This is audio, going back on the audio here on the replay machine.
I didn't tell her nothing. She didn't tell me nothing.
yeah, because there was nothing going on.
My fucking eyeballs are running that plumb out on the stem, baby.
I know it. I know. I know you were scared to death, and so am I.
Listen to Rusty.
Like I told Bobby. But Bobby, I didn't do anything, so why?
The video's live, the audio's replay. Sorry if this confuses y'all.
Baby, are you sure the house is clean?
Baby, there's nothing in the house.
Listen.
I'm telling you, there's nothing in that house. Manny took his investigator through that. We went through that entire house. There's nothing in that house. Nothing. I can assure you, there's nothing in that house. And here's the thing of it is.
Did you hear that? We're gonna rewind here live just for a second. Listen. They both talk at the same time. Listen to what Rusty says.
And here's the thing of it is.
Did you get rid of a gun?
There was no gun. There was no gun.
How does she know there was no gun? How does she know there's no gun if... Okay. Waiting for audio from live from court. Judge thinks something's funny. I missed it. Was it... Something in the note's funny. Hands it to the court recorder. This is why the jury wants to hear this again. The things they've asked for are the most damning moments in the audio recordings. So either they have a holdout they're trying to prove something to, or they just want to feel 100% confident about a decision they've made. Sloth Life, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Super generous of you there. How does she know there was no gun if she wasn't there? Okay. We'll let them duke this out on the other side of the court there. Judge has some smiles. Something's going on. Let's hear how he wants to answer this. Fractured also gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. Thank you, Fractured. Very, very generous. It is raining memberships in here. Bravo Chick says, swear jar funds for Rusty's potty mouth.
I don't want that specific information, but it's on the call log, so you can show that. The portion of the phone call that I believe y'all want is later in the phone call, but we were going to play the whole call. So y'all want to keep listening to it? Or do y'all want to try to skip ahead to a portion of it? All right. Y'all want to? Oh, that's fine. Y'all can step out, and then when y'all are all ready to come back in, that's fine. Y'all want us to try to find that portion of the call? Okay. All right.
They want to skip ahead.
In that specific portion that you played in your closing.
This was not a jail call. There was an hour, or excuse me, nearly a year of phone calls between Melody and Rusty that were recorded by that Callio app. And this was one of them. Judge, oh my, whoa. Avert the eyes, hide the children.
Well, tax is not the right word for it.
Can I just put on the record?
Yeah, somebody's going to take that little clip of the judge doing the full zip in one move. And I think it's going to be Phil, TYO Toys, and he's going to put it to music. And I'm pretty sure it's going to say something about brown chicken, brown cow in the background. Samantha Terry gifted 10 memberships as well. It's a good time to have your gift setting turned on right now, apparently. Thank you, Samantha. Thank you. Jury stepped out to deliberate a little bit. Never want to dance again. Yeah, think what song goes with the judge and that move. The judge is hot. He's wearing the long sleeves. Please play the audio about the gun. It's right here. Hang on. I think this is...
There's nothing in that house. Nothing. I can assure you, there's nothing in that house. And here's the thing of it is.
Did you get rid of a gun, was the question he asked. Did you get rid of a gun? Whoa, membership. I guess there's a membership train going on right now. I missed it. Peter Ware gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. Queen Olive gifted a membership as well. Thank you, Queen Olive, for your generous donation. Congratulations to the recipients. Peter Ware, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. Holy cow. I'm too sexy for my shirt. Too sexy for my shirt. So sexy it hurts. Yeah. No, I'm a terrible singer about that. But I think that's a good song for the judge to have in the background. Flash dancing. That's. I'm a model. You know what it means. Do my little turns on the catwalk. That's stuck in my head now. Thank you. Red Pen, what did I just walk into? You missed. I'll show you what you walked into. Hang on. Let me turn the sound off so it doesn't deafen you. Okay. It goes a little something like this. Ready? I'm a model, you know what it means, and I do my little turn on the catwalk. I'm too sexy for my shirt. That's what you missed right there. That was it. That was all. Judge, don't hate me. Don't hate me, Your Honor. Getting hot in here. Yeah, by Nelly. That's a good one as well. The zipper was the best part. Oh, we got the full zip. Do you want to hear the zipper? Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to play it at 75% speed, so you get the sound effect. Well, let's do about 60. Here we go. Ready? Here comes the zipper. That was pretty good. Oh, you didn't get to see it. I should have showed it to you, huh? Here we go. That's about as slow as I'll go. I'm sorry, guys. I need more food. I'm gonna blame the lack of Halloween candy in my office. The judge is hot. He's wearing a long sleeve shirt. Did not expect to be wearing the robe all day in his office today, and I don't blame him. I wear short sleeve shirts for that very reason. So the jury has stepped out to do a little discussion. We believe the lawyers right now are jumping to whatever the next part is they wanted. I didn't happen to get the skeleton on your desk from Burn Pile, did I? No, it was a gift. It was a gift. Although, I have a confession, and I feel absolutely terrible. I have to repair my very lovely Lady Justice. I have a beautiful Lady Justice that was given to me, and skeleton fell off the shelf and landed on Lady Justice's scale and broke the chain. So I'm ordering a little replacement bronze chain to rehang the scales, because look at this. Lady Justice currently has a broken scale right here. This one needs to be up like that. So I need to get her fixed. So replacement bronze chain on the way. I'm going to probably rehang all three so the chains all match perfectly. All three sides, because I love that. We have Lady Mini Justice as well. She's going to have to like hold up all the burden until we get the big one fixed. If she's guilty, why would she worry about Rusty having enough evidence to support its alibi? Wouldn't she worry about self-preservation? Only in Recovery Addict would a skeleton break Lady Justice. I have that same statue, but I need the entire scale and chain. Did you find a source? That was sent. That was a gift to me. I don't have on there who sent it. I'll have to go back and look. But I got the chain from Amazon. That's where I've ordered it. It's just like jewelry chain. You can buy like bronze chain, like 1 millimeter, 2 millimeter, 3 millimeter, different styles. So I got a chain that I think is going to fix. I think we named the skeleton already. I don't remember what his name is, so you guys will have to remind me. Her self-preservation is blaming Scott. Yeah, she's like, I don't know who did it, but Scott. Oh, they are out. I should start the clock, and I apologize. We're a couple minutes behind because they did step out briefly. I think it's just to decide what else they wanted to listen to. Can somebody, because we missed a couple days of trial with the Sarah Boone thing, can somebody tell me, did Chad testify? Was he ever called? Is there any discussion about why? Because he was close to Melody. So close, as a matter of fact, that at one point, Gary accused Chad of having an affair with Melody to Amanda. Chad hasn't been seen. He was not called.
The exhibit that we started playing prior to the brief break is Collio's number 4, State's Exhibit, which is a call from August 2nd, 2018. We played the first, and I did not write down the timestamp that we stopped it. It was about 30 minutes, 20 to 30 minutes. And now I'm playing it from timestamp 43:56. At the request of the jury.
We need to be on the same page.
Okay.
All right? And so I don't want to be confused. But I remember you telling me he's on the burn pile.
Mm-hmm.
Where, were you lying about Scott? Scott, I mean, you think what? And I don't. You tell me what happened.
I can tell you that there should not have been as much damage as there was done.
I don't know what that means.
That body should not have been burned up.
So, who burned it up?
I think Scott did.
Okay.
I think Scott did. Like Amanda said, I think that that Scott had the perfect crime, the perfect whatever, the perfect,
Except you saw him there, so did you try to not get Scott in trouble?
No. No, I'm not covering for Scott. No, and I told them everything that I have just told you. That, because that's what they started in. You're covering for Scott. I said, look, I don't know anything. I saw Scott come in that night. He said, do you know if he had been there? I don't know, because I said, I don't even know what time it was that Scott came in. I said, because you've got my phone. So I don't know what time it is that I talked to Scott. He said, well, do you know what Scott did from the time he came home until, I said, because he called me about 6:30 the next day and said he was at the house and for me to open up the front door. And I said, I walked out front, and I said, I opened up the front door, and I said, then I went to my truck that was in the garage, got my debit card, and handed it to him.
All right. What I'm saying is that night, the 3rd, that we supposedly talked, so much, and you said he was on the burn pile. Were you just trying to cover for Scott, or what?
No.
Okay.
Now, I honestly don't know what Scott did or anything. I don't know. Do I have speculation? Yes, I do.
Okay. So, did you tell me that night, the 3rd, that he was on the burn pile?
I don't remember. I think all that I remember saying to you is that Gary has started the burn pile.
Okay. See, and I don't remember. I was trying to put it all together, and that was what I was coming up with, but I don't remember what was said about Gary because I had had some drinks, and I had had some Advil PM, and, you know, like I said, we talked normal stuff, and I listened, and
Right.
it was kind of in and out.
Did you ever tell them that you had drinks and
Yeah.
Advil PM? Okay. Okay. Well, I guess the thing of it is, like Minnie said, don't give them any more information than, you know. Of course, they're not going to be talking to me. So that's the thing of it is, as Minnie said, he's the only one that's talking to him. Well, we think that he's the only one that's talking to him because not any of, you know, us are supposed to be, you know, talking to him. So, you know, he said that's why that they're, you know, Are you still sitting at Planet Fitness?
I am.
Have you driven back through town to, well, I would think if they'd shown back up that Bobby would have called you. Were they sitting in his office when you got there?
Yes.
All right, go ahead and stop. All right, anything else?
Just get 2 minutes. Just
Okay.
Make sure we're good.
All right, that's fine. Y'all step out and don't need something else. We'll stay right here.
Okay, so the jury just is going to step out to the hall to make sure everyone who wanted to hear that heard the part they wanted to hear. They got the clarification they need. They might also be stepping out to the hall just to finish that verdict form. That could also be an option. Don't think so, but did anyone see the results of the poll? My YouTube crashed on my laptop right after I clicked close the poll. I don't know what we ended with. We're over 6 hours. I can't have a verdict right now. There was no gun. It's clean. The house is clean. There's nothing there. They don't have any evidence. This, I think, was very much a contrived conversation where they both knew it was being recorded and they were trying to give themselves cover. And I think they suck at it. This is the real-time verdict watch, give or take a minute. The jury just stepped out of the room, so we're letting them make the decision. The jury came in, had a bunch of questions. Judge actually sent the bailiff in and said, hey, check on them, see if they need lunch. Bailiff knocked on the door. They said, hang on, hold tight. 10 minutes later, they had a list of like 6 questions. 3 of them, they really couldn't do anything about. They're like, sorry, you've got the best evidence. There's a log sheet. It's just numbers. It's not going to help you. But when it came to the audio recordings, there were 3 things they wanted. 1 from one audio recording and 2 from another. And they just got those 3 things. They didn't end up playing the whole thing. It was an hour long. They ended just playing little clips. The jury's deciding if those little clips answered the questions for each of the jurors. And now they either deliberate. I think they're supposed to come back and say we're good, but they might come back and say we have a verdict. Let's see. Melissa, you sent a screenshot of the poll results. Thank you. Where did you send it to, Melissa? Is it a text message? seeing it on the phone. Let me open my email. I don't do that often, but special occasion. I was just gifted a membership to a channel I don't think I've ever visited. It's interesting. Can we do a new poll? I'm looking for the poll results. Hang on. We had a pretty good poll. We had, I think, a couple thousand votes in it. Failed. Trying again. Here's an image. There we go. Okay, poll results. How long will the jury deliberate? With 1,800 of you weighing in, we have 39% say end of week verdict. That would be on Friday. Done before dinner. That was 24%. Trick or treat verdict, which is a little after dinner. That's another 24%. And just 11 of us checked the "you still free next week" option. So. Okay, we've got a call coming in. Hang on.
Call from.
That was so hot.
Donnie,
can you sing that song? Can you sing that song one more time? But as you sing it, can you do that with the?
I'm gonna mute you right there, Donnie. That's it. We're just gonna. I'll hang up on that one real quick, Donnie. I timed you out on the phone. Yeah. No was the answer. Here we go. Back in court. Jury's back.
Okay. 4354. I can't get it to 56. I can't get it there.
Okay. No issue.
Listen to me. Okay.
Okay.
We need to be on the same page.
Okay.
All right? And so I don't want to be confused. But I remember you telling me he's on the burn pile.
Mm-hmm.
Were you lying about Scott? Scott, I mean, you think what? I don't. You tell me what happened.
I can tell you that there should not have been as much damage as there was done.
I don't know what that means.
That body should not have been burned up.
So, who burned it up?
I think Scott did.
Okay.
I think Scott did. Like Amanda said, I think that that Scott had the perfect crime, the perfect whatever, the perfect,
Except you saw him there, so did you try to not get Scott in trouble?
No. I'm not covering for Scott. No, and I told them everything that I have just told you, that, because that's what that they started in. You're covering for Scott. I said, look, I don't know anything, I saw Scott come in that night. He said, do you know if he had been there, I don't know, because I said, I don't even know what time it was that Scott came in. I said, because you've got my phone. So I don't know what time it is that I talked to Scott. He said, well, did Scott, do you know what Scott did from the time he came home until, I said, because he called me about 6:30 the next day and said he was at the house and for me to open up the front door. And I said, I walked out front, and I said, I opened up the front door, and I said, then I went to my truck that was in the garage, got my debit card, and handed it to him.
Right. What I'm saying is that night, the 3rd, that we supposedly talked, so much, and you said he was on the burn pile. Were you just trying to cover for Scott or what?
No.
No. Okay.
Now, I honestly don't know what Scott did or anything. I don't know. Do I have speculation? Yes, I do.
Okay. So, did you tell me that night, the 3rd, that he was on the burn pile?
I don't remember. I think all that I remember saying to you was that Gary has started the burn pile.
Okay. See, and I don't remember. I was trying to put it all together, and that was what I was coming up with, but I don't remember what was said about Gary because I had had some drinks, and I had the PM, and, like I said, we talked normal stuff, and I listened, and
right.
It was kind of in and out.
Did you ever tell them that you had drinks and Advil PM? Okay. Okay.
This is live. The jury asked for it again.
Well, I guess the thing of it is, like Manny said, don't give them any more information than, of course, they're not going to be talking to me.
All right. Anything else?
All right, before y'all break, I want to remind y'all that I told the lawyers, are y'all wanting to cut off at 4 too? All right, perfect. So, all right, y'all can be excused back to the jury ring.
If we have a verdict, it will come in the next 30 minutes today. They're going to cut off at 4. That's what I heard. So 30 minutes. Can they get it done in 30 minutes?
All right, we kind of got a little loosey-goosey there. Anyone want to have any objections to what we did?
I don't think it was a better way to do it.
All right.
The record's going to say loosey-goosey now.
Okay. That's a legal term. All right. We'll be in recess.
If there was any objections, that was the time to make it, and they did not. He said we didn't. What he says when we made it a little loosey-goosey, that means we didn't really follow the regular established pattern of how things went. We sort of strayed from the rule book a little bit to take care of things because that's sort of what the situation called for. If anyone had an objection, they should have raised it then, and they didn't. So now it's too late. Now it's too late. As a matter of fact, the defense said, I don't think there was a better way to do it. So we have, I know my timer's off from other people's timers. There are other people who counted, who said that the jury took an hour lunch break and did not deliberate. I don't know that. So we counted lunch in case they might have talked to each other during lunch.
So when you say they did it,
do you want to talk? Sorry, with the headphones.
when he said we do it loosey-goosey, is he referring to the fact that they brought the jury into the room and had them listen to that in that room?
I think it was the whole thing. No, that was normal. That's the normal process for this court because this judge, although he has the technology and thinks he's got it figured out, nobody else in this court, in this courthouse trusts the jury to listen to digital evidence and be able to just handle it back there. So everybody still comes into the courtroom and they play it for the jury. But I think what he was talking about is just the way, just the Q&A that, back and forth as they sort of had to, he talked to the jury and they sort of wrote notes back and forth and what do you think? Is that good? Are you guys happy with that? I think that's what he was talking about.
Okay.
The whole exchange.
So what do you feel that we have learned through what they chose to review?
I will say, once again, all three parts that they wanted to hear are parts that are very bad for the defense. They're very bad. It's like nearly smoking gun level bad. And it means that either they are trying to solidify their position, saying, okay, we're ready to vote. I just want to make sure, help me here. Just make sure I feel good about how I'm voting. Go over the worst parts again to confirm it for me. Or there's somebody who's holding out. And I think it would be a minority. Because if there was a majority of jurors who are saying not guilty, we would be hearing the other side. They'd be like, no, listen, didn't you hear this part? This is where it's clearly somebody else. Instead, they're saying, no, focus on this. This is what proves it's guilty. And so I think they might have one or two holdouts.
Interesting. I think so. I think in listening to what they chose to listen to, it's definitely not the kind of stuff that would say, see, it wasn't her. I think that was the type of stuff that's like, I just want to make sure I heard that right, to remember that correctly, to, I thought that's what it said, but that seems so bad. Are we sure that's what it said?
Yeah. Young Thug might be taking a plea deal. That's crazy. Thanks, Tyrone, for that. That case is just...
It's the eternal case.
Yeah, it's the biggest waste of money that's ever ended up that ever should have ended up in a mistrial.
And might still.
Tash says, I heard it the exact opposite way hearing the full call. That's interesting, Tash. I know you've been firmly on the defense side on this one with the not guilty or not proven. I'm not sure which one you were, but I know you've been consistent with that position.
I'm trying to think, Tash, how you, like, looking at it from that perspective, what you heard there that made it seem more believable that she was not guilty.
Not proven. Just Tash, not proven. If you heard that call, no podcast tonight. Sorry, we're going to be out trick or treating, possibly live streaming. What do you think about that, Mrs. Ari?
I think you might get in trouble for live streaming little children.
They're out in public.
Does that make it okay?
It does. It's anything you can see out in public.
Just like that, my kids cannot go in public anymore.
Yeah. And plus, they're all wearing masks. You can't see who it is.
That's true. I worry nonstop that I'm like, are you my kid? Masks off. Are you mine? Okay.
Yes. You never know. We might catch a crime on a live stream.
Well, that's exciting.
Some kid stealing candy from another kid.
Dude, one time there were these teenagers who came on Halloween night, and they came running up onto, like, we have this quite long walkway, and they ran all the way up this walkway till they were right next to us, like almost standing behind us, between us and our front door. And they were like, hey, and they were clearly filming themselves for some sort of online something, and they're like, get in the cash or whatever. I don't know what they were doing, but I had like this involuntary urge to smack them upside the head. Like, get off of my lawn.
We're not. Sorry.
So you will run that risk. There may be people who feel
Don't run up on Mrs. R.A. Don't run up on her.
It was
She'll
not
be like,
cool.
Nope, not having it.
It's my property, and you like circumvented even our natural barrier where we were sitting there handing out candy, and it's so annoying. I was like, okay, you bug, get away. And that's more than you guys wanted to know. I think Halloween's going to be awesome, though.
Get off my lawn.
Yes, that's what it felt like.
Mrs. R.A. channeling her inner Clint Eastwood.
Yes, I was far less intimidating, though. They were like, whatever, old lady. I was like, look who's holding the Snickers. Get off my lawn.
You are getting the open Jolly Rancher.
Don't worry about how sticky it is. Now off you go.
Oh my goodness. Let's see. Let's see. I forgot where we were. The pre-lick Jolly Rancher. Yeah, of course. You have to have a couple. It's, hey, trick or treat. There are two options. I know a lot of people go with the whole treat side, but tricks are still viable, and they're literally asking for one or the other. Okay? This is not like, it's not even bait and switch. They're saying, okay, you choose. You choose, and I choose. Sometimes you get the trick. Just don't ask them for the. Anyway, sorry. We won't talk about this anymore.
Yeah, let's
Change
be
the
done with
subject.
that conversation.
Call from
The mighty.
to accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press.
I didn't hear who this was. This is all right. Who's on the phone?
The mighty 142.
The mighty 142. Thank you for calling.
The mighty.
The mighty.
Yes, like Maribel. How are you, RA?
I'm doing fabulous. How about yourself?
Doing great. I'm a long-time watcher, first-time caller. I think she's guilty.
Guilty as sin. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think it's rather fishy. Those phone calls sound like cover-ups.
Well, that would take our unofficial phone poll up to 53 guilty, 11 not guilty, and 9 hung.
Oh, my gosh. Okay, well, just wanted to chime in and say Happy Halloween, and that's it.
I have to ask you this. Would you ever, if a kid deserved it, would you give them a trick instead of a treat?
What? Like, what would the trick be? What are we talking
I
about
don't know,
here?
like a bad apple or something.
No, I wouldn't do it.
Are you afraid of the eggs?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's normally the eggs that...
And the gunshot.
Maybe you could give him like a good...
I heard in the background, and the gunshots. That's
We
what
live in the ghetto, RA, and the gunshots are definitely a thing. So.
Yeah, take the candy. Take the candy.
Take the candy.
Yep.
Be
Awesome.
cool. Everybody
Yep.
be cool.
Happy Halloween. We'll see you.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
In the background. No, I'm
Husband
afraid I'm
chimes in.
getting
Nope, it's
shot.
not the eggs. It's the gunshots I'd rather not have. Oh,
That's
my goodness.
funny.
Little honesty there. What about like giving him a toothbrush? Not a used, like a new toothbrush in the package.
Which you know they're going to need now. So really, we're like the complimentary gift.
At that point, it's like, oh, they must be a dentist. They're going to throw it away anyway, right? They're going to throw it away. Oh, that's crap. Don't want that. But at least then it's like, I don't know. Somebody's with me. I know it.
Call from
The Brown Barn.
The Brown Barn.
press 1. To send
Brown Barn.
voicemail,
Can you
press
call me
2.
right back?
We hung up.
It didn't work. I tried.
Hardware.
Thomas, are you there?
I'm here.
Thomas, how are you doing?
Hey, speaking of the trick or treat, you're asking everyone about the trick.
No.
Isn't there
No, Thomas.
Oh,
Thomas.
sorry. That wasn't it's not the podcast.
No. People are listening, Thomas.
There are actually people here.
Skeletons in the closet.
That was a
And
terrible,
on the
terrible, unfortunate accident.
Oh my gosh, that was so bad. It set the bar at some place we ought to be able to clear every year pretty easily.
How's the verdict watch been going? I just got back to the hotel. First time I've been by myself for the weekend, and turned you on, and I saw them playing a little audio, but that's about all I've got.
Well, what's happened is the jury's had a couple questions this afternoon. We've been deliberating for about 5.5 hours, close to 5.5. They're going to stop right at 4. Break.
Okay.
So either they're done by 4 or they stop at 4. But they wanted to hear 3 clips of audio. All 3, to me, were parts that would be like, yeah, that's the clincher. That got it. That's the guilty right there. We did have a little bit of the judge doing a grand reveal. Stood up, did the big, huge zipper, opened the robe. I don't know what else to call that, Judge. That's what he did. So it's going to be
He's a showstopper
on the highlights reel for sure. It's hot, and he wore a long sleeve shirt, and he's not happy about that.
Oh, I was told by somebody as well. It was my travel day yesterday, so I missed it. that the defense brought you back up in their closing again. Is that true?
Yes, they brought up the little picture. This little guy with a YouTube channel. They said it was like derisively.
It was an insult, very clearly.
And
awesome.
And I had to just laugh because Michael Ray, the attorney who brought it up, he saved it to last. And this was his big finish, right?
You were the big mic drop for the defense?
Yeah. He's like, and there's one more thing that I just have to get off my chest before I sit down. This little guy in the corner. Yeah. It was funny. It wasn't like he was saying anything bad about me, but obviously he wants to insinuate that I was the source of the story and that never existed in Martha Jane's mind before I said it. That was really loud. Sorry. But the more they attack the little guy in the corner with the YouTube channel, the more it looks really bad that this evidence actually hurts their client very badly, and it's viable evidence because they didn't attack the evidence. They could have gone and said, okay, prove it. You say you've got friends who know you had a 38 snub nose Saturday Night Special, cheap brand gun that was gifted to you. Prove it. She said she had friends that knew about that, and they didn't want to call those. She said she talked to other people about the gun being stolen before she even watched anything about court. They didn't want to talk to those friends. They could have called them. She literally gave the name, but they didn't, which means it's bad. It's bad for them.
Yeah.
And so instead, attack the messenger.
100%. You could see why. If you were defending someone who had a connection to someone very close, as well as access to that person's property, and the potential that there was a firearm missing, I wouldn't want that brought up either. Even if it had nothing to do with the situation, it's still someone could easily tie it to it, and that's not ideal. So
yeah, it was really a good close overall. I mean, the other defense attorney has obviously been skipping leg day. He was not able to pull 300 pounds of fertilizer or salt across the floor, and it could be the floor shines he was wearing, or the cheap.
He did a demonstration, did he?
He did. He was dropping bags of 40 pounds of salt on the floor. That was pretty good. But
I love a good demonstration when it's not the same circumstance, environment, nor anything.
It was effective to show you how much weight it was. He went 320 pounds. We're saying it was 305. 15 pounds between friends. What's that? I lose and gain that on a regular month. But the best part for me was living rent free in Michael Ray's head.
That is fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh.
How's the trip so far for you?
Cool.
Travel was good?
Travel was great. It was long, but everyone made it safe. We're good. Today was shopping day with the girls, so I spent more time in a Sephora than I ever have in a golf shop in my life.
Did you find anything you liked?
So no, that was.
Did you leave with the same two girls you came with?
Yes, that's important as well.
Yes, all three. My wife, my daughter, and her little best friend. We all got to go. So then the shopping continued, and when they rattled off the next locations to be, I said, fantastic. I will hop out at the hotel, and you can continue on your voyage. So
don't bother slowing down. I'll just bail from the car as you drive by.
Absolutely. A little bit of road rash, but I'm alone in the hotel.
Worth it.
And smell like perfume. So
Nice. That's awesome. Did you get a chance to go anywhere near the courthouse or anything today?
No, so the courthouse is a little bit further away from where we are, but where we will be tonight and where we have been a few times where my daughter's friend lives, they are about 12 minutes from the Purcell Lane house. So every time we're around there, I keep telling my wife I need to find an excuse to break away for a little bit so I can go drive by and see. But it's kind of hard. We've already seen pictures of it. New people own it. I'm sure they're sick and tired of people like that driving by.
There's a lot of
So I just figured, if anything, the courthouse would be kind of cool to be able to pop in and judge in person and even say, hey, I know a recovery addict. What do you think?
What message would you like me to return to the little man in the corner?
Yes, that would be fantastic. But it's a little bit of a stretch from where we are with our schedule. So unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to do anything court trial related while we're here, but it's still fun kind of being it.
You're there with family, so let's focus on that. That's awesome.
Yeah. Cool.
Good. Thanks for checking in. No podcast tonight, unfortunately, because, Halloween and you're on the road, but that's so loud. But we'll be back next week.
We'll be back next week, and we'll have fun new stories to share, and we'll probably have some existing Halloween stories that we both went through to share with the kiddos, and what kind of fun stuff
I'll be
happened.
all out of Halloween candy at that point. I'm just calling it right now.
We're almost all out of it already. We need these kids to show up.
Mrs. R.A. opened the good bag.
Because
you know how you save the good
I
bag
don't
to the
have
end?
faith that it's going to make it. Let's just open it now.
She opened the good bag.
It's dangerous.
And then she implicated me by giving me a Snickers through one of my kids. So now I'm like, oh, now you're part of why it's open. So
you always got to take the partner down with you. That's how it goes.
I love you.
Thank you. Well, Thomas, appreciate it. Thanks for checking in. Have a safe trip. Look forward to hearing from you when you get back.
Yeah, have fun.
Will do.
All right.
Thanks so much.
Yep.
See y'all.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
That's Thomas, a great mod, great friend, and my podcast partner. I like to say I'm the co-host, and he's really the brains and the brawn behind the operation. I don't even bring the good looks. I don't know why why he settles with me, but appreciate him. He's awesome. He's actually in town right where this trial is taking place in Georgia, in the same county, same city, I believe, just down the road. So completely unrelated to court. Charlie Raven says, we were in a new city and I didn't know it was trick-or-treating. The only thing we had was peppermint candy from the Chinese restaurant.
Dude, the other year, I don't know, I was trying to not have temptation around the house, so I didn't buy any Halloween candy until, like, right before Halloween. I mean, not right before, like, maybe the week before.
This doesn't work.
No,
They sell
because they didn't have any Halloween candy. They had, like, peppermints and candy canes and ginger snaps, and they were, like, full on ready for Christmas. And I thought, I cannot hand out candy canes on Halloween. This is not good.
I don't know. I've got some pickle flavored candy canes.
Yeah, let's give those away
to those teenagers
with their cameras.
That would be an appropriate trick on Halloween.
Yes, I would be happy to give those to them.
Let's see. Popular Halloween costume in Tullahoma. The little man in the corner. I like it. You just need a pair of headphones. Let's see, haven't even bought candy yet. Stopping on the way home. Good luck, Carissa. Here they sell out. First they sell out, and then they like switch to. I don't know if are we selling Easter stuff yet in our Sam's Club?
Dude, it has been Christmas stuff. I kid you not, for over a month.
Yeah,
it's messing with my circadian rhythm.
It's terrible. 15 more minutes before the jury calls it a night tonight. Hopefully they'll let us know, or we'll have to watch on social media to hear what happens. Fortunately, I already ate all my candy, sitting in the dark with the TV off, says Bob. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong at all.
That's funny.
Let's see. Taking a few more calls here for...
Call from
the Brown Barn.
The Brown Barn. Sorry, I think it was my fault. You called the same time Thomas did. I thought I was talking to you, but
well,
I didn't pick it up.
I much enjoyed listening to Thomas. That's very cool that he's right there near all of this. Yeah. But I was gonna I have one thing about the case and one thing about Halloween.
Okay.
I did just stop by and buy my Halloween candy, and you're right, they were out. But I was able to find some Twix and some Reese's cups, and my husband will be thrilled with whatever's left from all of that.
That's the good stuff.
Yeah, you scored.
Yeah. And 1 year after we were first married, we had no idea the volume of trick-or-treaters we would have, and we ran out of candy. And so I sent my husband to the store to buy some more, and we flipped off all of the outside lights, but I had the TV on towards the front of the house, and I still had people coming and knocking on the door. They were like, I know somebody's in there. I can see the TV on.
I know. I was telling the kids.
If there's a chance at free candy, I'm taking it.
Yeah, I was telling our kids today, I was like, we can turn off our lights, but they can still see us. So that's going to be tricky.
And they'll come knocking. They'll come knocking if they can.
I do.
But one.
Go ahead.
Go.
I was going to say, I do have to set up some gear tonight, like some audio stuff.
Yeah. People do not knock here because it's so hot. Like, our windows are open upstairs. It's so hot that
it is.
We just all go outside. And we set up camp chairs and sit out there and just hand out candy as they walk by us, like parade style, but backward.
Yeah,
I love it. I love that. We have a large lotted neighborhood, with like 1 to 2 acres, and so we're pretty. We don't get a lot of trick or treaters. There's neighborhoods near us that have a much higher volume, so they hit those instead of coming to us. But we'll get a couple, so that's good.
I think if we ever sell this house, we'll list on it's like gets plenty of trick or treaters, get lots of trick or treaters.
Start saving up candy.
There are lots of places where they don't, and people are like, "Oh, I miss those days." I'm like, "Hey, have I got the place for you?"
I love it.
The Brown Barn. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Yeah, so I did have a comment about the trial. I know I called earlier and said, I would obviously have to be in the not guilty because I really haven't listened or watched. But I did get to listen a couple weeks ago as I was traveling to Rusty's testimony, and I really think I would have a hard time as a juror getting past his statement of what she said to him at 2:00 in the morning. He's him being on the burn pile.
Yep.
That how do you get past that as a juror? I like I said, I don't know a lot more about the case than that, but he wasn't even missing at the time. I think I've heard you or others say.
Yep. Nobody knew he was missing. She tells him he's on the burn pile at 2:30 in the morning, and he says, "Don't tell me anymore. I don't want to know." And then 11 months later, he recants after the phone conversation we heard here. Remember that day you told me that? Uh-huh. What was that about? Were you covering for Scott? No, wasn't covering for him. So what was it about? I don't know. I don't remember telling you exactly what I told you. I think I said he had started the burn pile. I'm not buying that. I'm not buying that at all. I have a weird question for you. Are you driving?
Yeah.
Are you driving?
I'm sitting in traffic right this moment. Sitting in traffic.
Are you in an electric vehicle?
No.
Okay.
No, mine drinks gas today. I think I have a Denali, and I think I have like a 24, 25 gallon tank in it maybe, and I put 24.2 gallons in it today.
Yes. So you can make it to the grocery store and back.
Right.
Yeah, we've got.
I call that perfect timing. Perfect timing.
The suburban-sized vehicles, they do guzzle. So. Well,
yeah.
Thank you very much for the call.
I got to be able to pull those horses around.
I was hearing just a little whine that sounded like a electric engine whine in the background. So a little whistle. Maybe it's your turbocharger.
Yeah, it's probably just. Yeah, right. It's probably just me just whining along in this traffic here in Raleigh. Yeah.
Awesome.
All right, y'all have a great Halloween, and I'll talk to you soon. Thanks, everybody.
We'll see you. Bye.
Did she say Raleigh?
Yes, she's in
Call
Raleigh.
from
Mr. Fix-It.
Mr. Fix-It, are you there?
Yes.
Hey, I saw you put the burner thing in chat, so I'm glad the call came through. How are you doing?
Oh, good. Really, it's an honor to talk to you.
Oh, the privilege and pleasure is all mine.
I have a quick question for you. The recordings that we just heard with the jury.
Yeah.
Was that, obviously, that was when they gave Rusty the equipment to record the calls?
Yes, so Rusty was aware this was an app on his phone that was recording calls. So it wasn't like a separate device where he's plugged in and he pushes the record button. It just recorded all his calls.
Okay, but then I recall there was an issue with that, and then they gave him some other.
This was the second. This is the second one. The first one was one he had like a tape recorder he was supposed to hold the phone up to or something. It was really it was low tech. This was the second one. This is what they used for a year.
Wait a minute. Are you telling me that Rusty knew that phone call was being recorded?
Yes.
And he was trying to elicit information from her?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, now you're on my track, Mrs. R.A. I don't...
And he had told her about the recorder.
What? She knew it was being recorded?
Not the app, though, right?
She didn't... He had said no, but she knew that previously he had been asked to record phone calls with her. And I thought, didn't he also get a third phone during this time period? Like he has the official phone and the unofficial phone?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember.
I don't know that one, but
yes. Okay, everyone's saying yes. He did get a third phone, so he had like a way that was not recorded to talk to her, and this was the recorded way to talk to her. So this was a contrived conversation where they're trying to, establish an alibi.
Okay, so hang on. He's having this conversation with her at the same, where does this fall in the timeline of all forward, all that kind of stuff, where it's like one for all for one? What? When was he trying to trap her? I'm confused.
For a year afterwards.
Was she in jail when this was happening?
No, she was out. She got out after a month or two, I think.
Oh, what? But I thought she was in jail for a really long time. Just a month or two?
I think it was a couple months she was in for, and then she's been out on bail.
I didn't know that.
He was still confronted by prosecution to try to elicit basically
confession. Yeah.
Yeah.
From her.
Yep.
So I'm having a hard time. It feels like he's against her, and the whole time he's like her only confidant.
I think he was in it for himself a little bit, because they threatened him with a unsigned search warrant or unsigned arrest warrant with his name on it, saying, "Hey, just so you know, help us out here because this is how it can go." And
that coercive.
And that's when she said at 2:30 in the morning, he's in the burn pile. He's on the burn pile.
It was coerced.
Well, and then after the fact, he says, "Oh, and I was on Advil PM, and I had been drinking," and that's why she's like, "And you told them, and that you were on Advil PM and you had been drinking." It seems this is why I think this is contrived, and they're trying to set this up, knowing that people are listening to it.
Oh, so wait a minute. This whole time I thought that he was trying to catch her, but you're saying that he was actually trying to work with her to fool the police?
Well. With the phone the app that he had on the phone to record it, the way they're bouncing around somebody's passwords with all and everything else, maybe there was a keyword that she did know that she was being recorded. I've never heard the beginning of the phone call when he was recording it, him say, "You're being recorded." They don't play from the very beginning when she picked up the phone. I never heard him say.
No,
he
didn't. He didn't for a year. He didn't tell her that it was being recorded.
Okay, but hang on. She's not in jail at this time. So what would have stopped them from having an in-person conversation about,
Nothing.
"Hey, let's set this up and then we'll record it"?
Nothing at all.
I don't know if that's legal, is it? Use of Michigan.
We're talking about murder here. There's a lot of illegal stuff happening.
Anyway, it's Mr. Fix-It. It makes you think. This is it's sort of like Inception level, investigation.
Like a chess match.
Like a chess match or an orchestra or something. Everyone's playing their parts.
So wait, so Mr. Fix-It, what do you think? Oh, is he gone?
No, I'm here.
Okay, so what's your take on that?
Well, it's like almost like it's an illegal search and seizure or a kind of a setup. I don't know the actual words for it, but
like
entrapment.
Yeah.
No,
entrapment. Yes, there you go. That's the word I was thinking about.
But entrapment only works if it's coming from the police. Like if the police are the ones wearing a wire.
Yeah, but technically, didn't the police tell them to record this stuff?
Yes. But if I understand properly, that's not considered entrapment because there's a third party involved.
Entrapment would be a police officer going to you and saying, "Hey, I know you're hard up for money. Look, I got $1,000 here. I just need to go steal that guy's wallet."
So basically, you're telling me, okay, they pressure Rusty into doing their dirty work and making a loophole for him to get a possible conviction.
So what Scott is saying is that I'm wrong on that. That's not actually what entrapment is. Entrapment is where the police trick you or force you in some way to commit the crime and then say, "Ha, caught you. You committed a crime."
So they went third-party entrapment. Basically,
Well, but
it
they're
wasn't the police actually entrapping her. Rusty was trying to elicit a conviction.
A confession, which I think is, according to what
Well,
Scott
she
just defined.
confessed to the conviction.
Yeah, they were trying to get a confession. I don't think it counts as entrapment. It is sneaky. There was coercion involved in getting him to cooperate. But yeah, it's interesting. I think we're about done for the day because it's 4:00.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine.
That's fine. Mr. Fix-It, thanks for the call.
Yeah,
Appreciate
that's
talking to you.
interesting.
You have a good Halloween, sir, and you and Mrs. R.A., I enjoy you guys every day, or at least when I can watch you guys.
That's awesome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Yep. see ya.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
I think this person's been waiting a long time.
From
Mary.
to accept, press.
Hey, Mary.
Oh. Wah, wah, wah.
I tried. Mary, I tried so hard. All right. It is, it looks like we've lost the feed from court. Let's go back here. There we go. Let's see. I think they just called it quits. Let me see. I'm supposed to read. I'm getting messages from
So this is
Amber.
really interesting, having not really watched the trial and just having little nuggets like that pop up. Like, wait a minute, that's fascinating. They coerced him. That feels less ingenuous, but maybe it was true. I don't know.
There we go. All right. It looks like we're done for the night. The jury's gone home. It will be no pre-dinner verdict, no Halloween trick-or-treat verdict. Our next options are end of week or what's on for next week. So, okay, let's see if this is Mary calling back.
Call from
Mary.
Mary, don't hang up on me. Hey, Mary, how you doing?
I won't hang up on you. It's like calling in a celebrity or something. I've tried 15 times.
Only not. Only not. Thanks for being patient and persistent.
Anyway,
What's up?
oh no problem. I have a couple comments on this. She just acting too suspicious to me. Okay, and it could be Scott, could be her, but I think most of the evidence points to her.
Yeah.
I think she's guilty. Number two is it's horrible. It's horrible to blame young children. And it's just like she has a lot of hate for Scott. And as well as Gary, apparently. And I think there was another point I wanted to make, but I can't remember now.
I've got a question for you.
I didn't think I was going to get through. Okay, go ahead.
When Rusty was asking Melody about, like the gun in the house, and she seemed to respond, she's like, "Oh, they're not going to find it. It wasn't in the house. It's not in the house."
That's what I was thinking.
Does that mean he was shot somewhere else?
Say. Yeah, he was. Well, if the point is true that Gary was starting a fire, she could have gone up there, shot him, and he fell in it.
How do we get the bullet into the house?
Next to the drops of blood. That's the part. Like, I could see how a bullet could accidentally be carried into the house.
She shoots him outside. He runs in the house,
She was
drops
trying
a
to
bullet,
fill it and
bleeds,
dropped one.
and then runs back out.
That's true. That's true, but it just seems feasible. That's the only way she could have got him to a therm fire. I don't know. I really don't know, but it just sounded like in those, just hearing the phone calls again, you're right. The first time I heard her, I didn't hear it through the first time because it was boring, but but I heard it this time, and it just sounded like she was fishing.
Yeah.
She was fishing and manipulating that poor man.
I think she didn't trust him at this
Don't talk to
point.
anybody. Everybody's lying.
I think she didn't trust him because she said, "Oh, I trust him with my life." I think that was a lie. I think right there
I think
because
it
she was
was.
also saying,
That was
"You're
a
the only one who's talking.
manipulating-
No one else is talking. It's just you.
Right.
I trust you with my
Right.
life. You're
It
talking
just
to the
sounded
police."
like manipulation to me, like Sarah. Like Sarah Boone. Manipulation, trying to get everybody on the same page with her.
One question for you, Mary,
All right.
before I let you go.
Yeah, go ahead.
What are you going to be for
no,
Halloween?
No problem.
What are you going to be for Halloween?
Probably nothing.
Okay.
Probably nothing. I'm gonna dress up like the man in the corner.
Just takes a pair of headphones. You can be good.
Exactly.
Awesome.
All right, you guys
you.
have a great night.
You too.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so Scott.
Lizzie Dog says, I clipped your Halloween karaoke robe dance. It's on Twitter. You're welcome. P.S. Happy Halloween.
Man, I don't think I even want to know what she's talking about. Okay, I have
Did
an
you tag me?
uncomfortable question.
I'm gonna look. Did he tag me, Lizzie Dog? And can you? Well, Twitter's asking me when my birthday. It's been so long since I opened this.
I have to ask a question, and
Okay,
you have to listen.
I'm all ears.
I see that. With everybody calling in and saying, I think it went this way or that way or this way or that way, is that not the definition of reasonable doubt?
For them.
For who?
I don't have that.
But you do. You're still guessing. You're still saying, well, I think it went down this way. I mean, I'm honestly asking, maybe that's not reasonable doubt.
Hang on.
See, this is the problem. He's not listening. Okay, so that is my question. If we have to try to come up with our own plausible or implausible explanation of how things went down that day, is that in fact a demonstration of reasonable doubt? Are we doubting it? Or does reasonable doubt stand outside of the idea of knowing all of the details?
It's a great question. I wasn't listening.
I know.
I'm sorry.
That was a good one. I thought really hard about how to
I'm trying to
formulate
find
that
Lizzie
question.
Dog on TikTok. Hang on.
I know. Here's the problem. Your chat's frozen right there, so I can't even see if they're answering me.
Oh. Yes, Mrs. Ari, what you just said. So yes, you're right. I think we've got Angela.
You didn't even listen.
I didn't. I'm sorry. I'm doing busy stuff. Angela, we're going to let you be the end cap on the phone calls for today. What's on your mind?
First, happy Halloween, and that's the only thing I wish you. I only wanted that, and I also have a question. If I can ask you either through email or something that I want to be over the. If that's okay.
Shoot me an email. If you send it right now, I'll read it and respond right after, as soon as we wrap up. Mrs. Ari will remind me.
What? Oh.
Okay, I will.
Awesome. Thanks, Angela. Happy Halloween.
I tried to ask. Happy Halloween. Bye-bye.
Okay, happy Halloween.
I wasn't trying to push her off the phone, but all right, we're done. We are going to.
Wait, no. Hey, sorry, I'm too far away. What are they saying? I can see that there's script, but I can't read it.
Let's see. Mr. A, it's what you're convinced of.
Right, but how can you be convinced of something?
You need to believe the state. If you create another explanation, it's reasonable doubt. I don't agree with that.
Well, okay,
there are many different
why?
ways you can believe something happened and still reach the she murdered him conclusion.
Right, I'm struggling with that. The idea that you're sure that she murdered him, but you don't really know how. Like, isn't that an important part?
As all the judges say, if you go to bed at night and the ground is dry and you wake up in the morning and there's white stuff all over the ground and it's cold and just below freezing level and it's about 6 inches deep, you can conclude, based on circumstantial evidence, that it snowed during the night. And that's what I'm doing. I conclude that it snowed during the night.
Okay. So you're saying you don't need to know how it happened because it's really kind of the only option? But what if there was, what if there is another option? I don't know. I didn't watch this one. I don't know if there is reasonably another option. It just seems weird that everybody's having to come up with their own version of it. It does make me wonder if everybody's just accepted that level of doubt is acceptable and she's guilty because... I don't know. I'm not sure why everybody thinks she's guilty. Because, again, I didn't watch it.
I don't know.
That I don't know means I did not listen to the question.
I'm in trouble. I am more comfortable making what they say when they say reasonable doubt. It means that you are beyond that point where you have, that would cause you pause to act. It would pause you from acting. I'm not. I could cast a ballot. Personally, myself, I feel good about that. And I realize that it's all based on circumstantial evidence, but I put the whole thing together, and I've used this analogy before. We've got the puzzle mostly built. We are missing 3 or 4 pieces. And I don't know how the body got to the burn pile. And I don't know where she shot him. But when I look at all the rest of the puzzle, it tells me that she killed him.
Okay, so when you're saying the rest of the puzzle, you're saying she had motive, she did not like him, she was upset.
I'm not worried about the motive.
Okay, so what are the puzzle pieces that you're using?
The phone calls, her saying that she was there, the text messages, the lying to the police, the stolen gun from Martha Jane, just the more phone calls, all the pieces put together, and the fact that she's trying to point it to somebody that she doesn't like, who happens to be her own kid, who has an alibi. She has nothing.
I thought Scott was.
Oh, he's got a solid alibi.
What's his alibi?
He was gone with a friend who was with him all day. And his cell phone corroborates
we don't know when
that.
he died, though, right? So, how can you have an alibi if you're not sure when it was?
Well, if he was gone the whole day, we know that he was answering cell phone text messages and emails until a certain point. Scott was gone during that whole time. When he stopped, he was not there. And if her only thing she can do is continue to point blame at the only other person that anyone could possibly contrive would be guilty, and that person has a solid alibi, I'm like, I'm sorry. Occam's razor. Yeah, Kathy.
Okay.
There you go. Anyway, all right, we're going to wrap things up there because Halloween is starting, and I'm going to, I don't know if we're going to live stream it, but I am going to set up some speakers and sound system.
Do you have a camera that can capture it in the dark?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes.
Okay.
We've got all those things. I'll take this camera outside. It's got a Sigma 16 millimeter f1.4. It can see space at night. It's really good. It's really good at sucking in light. Anyway, happy Halloween to everyone. Please be safe tonight. Watch out for the little ones who are running around. Drive safely. Watch out for them. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone. Make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again tomorrow on Friday for a special Friday verdict watch. Was that a buffer sound I just heard? No?
I think that was our back door.
It's our back door. Okay. Happy Halloween. No podcast tonight. You guys get the night off. Yes, you can thank us later. It's all right. Live stream Halloween, we need a break. I'll look at it. I'll look at the laws. I'm pretty sure I'm legal. I'm on private property filming something that anyone can see. It's public. Yeah, let's do it. Let's try it. I'll try. Depends how fast it gets set up. All right, you guys, have a good one. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
I'm not a cat.